Everybody, and welcome to the Arena of Valor International Championship final day today. We have come from qualifiers to group stage to playoffs, and already this is, again, the grand finale. We'll be seeing the third place match, of course, between Team IGP and
Team HKA.
HKA, there you go, thank you. And then, of course, the grand finals match between Buriram United Esports and Team Flash. I am very excited. My name is Astor Ryan. Here with me now is Gideon Q.
Yeah, today we've got some great games today. Let's go straight into the games as soon as possible because it looks like the draft has already begun. Just give you a sneak peek of what's going to be happening. This is the third place match between IGP versus HKA. They've already started off, remember, global band pick rules. Krizik, Zaniel, Liliana Slims, and Omen for the side of IGP, with HKA following up with an Amelie, Lindis, Raz, Hayate, and Annette. Analyzing. Honestly, both compositions look pretty good, but you know what? Zaniel within the first round of things, like, that's a little bit more exciting because yesterday people were avoiding him or banning him out.
Can I just also say this? This is a Zenial in the ADC lane, isn't it? It is. Because Slims' Turtle is going to be playing Slims in the jungle.
That is true. I guess they do really want like an initiation protect comp where, like, you know, Slims is able to kind of abuse the jungle as much as he can, get a lot of economy with the help of his team to kind of protect him. But it's going to be pretty interesting to see how they kind of want to abuse it because, like, you know, Zenial, he doesn't really need a lot of items. He just needs to be super, super tanky. He's very cost efficient. And, you know, I think that putting him in the ADC role, not a bad choice, but can they punish the jungle for the side of HKA?
Here's another thought. Is this Zale going to go for, like, AP burst with his shield? Wherein he just dives right in, has a big, big shield, and when it pops, it deals so much damage. It's kind of like a nuclear bomb, you know, just waiting to erupt. And that could actually be pretty scary as well if you think about it, because that's something that, you know, we haven't really seen too much. It could be very effective in the early game to mid game, might not be as good in the late game, but it's a really explosive start here for IGP. But I mean, again, I don't really know if we've seen that as much now, but what I do know is that it can work well depending on how you execute with it.
Yeah, I think they need to get like pretty far ahead before they have the confidence to be like, you know what, we need to build full magic items. Like, we don't need tank, we just need Zaniel to just blow somebody up after the pop of the shield and use a great ultimate to get the initial heal. And, you know, it scales pretty well, so it doesn't sound like too bad of an idea, but especially against their components, IGP, they got to be really, really careful here because these guys, they really went the distance, especially against Team Flash. They were able to take the game off of them, but I still think they are a pretty good team, and both sides, I would say, evenly matched, or would you say it's like, you know, 55-45?
I would say like a 60-40 in favor of IGP. Just a little bit more for the Vietnamese side, because I feel Vietnam right now is probably one of the strongest, if not strongest region for AOV. And it goes to show, you know, because they got a lot of pedigree with teams such as IGP, and especially now going into the grand finals, Team Flash. I think like they have a really good shot at this. Although we are seeing, you know, some teams like Buriram United kind of come out from the shell or from the region of Thailand and show us that the Thai are not to be trifled with. But now, game number one, it's going to dictate here who's going to be able to, you know, get that third place prize, $70,000 in the bag if you can get it. If you're fourth place, it's still good, but that is 30K only. And of course, you know, you still want to perform as well as you can, because the higher the placement, the more the bragging rights.
Absolutely. And now the games have already begun. Both sides already want to get right at each other's throats. It's good. It's a little bit different. We didn't see, you know, any early game invades. We see that the Slims, yeah, his level 1 isn't the best. He's not like a Fennec where it's like, I don't care. As long as I get auto attacks, it's going to be good enough for me. But for the most part, I think HKA are going to play a little bit of a slower paced game until they start scaling up later on.
Definitely true. We are going to be seeing, you know, Lindis and Hayate. They still need a little bit more farm to be able to really be that much needed duelist. Speaking of duelists though, Amelie, I think we're going to be seeing her here for the first time. Even yesterday, we did see Amelie. She is what 1v1 duelist, but again, it's kind of like Richter. If you're not able to excel in the 1v1, you're not going to be able to excel in the team fights as well.
Yeah, and especially when you're up against the Omen, I do think the matchup is pretty much a slugfest for the most part. There's not a lot of abilities you need to dodge, but really it's about the, you know, auto spacing, making sure you take really good trades. Black takes quite a terrible trade there, and he's just going to continue to go with the harass as much as he can, and that's kind of the beauty of Ross. Like, you can outrange quite a number of mages in the mid lane as long as you, maintain your distance and play at max range.
Yeah, hit those fireballs if you can, and it does work pretty well. Liliana here, or Lak rather, he has to play later on at least that pickup game, able to pick off or start some initiates for his team. This is actually pretty scary for IGP because they have a lot of initiate aside from just looking at the critics. You have the Liliana as well as that Slims. If they can hit their stuns, you're going to be instantly bombarded with crowd control from IGP. And Hong Kong Attitude, they don't really have the best way to stop that type of aggression, except for maybe Aobao with this Annette, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you here for sure, because like HKA, they kind of have to play around a lot of factors, and I think Zaniel is going to be super frustrating, especially if Easy wants to set up like an explosive KO to kind of like, look to kick back, punch back, or kick back, knock back is the word. Knockback's like, where is it? KA taking a bit of damage, has to pull backwards. He doesn't want to die under the turret, but it doesn't matter. As Outcast, he's chasing him down all the way through. Takes a couple of shots from the turret, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. Omen escapes it this time.
No big wave for the Lindis and the Amelie to make any real strides into top lane. And now, because of that chase, or that failed chase onto KA, Abyssal Dragon is going to be open here. There was a little bit of a sneaky kind of strategy from the man to just chug out the shurikens, but of course, Punish will be activated by Turtle there, and you can't really out-punish, a jungler. It's just way too difficult.
Oh dear, might be in some trouble. He quickly uses the Angelic Splendor to bail out of that awkward situation. Slim's already throwing the javelins, trying to hopefully snag someone at max range. And remember, the longer the range goes, the longer the duration of the stun. Okay, now in this awkward position of 1v4, and he has to get out of here, but the rest of the team won't let him go through. The explosive KO connects, but KA is still able to make it out with just a little bit left. Thankfully, Chobits was there to kind of save him with the ultimate, giving him that extra movement speed. Doesn't get that last auto in for the side of HKA.
HKA here is going to be going into the jungle. They're just going to proxy a wave and maybe try to cut out the resources here, the supply line for the Omen. But look at that initiation. They're actually going to be able to suck a little bit in. Outcast goes aggressive, does chase down onto Chobits, but here is that bombardment, that kiting that HKA will actually be able to use because of the Lindis, because of that Annette, and they kind of just force IGP to not chase any further.
Yeah, and this is definitely in the comfort zone of HKA compared to like yesterday when they were up against BRU, but they sort of struggled to find any kind of pressure across the map. They maybe got 1 or 2 kills, but it really came down to the objective game, which BRU really excel playing around. So HKA couldn't force out mistakes, couldn't seem to break them open, and I think especially when they're up against IGP, it feels like they're a lot more playing against a team that they are more comfortable with.
With HKA, yeah, I think that's also something here. You can see that they're kind of just not forced to make those aggressive plays compared to yesterday, where you just saw them going ham against BRU, at least for HKA. IGP, on the other hand, it feels like they actually don't have to go super aggressive because their opponents aren't as proactive as Team Flash. They can just kind of set themselves back just a little bit, but they can't set themselves back as much as they would want to, because again, this is it already. The pushing power of HKA and their late game presence will definitely show itself as this game progresses. And IGP, they're on a ticking time clock, time bomb.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. However, I do think IGP, like, they don't exactly have to force out any plays. Since HKA need to be on the aggressive side, they have some good disengagement with Abao. But besides that, like, what else can they do? Oh no, topside is in trouble here. KA is able to protect himself. Luckily, that tier 1 is still nearby for him to kind of fall back into safety.
It's fine, man. He's not gonna go down that easy. It's an Omen. It's KA. He don't fall that easy. And the longer the game progresses, the more tanky he becomes. We do see at least that HKA were able to break that bottom tier 1, so that will open up more control around this dragon. And that does kind of show that HKA did get, I believe, the second dragon of the game. 50 seconds onto the clock before that Dark Slayer, but I don't think anybody would try to get it this early on. Maybe around 8 minutes, 9 minutes. But again, we still have yet to see the Zenial come online.
Yeah, Zenial, he's just using his ultimate like very sparingly. He doesn't necessarily have to use the Angelic Splendor straight away. Only in the worst of situations that IGP are in a pinch, that's when he's going to come and save the day. But I think he will not really force out too much. He kind of just wants to hold on to the lane until his team needs him, and they'll play around that rotation. And hopefully, HKA fall into the the realization that,
Into the trap.
Yeah, into the trap. Like, I'm confident. I'm not going to die. You see, Angelic Spinner coming in, and Diem is now safe. Oh, they've caught out one. First blood going down to KA as they continue the fight. They want to push through. It's a good 4v3 here, and now Abao might be in a little bit of trouble. They're turning on top of him. They're getting straight through. They deal enough damage to kill him now, but KA might be taken in as consolation for the side of HKA. 2-for-1 trade so far. Lock. It's just chilling there.
That was a 4v3 turned into a 4v4 because you can see all the way into the mid lane that Slims was kind of just like farming his butt off and not really helping his team, which was, I guess, interesting to say the least because, excuse me, you kind of want to see your only true DPS, which is the Slims, to help you. And of course, we did say it already that the stun that could come up from Slims can definitely turn the tides of battle. You can deny somebody that engage, and as well as it just allows you to pick off opponents easier.
Yeah, and I would like to say that HKA are aware of the Angelic Splendor because it looks like they were going a little too ham there, and even though IGP were a little slow on the rotation, they have the Angelic Splendor kind of compensate for that, and I think that's what they want to do. They want to let HKA make the mistakes. They don't have to initiate the fights until Slims gets his 2 items, and that's when he's really going to be like powerful into the game. He has high mobility, great repositioning tools built into his kit. That's going to make it a little difficult for HKA to lock him off unless let's say, given the benefit of the doubt that Rising Uppercut coming in from Raz is going to be enough to catch him off.
And well, we're just kind of experiencing a little bit of issues here, guys, but we will, of course, resume while our production is trying to fix it. Our organizers are trying to see what's happening there. But you guys there in the chat, I'm kind of curious, because we saw yesterday that IGP didn't really perform as well as they thought it would against Team Flash, but now they're here to redeem themselves. Do you think that Team IG or IGP Gaming can close this game out against HKA? I think that they can up against the Taiwanese team, but it just feels, because again they showed that they're a pretty aggressive team, but the thing is, it seems like they were lacking that same vigor from yesterday's matches, and I don't know if they can do the same thing today, but I feel like they still have enough in the tank to beat out HKA.
I definitely think they do have, they definitely have the grit to do it. I think the composition is looking really good right now. Like game 1, I definitely favor IGP's comp more. I can't say for the entirety of the series because you don't know, the mentality going into the rest of the games, or whether there's internal issues, or someone really disagrees with some of the moves that are made in the game, and that could affect the mood atmosphere of the team later on. But for now, based on what we can see and what they can control, their composition looks solid. It looks good. I think they don't have to do too much to push HKA over the top, and I think it's kind of on HKA to be the aggressors, to say, hey, we need to set the pace of the game. If not, we're not exactly going to scale too well, but we'll just do okay at best.
Ah, interesting point. Well, we did kind of also see that IGP's I would say 2 key players. Like we were talking about how IGP yesterday, Turtle from the jungle was really a key factor, but I think also the other ones, Lak and Dime, didn't really perform as well as I thought they would, and if they can really just come back from that, they definitely can. On HKA's side, we saw them actually just do honestly well against BRU, but I think it's just how BRU's strategy is that really just pushed them to the edge, and you saw at the very start that HKA were like,
this is so annoying.
This is very frustrating. How can we deal with this type of choke from afar type of strategy,
Yeah, just the slow suffocation. It's really frustrating to deal with, and I think, it's like a game of rock, paper, scissors. You can't have an answer for everything, especially with the playstyle that, your team is used to. Hopefully you can kind of adapt on the spot, but in most cases, it's like you're not going to have that much time. That best of 7 was a good showing that HKA, they were getting close. They were getting pretty close towards the end, but one simple mistake in the final games really cost them a lot, and they ending up into a victory for BRU. Coming back to this game though, I think in terms of like the rock paper scissors game, both teams kind of they don't play like BRU for sure. They
Okay.
definitely, you know, don't play the slow strangulation, the watch from afar. But yeah, they understand the basics of the game, and they don't exactly want to be directly in your face, but they do want to catch you off with the rotation for the side of HKA. And as long as, you know, IGP play relatively safe and are very aware of the rotational maps, of the rotations from HKA across the map, then, you know, it's a lot more forgiving.
Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of sense just because, you know, HK are that kind of team that just wants to keep fighting, and IGP, even though they're also, you know, from Vietnam, and they're a region that really likes to fight a lot, and I think that's one of going to be the key factors for, well, let's say something like Team Flash to be able to get that one up against BRU. IGP also shows that they're also a very controlled team. And the longer this game progresses, the more that will definitely come in handy, you know, as HKA try to kind of steal these games away. But again, this is, I believe, the first time also we're going to be seeing these guys fight against each other, which is... actually, no, never mind. They actually went up against each other during the group stage earlier, I think like 2 weeks ago. But still, you know, it was IGP on the top. And...
I mean, even though they are on top, we're talking about group stages there. That's a lot of 2 weeks is a lot of time.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, a lot of time for teams to kind of, you know, scrim against each other and kind of understand what the tournament meta is going to be. I think that's what, you know, what all teams would want to be progressively coming into the tournament, and kind of adapt the play styles, or, you know, slightly adjusting their own tactics to make sure it deals with more teams within their group than anything else. But yeah, come to crunch time though, like, can they clutch it out towards the end of the day? We're just gonna have to wait and see. HKA though, I mean, they are my boys, but there are moments where it's just like, that comp is like a little bit questionable.
I mean, HK's comp right now looks actually pretty solid if you think about it. Hayate with the Lindis, it's pretty good.
I mean, it's good, but it's like, it's not as forgiving as, like, you know, IGPs, where it's just like, oh no, I'm slow on the rotation, no worries. Angelic Splendor,
yeah.
It's really annoying, and Slims is like, oh no, I'm caught up, hop over the wall. It's like, you know, their key targets are difficult to catch to begin with. They don't have to worry too much about the positioning because they have a lot of built in their kit. There we go.
Okay.
Built in their kit to kind of reposition into a different area. And, you know, later into the game, it's on really short cooldown, so he's going to be hopping around, throwing those javelins, and as long as he keeps kiting out, he should be okay. But up against someone like, you know, Lindiz, he will get out damage unless he lands that javelin. You know, he just needs that half a second, even if it's like right in your face, that half a second, a couple of auto attacks with 3 items in his back, and he will knock that Lindiz out. Yeah,
again, win conditions for IGP are very clear. They just need to hit their crowd controls and then always go for team fights. For HKA, it's more of like, yeah, we can try to go for a team fight, but not as effective as IGP's comp for game 1. So we'll have to use our quick rotation because they do have that Lindis and Hayate to just roam around quickly on the map and try to break down towers. And then you have the Amelie that can also kind of fight 1v1 against the Omen for now. But of course, that can be used quite effectively. We already saw that HKA broke that bottom tier 1. And, well, if they can keep doing that for game 1, I think it should be already in the bag for them.
Personally, I feel like they should be looking to either keep control over bottom side, especially when you have a Zaniel. Like, he does not have the best wave clear. Like, he should be the point of contention so that he can't use his ultimate effectively. You know, you don't want him to be optimized to make sure that he's always in the fights. You might as well fight him where he is, so use your ultimate. All right, at least I don't have to worry about another team member. Continue to push down that tier 2. Maybe look to get mid tier 1 if you are lucky, and choke out the bottom side of the jungle as you were clearing, you know, your own jungle to make sure you maximize the economy. That way, it's like you're trying to keep them in a bubble where it's like, oh yeah, because your AD is in the jungle and you don't exactly have the best wave clear with Zaniel. Like, that's a good point to punish.
Yeah, I can see that working out well for HKA if they can just try to make sure of the fact that there's not really that much damage that can come out of IGP as the game keeps progressing. But again, I'm also kind of worried at how this matchup for IGP is going to be. Like, if you think about it, the way that they have to start the fights or win out fights is much easier than HKA, where HKA has to keep kiting. They have to know how much spacing they need against IGP before they get, you know, caught or they get knocked up or anything. But IGP, all they have to do is just stick at melee range, get that knock up with the Zenial, get that that pull in or that lockdown with the Omen, and it becomes a very easy kind of game for IGP to just slap silly their opponents and then, you know, say that IGP, we're here, bang, 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 game number 1, that's ours.
Yeah, honestly, I would expect HK to lose this game up because of that, because, you know, in a lot of situations, people are like, oh, yeah, but there's so much explosive power, but, oh, no, they're quicker on the rotations, but... Like, if you play, that's why meta comps are usually the safer forms of the compositions, where it's like, you don't need a very high skill cap, but it's just so effective, and it's so safe to play. That's what makes it so good, and that's what kind of, you know, shapes the meta a little bit more. And you have these other compositions, like what HKA is trying to do to go around that, and hopefully catch them off. Like, if they are even a second slow with the Angelic Splendor, like, that is going to be an open window for them to punish.
Yeah, again, it's going to be more down to just skills at this point for HK. And, I mean, to be fair, we just did a pause at the very start of the game. We just broke down one structure, that's about it. Maybe a dragon or two, but after that, not really seeing anything just yet. As the game unravels, we'll definitely know what's going to be the more effective thing here, considering that both teams, I did say that IGP were a little bit higher, but HKA definitely still in the radar as one of the aggressive teams that don't like to, you know, back down. And the other thing is I made a mistake saying that they didn't see each other on group stage. They were actually, you know, they fought in one series of 2, and they actually ended up with a 1-1. Which, you know, is
50-50 odds.
50-50, exactly, 50-50 odds. It's not the 2-0 for either IGP or HKA. When they played against each other, it was a neck-and-neck match. So, you know, that's also a thing that can be attributed to this third game, that even though it is kind of like a 60-40, there's still the chance that HKA can get the 1-up against their team, and vice versa.
Yeah. But we're just going to have to wait and see. Just to remind you guys, there are technical issues going on, and these guys, they want to play at their best. They don't. I don't know what exactly the issue is going to be, but I hope to God that it isn't, you know, latency issues, because that is the worst problem you could have. Like, oh, phone's not working, switch the phone. That's not too big of a deal. Like, oh yeah, no sound, switch the phone. You have options. But like internet, what are you gonna do? Like, oh, I don't know. Wait for it.
This is why we need to have like a USB-C to Ethernet cable connector. I feel like there is already.
There is already. I can say this for a fact. There is already. It looks. I'm gonna. Oof. It feels like a very. I feel like a huge boomer thinking about it, because it's just. It looks weird. It looks super weird. It's literally a Type-C into an Ethernet port, and it's just like, what is this?
If you're gonna play competitive gaming, right? Having the lowest amount of latency is a must, and doing that on Wi-Fi isn't really the...
It just looks so obnoxious. I can't wait until they add Ethernet ports into phones.
I mean, if it works, right?
I guess, but can you imagine just like, oh, check out this phone. The new smartphone, and you flip the back open, and there's just like straight up an Ethernet cable port there. Oh, man.
Here's the thing. Honestly, I would think that we need to change the physical form of Ethernet cables, where you saw that from like 10 years ago we had the USB mini, and that was like a really chunky like port, right, that you plug down beneath your phone and it charges. Now we have USB micro, you have USB-C, and it just keeps getting better and better, right? So why don't we get something for Ethernet that is just like one small cable that you can plug maybe even to like the 3.5 jack of your phone if you're not an Apple user, and
casually throw. You're just gonna throw Apple users under the bus like that, man? You're just gonna throw
them. It's a little bit of shade. No, just kidding.
Just because we have the superior product.
but yeah, the chocolate, right? You just plug it onto your phone, and then you get yourself that LAN connectivity that doesn't really mess it up, and that actually could be pretty good, because if you think about it, other MOBA games have LAN capability, so why can't AOV have that capability? Yes, that would be pretty sweet. You know, I might like.
I don't know. I don't know what the difference would feel like. Maybe it's because I've been just using the Wi-Fi.
The difference would be 5 ping.
Ooh.
That's me. No issue at all.
I don't know, because I've never felt it like on a mobile game, like what 5 ping would feel like. That would be insane. I mean, obviously on a PC you'll be like, oh yeah, because you were used to it.
Yeah, of
but
course.
on a mobile device, 5 ping would just be mind-boggling to me. Like I can't even imagine. Like my mind, my small brain can't fathom the thought of 5 ping.
But imagine that you're just moving your on-screen controls, right? You're throwing out skills, and you just feel like there's no delay whatsoever. That's the kind of like the dream, right?
I guess.
Dropping down some. What's a good flashy ult to talk about?
A really flashy ult?
Yeah, in AOV.
Oh, Florentino would be so sick.
Okay.
Because then you'd be dashing around like pitch perfectly, like
Oh.
just slide it around like butter. Ooh. Real talk though.
Oh, how about like, let's say just a normal skill like Grok's hook. You can project that ever so easy with like, you know, super low latency.
Is it?
I mean, there's
But is it though? Like,
I would say yeah.
I mean, if you're trash at the hook anyway, I don't think it matters.
What if you're good with the hook?
Okay, fair enough. If
All
you're
right,
good
of course you won't do that if you're trash with the hook. But if you're good with the hook, why not?
Real talk though, I feel like a lot of the heroes in AOV are inspired by like real life people. Have you ever noticed why Florentino straight up looks like the lead singer from Nickelback?
Or like Casanova.
Casanova?
Yeah. Anyways, I think like we're about to go back into the game, and yeah, no issues there, guys. We are here once again. Oh,
I think the game has progressed a little
Yeah,
bit,
a little bit.
further than when we initially thought.
I believe it was 0-0, but at least they didn't restart. That's the more important thing here. They did not restart the game, which I think hurts the players more than if it was just kind of like a slightly longer pause.
Yeah, and it looks like bottom tier 1 should be going down. Hayate has been pushed out of the lane.
A red team tower has been
He
destroyed.
doesn't want to be in a position where he gets dived on, and dying could be more severe than losing a tier 1. And especially if you're in HKA's position, you're like, you know what? Losing a turret, it's fine. It just means that the wave is going to push into you closer to that tier 2, allowing Hayate to farm safely. Now, IGP rotating in the mid side here, gets a little bit of stun. They're going to go straight into this fight. And then already trying to get Chobits out of position, but the Angelic Splinter does come running through, protecting Chobits at the very last second. They saw it. They couldn't get that last auto attack off. It wasn't enough. Now, Turtle taking quite too much damage there. The true damage coming from the man, just showing up to be a little too much.
Just backed off. They didn't give Turtle any time or any defense whatsoever. Now, here's the thing. I thought there was going to be like a magic damage Zenyo there, but the build path for Dime seems like he's just going to go straight up for more durability. So we're not going to be seeing that ever so good AP Zenyo that I was seeing like back in the day, but still, you know.
I wait for the day for AP Zenyo once more. bring back AP Zenyo. Make Zenyo great again.
Just get the the Frost Cape and the Gilded Greaves just to kind of absorb both magic and physical damage. So that's gonna be fun. But still, it's really weird to see Dai playing on this Zenyo.
Yeah, and now, for the most part, I don't think the game is progressing as quickly as I would like it to, especially for HKA, because every single time they try and play IGP have basically just not let them get the punish in, and they are forgiven so many times by Dime coming in to kind of protect them. Earlier, Turtle goes down, unfortunately, because he mispositioned, and that was on his mistake. I think HKA, they need more of those mistakes to happen to allow them that access here. Looks like the Drake has spawned down onto the bottom side. They want to punish that tier 2, and look, Zenyo just can't do too much against the Drake.
Doesn't have the range, even though he pops himself. It's pretty weak, but at least his teammates are now here to kind of help him. But Slims isn't gonna be quick enough to stop that tower from dropping right back here. But IGP, it seems like they kind of want to force something, as a matter of fact. But Outcast is on their side. If they try to stop this mid tier 1, they might have lost more lives than they could have taken themselves. And now Hong Kong Attitude in the forefront in game 1.
Yeah, and it looks like IGP are giving a little too much respect to HKA. I think they were considering like, oh, are they going to fight us while we're trying to rotate to the mid lane? And it ended up slowing down their path a little too much. They end up losing the tier 1 for almost no reason because of that. If they were just a little bit faster, made a little bit quicker of a decision, they probably might have been able to save it here. Now Outcast is He's trying to play this out. He doesn't want to die too quickly to KA here, but he's holding his own very, very well to allow his team to kind of rotate on top of him. Now KA is in danger of dying. He gets the explosive rising uppercut right on top of him, but the big Splendor comes down straight through, protecting him. The rest of the team is peeling back. Easy as that. Oh, so close to the edge as Lakla comes to turn this around. He's going to get so much damage. Xiaolin is 1 HP. He survives the entirety of the fight. They couldn't prioritize their targets right, and they are absorbing so much damage. Nobody goes down just yet except for KA and Outcast, but for the most part, nothing too much. Like, the trades were good, but not enough to hurt the opponents.
I mean, Laklak there, he got to the party extra late. He actually also used a lot of his ability tools to try to get in range with his team, but the thing is, his rotational skills weren't there, so that they can't really throw out any, big spells or whatnot. He can just kind of swipe away at his opponents, try to get up into their face, but they were already exiting up at that point. IGP playing a little bit weird in their rotation game, and now it's HKA who have, again, the late game composition they can use. They also got the first Darkslayer of the game, which is really concerning, knowing that IGP also likes to contest for these big objectives.
I mean, they kind of have to at this point. If not, they're going to get another Drake, and IGP, they see this, they want to steal it away, but however, Outcast is able to take it out. Can they find... Oh no, they end up spotting the Drake too soon, and now they're in a lot of trouble, and Jalen Splendor does come down as the rest of IGP pushes on forward, looking for that catch with Slims, but they managed to disengage from the side of HKA. They could turn this around, but it doesn't seem they have an angle on Turtle anymore. They reconsider. They're going to get a lot of chip damage in as the Drake slowly makes its way down to that tier 2 top side.
That is going to leave IGP, at least 3 of their members, needing to heal themselves back up, but you can already see that HKA are running away with this game. I thought it was going to be more of IGP's play here, but again, the benefits of the Zenial ADC does not work in the late game, especially when all he can do is really to tank up. And you can see that he's just building tank items for the most part here for Dime, which again, really just that baffles me.
Yep, and like, I don't know. I think it really came down to that first Abyssal Dragon, because that tells you a lot about how powerful a team is at that point in time in terms of scaling. Oh, Outcast. Oh, he's taking a little too much damage here. The Dime is trying to lock him down, but Outcast walks away. He's just like, nope, don't want to deal with this any further. He's able to keep his distance as the rest of the team break up that top high ground turret, and now they just need one more to really help them secure the game.
They have already chipped down this mid-tier 3 pretty dang easy. The Abyssal Dragon shouldn't be up, Darkslayer shouldn't be up in like at least a minute or two. But this is HKA kind of like in the forefront. What is happening here? Like, they just flipped it up on the switch, and IGP don't really know what to do anymore. And IGP, the only thing that they can really try to achieve as of this moment is to try to get that initiate. The problem is they have a lot of kind of like a pseudo initiate type of things. Like the Slims, you have to connect the stun. The Chobits, you have to try to get that pull, but there's not really anything that is going to be used easily enough by IGP that they can get a pick off and then just back away easy. If they try to go for a pick off, they're going to get punished hard, especially by Raz and that Amelie.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of on Turtle to land those javelins to make sure he gets that initial long stun. And then HKA, while they're rotating, if he snags just one, I think that's going to change the course of the game very quickly.
Well, he has to hurry because the longer this game progresses, the stronger HKA can become. And again, that double ADC comp is nothing to laugh at. Even with the Raz, his fireball is a bit too powerful to kind of just match with it. Worth the Abyssal Dragon of the game.
They're taking it so quick. All they do is get balance down and just sit on top of it. The rest of the team just ready to cut them off in jungle entrances so they don't have any access. The space control is well done for the side of HKA, and IGP looking for a way to get back into this. They should be getting very close to their full builds at this point in time. See, they already have their 4 items, including Sanctity on Turtle is going to help him with the extra crits, but I think more importantly, they just need a contest for this Darkslayer so they don't lose another high ground turret.
There's good damage for Turtle here though, but the thing is, you can see how Outcast, or at least the members of HKA, are, again, expertly getting pushes onto the sideline to force IGP to, well, respect that push. And this might actually force them to go to a really weird, I would say, location where they have to give up control of the Dark Slayer, and that's that's never really a good option.
Yeah, and Zaniel is good and all. But the team has played too defensively at this point in time. They can't catch them off. They didn't want to be aggressive, go for bigger dives because HK are playing at a different tempo. Their rotations are a little bit actually quite fast,
True.
considering everything. And once they got the timings for it, then it's like, all right, no problem. You plant the Angelic Splendor. As long as you don't land on any of our members, so you don't catch them off with your engage after that, then we're going to be A-okay.
So it seems like we're going to take a little bit of a pause here. Maybe we're just going to take a quick break and see what's happening for the first game in this third place matchup. So guys, don't go anywhere. AIC 2019 will be right back.
And we're already back into the game. Thanks to everybody who's been just sticking around after all the technical issues. It looks like we missed a little bit of the action, but so far, so good. Same position that we are before. Drake down on the bottom side. If you're wondering what you're watching, it's IGP Gaming versus HKA. Now that the technical issues are done, we can get straight back into the games.
Big connection there to KA. Now Albao coming in from the top side here might get a nice start off. Good damage off Chobich, but they did force IGP to just go to that bottom side, and now look at Hayate, look at the man able to clear out and finally break down this mid tier 3, and with that Drake in their arsenal, they should be able to get this bottom tier 3 easy as well.
Yep, they're pulling back. IGP is kind of in trouble. The Expander comes on down to save the team. Turtle gets chunked out really hard by the Ras. Easy is having the time of his life, and they're looking to try and end the game here, but they don't have a minion wave just yet. Outcast takes a little bit more. They're peeling back. One more wave to deal with.
He used a lot of ults already from IGP just so that they can clear out these waves. And now a big team fight will erupt right here, right now, leaving Outcast straight up to the open. KA, though, is in the middle of the fight. Even though he's an Omen, he can't really deal with the damage output that's coming out from KA. Outcast into a 1 versus 1 finally shuts down onto Turtle there, as Dime and Lack will be the last remaining remnant of the IGP roster here in Game 1. And with this final push coming in, this should be GG, but let's see what this two-man army can do.
Yeah, they're trying to clear up the waves quick, but Lock has to peel away. Easy might be going down here, but the auto wasn't able to connect, and they take down the Nexus. Well played to HKA in Game 1.
Game 1 goes to HKA. Man, this is... The HKA have gone, like, you know, to a different level as of this moment. Like, we did again see them go up against IGP during the group stage. They were neck and neck in terms of performance, but HKA, they really took it from Game 1. A very good start for them. Again, this is the best of 7. That means that they still need to win 3 more for them to take the entire series. But this is a good kind of metric for us to show that HKA are, you know, their own region is something to look out for, watch out for.
Yeah, well, I guess they've always been in the scene, and they definitely, you know, want to be a competitor. They want to get as high of a ranking as possible. But looking at these highlights here, just in case you missed out on the game, it wasn't exactly the most exciting, the most flashy, because a lot of the time IGP were playing super defensively with the Zaniel to protect themselves as much as they can and looking to punish HKA. While on the other side, HKA was just like, you know, bobbing and weaving, looking for openings to cut back and trade against them in these, you know, really tough 50-50s. It's like Zaniel made it so difficult, but once they got into the groove and started punishing that bot side and opening up the map through the bot lane, I think they really started to find their mojo.
And this was pretty awkward for Turtle. Like, he was just trying to reposition there, but he had no more mobility to work with. And here's the thing, like, IGP, all they can do is just to kind of use that Angelic Splendor. Yes, the Zayel comes in, but what can he really do aside from just absorb a little bit of extra damage? I mean, HKA, they can just retarget, because Zayel's not that big of a disruptor after his knockup. That's about it. He can try to stick to you, but he's not dealing significant amount of damage for him to be relevant for you to be afraid of.
Yeah, and I think what makes it even more difficult is, like, alright, so at surface level, you see IGP want to play defensive, HKA want to initiate these fights. Angelic Splendor is going to be that big key ultimate there, but what comes after that is that Chobits needs to look to help the team, you know, slow one person down, maybe even multiple people, just so they can re-engage into that fight. However, the Annette is just like, no, let's reset this fight one more time, and once we go into a full 5-on-5 and you have no more ultimates, you're technically going to be one member down, because Zenyo can only do so much other than, you know, big ultimate, big engager, and then you're just a meat sheet.
Yeah, and aside from that, Turtle being only the solo ADC, and he can't really hit multiple targets at the same time compared to like a Hayate that can connive blitz in the middle of the fight. He has to take down every single one of these members of HKA, and even though they're not really the tankiest, he has to go straight up into their base, because again, the range of the Slims not as long as, let's say, an Elsu does, or even the Lindis, so he has to go up into a really awkward range wherein he's actually in an easy spot for like Amelie, for like the Raz to just lock him in and burst him down.
Exactly, and you know, Lack was trying his very best to, you know, do enough AoE damage to kind of harass them, to pull them back, where it's like, all right, if you try and move forward, you're in kill range, but he never was able in that, he never was so far ahead of the game that, you know, he was able to one-shot his opponent or really lock down somebody, instantly kill a lockdown opponent in comparison to Easy, who was having the time of his life.
It just seems like IGP made it like extra difficult for them. Like having that ADC Zenial really threw them off their own game. Like you would see Dime, like for the most part, he would be the one to actually try to go for the dives himself. And maybe that's why IGP kind of failed here. They wanted to use this extra meat shield to be able to go offensive underneath enemy towers, but you always just saw defensive Angelic Splendors rather than offensive Angelic Splendors. And even though, yeah, you have to use it to your teammate, you don't really see them trying to, use this composition in the early game. And that is the weird part, because it works so well, supposedly very well, in the early to mid game.
Yeah, and if you play into a composition like this where you need to kind of set the tempo, but IGP let HKA set the pace of the game, and you're just always catching up. You have to play defensively, and they weren't proactive with the ultimate; they were always reactive with it.
Yeah, and I mean, you never want to be reactive. It's not really
efficient.
Efficient or a good thing to do, especially with the composition you have. And hey, we're back here, guys. And that does conclude game number 1. We still have a lot more games to go underway. And of course, this is just, I would say, the sideshow for us, because this is just going to dictate who's going to get 3rd place. And
hey, it's the undercard to the main event, man. It's just the way it goes. It's the build-up. It's the build-up until we reach the finale.
Like when you watch a concert, you see somebody who starts the show off. It's these guys right here. And you can see, I mean, it is weird to have kind of witnessed what IGP did, but I gotta say it's a good date. It's a good way to start the day.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna build up the momentum for HK, where it's like, hey, our composition wasn't supposed to, out-rotate them and, get away with a lot of these things. It kind of gives them the confidence. It's like, oh, when you smell blood, and it's just like, go for that killing blow every single time. You want to get that knockout super, super quick. And I think at HKA, even though they did win game 1, we have to remember they're going to be losing out quite a number of picks. They're not going to have Lindis. They're not going to have Hayate. So that's going to really dwindle the pool. And I think, by round 4, if they survive it, if they make it all the way to round 5 even, it's going to get real tough for their hero pool.
Yeah, very agreed. You're using all of these extra picks at the very start of the game. But, I mean, if you think about it as well, they went up against One Team Esports, and they got like a 4-0 quick against. Maybe they can do it against IGP here, which is easier said than done, but definitely doable. I'm trying to remember like if HKA was able to kind of use certain picks to their advantage, if ever. But it seems like at least, at surface level, they are that team that can actually bring out heroes such as the Hilda, Brunhilde, if you want to call it her that, the Kafeni, and that just means that they're flexible to what picks they are. So getting something like a Hayate at the very start in the Lindis isn't really gonna slow down their tempo, at least from what we see right now.
Yeah, more often than not, I think it might force them to go into a Violet at a certain point of time. We're just going to have to wait and see. Or maybe they want to expand their pool a little bit more to show us, some of the other picks that they have in store. But yeah, I do think it's going to take some time before we get into the next game here. But what do you think IGP kind of need to do to, revamp themselves? Let's say it's like, whatever, we're not going to have Zaniel this time round. That's fine. No Omen. All right, next game, what are we looking to get?
IGP, I just think that they shouldn't go for this weird type of composition wherein your win condition isn't more of you team fighting, it's more of you trying to win the early game. And I don't think IGP really likes to go with that. I mean, yes, they do, but not with these particular picks. Having something so slow as Dime playing on a Zenial, and again, I keep repeating that, but it's one of the things that I feel like is the reason why IGP didn't shine for game 1, because Dime is like a superstar ADC. If you put him in a role that, or in a hero that kind of dwarfs how he plays as an ADC, well, your team is going to get dwarfed indeed.
Hey, it's just like Rock Lee. He's just, he's slowly going to be taking off the weight soon. The weight training, the moment he drops it, it's going to break everybody's spine at that point. So I think Zaniel out of the table, that's fine. They still have a number of AD picks here. Slims not exactly highly prioritized amongst a lot of these other teams. I think they're playing very conservatively, holding up on their own. They're not going to have access to Omen though, which is a bit of a bummer, but there at least are a lot more options in the DS lane role in comparison to the marksman.
Yeah, I mean, again, Marksman, we saw that some of the teams got creative yesterday where we saw like a Marja ADC. Again, we did see that earlier during AIC's group stages, but again, that just means that they're trying to even out the picks that they can do. So they don't use everything all at the same time, not putting the eggs into one basket. And this is kind of one of the things you have to be really aware of when you're going to be playing something like AOV's global ban system, and it really does hit you hard because again, you don't only have to worry about the start of every series. You have to worry how the series unfolds because you can't use the same pick that you did from the previous game, and that really does force these players to try to think out of the box. Maybe IGP just did that, but it didn't work out well for them, at least for game one.
I mean, personally, I think the people who've been abusing the global ban pick rules really, really well, and especially, well, not just abusing it, but, playing around it as well, is Team Flash for a great example where they kind of like, for a fact they have one really strong meta pick, sometimes even two, but in completely separate roles. They don't overlap, they don't hybrid each other in comparison to HKA, where it's like the Hayate and the Lindis that usually have one or the other and kind of flex around the supports. Sometimes even the Marksman where it's like, you know what, I'm going to bring the Kefani this time, and it really starts to show that, Game 5, like, oh, I still have meta picks, you're running out of options. Game 6 is like, come on, you got to show me something. Before they even make it to Game 7, they've already got a good, solid lineup coming in by Game 5 and 6 already. And if they win a couple of early games, they're like consolation prizes, but you're secured for rounds 5 and 6.
Yeah, we'll take it, as much as possible. We'll be able to use that to our advantage. Here's some interesting matter of facts, going into this this third placement match. So IGP have had more coverage of the Abyssal Dragon and Dark Slayer compared to Hong Kong Attitude. So in this entire tournament, not counting what happened yesterday and of course what's happening today, IGP have had a lot more control over the Abyssal Dragon and Dark Slayer compared to Hong Kong Attitude, which is not really showing from game one. And I feel like if IGP don't really have that kind of control around those two big objectives, it just goes to show that they don't have much control around the game. Like, we see other teams not really giving focus onto the Abyssal Dragon and the Dark Slayer and still work fine. But IGP, who has shown to always prioritize that after winning a fight, and they don't win the fight and don't get that, it seems like that's kind of like a way for us to see that IGP aren't performing as well as they did previously.
I definitely agree with you, because like there are moments where it's like, oh, you're not contesting Abyssal, Abyssal Dragon. You guys haven't. I mean, the first Abyssal Dragon, understandable.
Yeah.
Your top side, it got punished. They pulled back. It's going to be a 4v5 if anything, but they still didn't try and force out a 4v4 or anything like that. They covered top side. They lost the Abyssal Dragon. Fine, the conditions weren't in your favor.
Yeah.
But the second time is really questionable, where it's like, yeah, Zaniel is there. He has his ultimate. You could initiate kind of a contestant situation where, HK is like, all right, we got to make something happen here, or we're going to have to play the map. And either way, it's a win-win situation. You get to use the Zaniel a little bit proactively and aggressively, rather than, hey, I have to react to whatever you're doing and I have to play on your time. I don't know if we're watching the movie Riptide here, but not on my tempo. Oh.
All right, so it seems like we're about to go for our second game's drafting phase. And let's see if IGP, maybe that was just a weird strategy that they wanted to employ, but I mean, that was pretty big. Zenial, Krignac, Omen, really big front lines and initiators that you want to be able to use in your games, kind of maybe in conjunction, but at least get a win. But yeah, they're not going to be able to get that. Here it is, IGP again with the first pick.
They're going to be banging out the Kha'Zix, the Yena, making sure Florentino as well as the Zip for HKA. And I mean, like, Florentino has just been such a tyrant in his own lane. It's so frustrating to deal with. It has a lot of power inbuilt into him. And considering how high level a lot of these Darkslayer players are, it's like, man, I don't want to deal with that. Get the Florentino out of here. We know you're good with it. We're going to chill here. So now Elsu is going to be the first pick for IGP, while HKA kind of have to decide, how do we want to prioritize our heroes?
Also, if you can look at it, it's like 65.6% win rate. That is incredibly high. Like, more so than not, you would just see like maybe 55%, that is actually also considered as high, but 65% is on a whole different level.
Yeah, I mean, so far, not a lot of teams have been losing with it, and more so, it's just an effective hero. Like, oh, you can put him in any lane. He can go to the DS lane if you wanted to. It's not going to be the most optimal, but hey, at least he can, you know, play from afar, stay very, very safe, and if anything happens, your team's like, hey, they're coming for a dive. All right, I'm going to dip on out.
Yeah, all you have to do as an Elsu is hit your snipes, and you do your job already. It doesn't have to be snipes that get execution kills or anything. As long as it deals the damage you need to, as long as it forces your opponents to respect your threat, so to speak, Elsu has already done his job. And I think the supplement that they're going to be trying to maybe get the Superman, it does kind of work in a sense, but look at Hong Kong Attitude. They bring out the Zenial Descent pretty early.
Yeah, Zenya as well as the Kilgroth, a really nasty wombo combo. We've seen it so many times in the group stages, and it's so highly abusable where Kilgroth is just like, I'm going to activate all my abilities, run under turret, 3 people there, don't care, I have a Zenial by my back, I'm going to heal back up. The damage coming in from the turret just doesn't matter, and that combo is so powerful. However, this might end up being the exact same situation like we saw previously if, you know, Kilgroth either goes into the jungle and Zenial goes into the DS lane, or the other way around, except Zenial is going to be in the support position. I really hope this is a support Zenial more than anything else.
I feel like it's going to be. We're never going to see that ADC Zenial again. I think that was just like a dark time here in our here in our third place match, but I do like the idea of this IGP Murad Superman Elsu start, because you're going to be seeing a lot more dives come out from IGP, wherein Elsu kind of softens up the team. Superman and Murad goes in for the dive, where Superman will absorb the tower damage, and then Murad will be maybe the finalizing hits with his temporal turbulence. It's a nice idea, and Hong Kong Attitude, they have to play around that. Zenial might not be enough as a protect just because Superman and Murad can hit multiple targets all at the same time.
Yeah, and you can have, honestly, HKA, they were really considering picking up Kali there. Like, I would understand if they want to have Kali where they force them into a choke point. You have to, you know, play a singular linear angle for her to land the ultimate. But, you know, I don't know. Ignis, the Kali, they kind of need the wave clear a little bit more to gain the pressure, rather than having Kali who can get the mobility to walk away from the temporal turbulence of Murad if he, you know, doesn't do it, doesn't align it up perfectly. So it's a pro and con here. It's a pro and con.
I mean, they could have actually also gone for the Crixie, because Crixie, if you think about it, is also a good counter to the Murad, where she could use her stun where the Murad returns from after the temporal turbulence. But Ignis, definitely a fight mage, or a battle mage, if you want to call it as that. You're mixing it up with the Kilgroth and the Zenial, you got yourself a pretty strong lineup that can try to force you out into the fights. And now, Hong Kong Attitude kind of knowing that they have to go all up into your face. They removed the Annette, the Raz as well, just for, you know, to counter out that displacement. And IGP here, they are kind of slowly but surely sniping out the ADCs, which could also work well for IGP.
Yeah, both attacking the draft in 2 different methods. I like the Razbat mainly because, you know, Ignis, he does bring a lot more utility in comparison to the Raz, but in lane, right, you don't, even if you push the lane really quick, he doesn't one-shot the lane just yet until, you know, later on into the game when he's level 4. He can use the ultimate if he wanted to. He can get a couple of one item, and he basically clears waves really quick. But in the meantime, yeah, you clear waves quick, but if I'm like at 20% HP, I'm not rotating anywhere.
Yeah, scary thought. Let's see, let's Hong Kong Attitude can actually pick up. They already have the Kilgroth. Don't actually know the matchup yet. This Superman could go for the DS lane if they actually want to, but I think this is going to be more of a support. Kilgroth actually doesn't have a true bad matchup in the DS lane now that Florentino is out of the picture. Maybe a Richter, but still not enough, considering how Kilgroth is just that monster that if he's hitting somebody, he just heals ever so quickly. But Hong Attitude, looking at the Brunhilde, I would have maybe preferred the Kafeni more than this, but it does work if they want to.
I personally don't think it's a good idea. Like, playing anything immobile is just asking for Superman to punish you, or Superman or Murad to punish you, because they are very strong at just going right into your face and displacing you if they have to. And not to mention that Superman, he basically, denies all the CC, walks away from the situation, allowing Murad a huge window to kind of punish these immobile sort of heroes like the Ignis. So that's my only concern right now for HKA. Like, Ignis has to be super careful of both Superman and Murad. The L'Oreal going to be picked by, hovered over by IGP Gaming. I kind of like it, but it's like they need to pair it up with something. They need to pair it up with a support, a really strong support to buy her that time that she needs to really pop off. Because if L'Oreal is like, oh, I'm just going to drop my ult, Ignis is like, okay, I'll just drop my ult too.
I mean, L'Oreal is kind of considered as a battle mage as well. She can, more so than not, can really survive longer in the middle of the fight than an Ignis. Ignis is considered as a battle mage piece because his auto attacks is able to hit multiple targets and he does really nice damage with his fireballs and whatnot. But L'Oreal really is that specialist that can just maneuver around the battlefield because of her mobility, and then you can just kind of like lock somebody down. And, well, it's a good thing that HKA did not go for the Brunhilde, because you're right, like, having the L'Oreal, Superman all there, even the Baldumet now at this point, that would have been such a big counter. Now, Hong Attitude is going to be looking towards the Slims, but this just means that if they have the Slims, they would want this to pop off in the early game. But this is an ADC, because the Zephys is there. Thing is it really going to be usable? I mean,
I think it's fine. I think, you know, going to something like Slims means that you still manage to have your AD laners, your ADs pretty safe, and it keeps your options wide as much as you can. Because look at what some of the meta picks are coming out from HKA. They're using Zaniel, which hasn't been showing up a little too often in the tournament. Yes, he does appear, but he's not like, oh, you have to have him. You need to have him in your composition. Kilgroth, on the other hand, you know, he's good, an all-rounded, great hero to go into the DS lane. He scales really well. He's pretty decent at team fighting if he is able to get an angle, and the team is just lacking that, you know, that peel that they need to kind of push him away. They have a Zephys as well. Not exactly too meta as well. I feel like they're holding back on their picks a little bit more in this game too, to kind of, you know, set up for game 3 and 4. But a lot of their situational picks is really good against IGP Gaming.
I think one of those good situations that you're talking about is that, yeah, I'm a little bit skeptic about the Slims and whatnot, but he actually is sort of like a good answer to the Elsu. Just because Elsu has the 360 no-scope snipe, right, to hit somebody. And while he's charging right that, Slims basically has a non-moving target that he can throw out his spear and stun.
I mean, it's kind of on Elsu to not do it up in, you know, in vision. I mean, like, he better be in some bush, he better be camouflaged, he needs something. Just don't get caught out in the open.
Exactly, it makes sense, right? But if you can think about it, there is a shot, there is an opening for the Slims to do just that. And, I mean, that one wrong step from the Elsu can mean, like, you being bursted down because you made a silly mistake, you got caught by that stun, and I feel like that is going to be something that we haven't really seen done against an Elsu, because we haven't really seen a hero such as Slims be in that particular matchup. And now here we are, game number 2, HKA looking to get this 2-0, and, you know, the next one, game 3, game 4, and end this best of 7 third placement match already. But, you know, IGP might have recuperated from that first game. I would say kerfuffle, or deficit, or blunderbuss, because that was the definite blunder.
Yeah. I'm more afraid for the side of especially when you have to deal with Murad. Like, Murad is super annoying because he can attack your team in many different angles. He has a dash, he can go back to it, he can go back to his original position. Like, it is so frustrating to deal with. And if he gets ahead, I think it's going to be a tough time for Ignis as well as Slims. Even with, you know, the help of the Zaniel, it can be a little bit tough because Zaniel, the moment it's on cooldown, Murad's like, all right, my ult is like really short on the cooldown side. I just have to wait it out a little bit longer. Oh, it's back up, and now I'm going to go for the kill again.
That just means that Hong Attitude, they're a really strong team if they can use this Slims and Ignis to try to break down towers. I mean, even with the help of Outcast on that Kilgroth, it's going to be really, really strong. But at least they have to be, again, very wary about how strong the pickoff is for IGP. The team fight of IGP is rather scary if you think about it. It's they have a Baldoom and a Superman in their arsenal too.
Oh, no, looks like Chobits is trying to make it out of there. The rest of the team can't really support him too much as they are kind of split up on the map here for KA. He's probably not going to die, but I'm rather surprised. IGP go for a really aggressive play. They go steal away the buff. Chobits ends up dying in the process. Now, was it worth it? Because now they deny the Sage buff from Easy. He's going to have to recall at some point of time because he will run out of mana in lane.
Well, I feel like Ignis can survive with that. Zenial or Albao is with him, so he doesn't have to, like, maybe just clear out the wave, then recall it and get out his mana. Because you can see, he doesn't have to use it to be threatening in the lane. And something considering about the lane as well, check out where Superman is. That's supposed to be KA on the DS lane up against the Kilgroth, but we're seeing a different matchup here where it's the L'Oreal who's up against the Kilgroth. And I think this is just like the lesser of two evils. Superman does lose harder to Kilgroth, but the L'Oreal loses harder to Ignis, at least right now when she doesn't have her ultimate.
Exactly. I think you bring up a really good point where they do that lane, a temporary lane swap just to be like, hey, I can kite you out like nobody's business. You want to do Spirit Sentinel? Nah. What you gonna do, boy? Huh? What are you gonna do, Outcast? And he can just keep harassing Outcast in this particular matchup. Oh, wait. Abyssal Dragon is now being contested by HKA, but this time they are ready. KA right on top of him with Frost Breath. Trying to pull on through, but Easy gets a great stun. He's going to try and turn this around, but it's not going to be enough. Superman, really high base stats in the beginning of the game.
He's able to just absorb so much damage, and IGP did a fantastic job at forcing them out. And this is the IGP that we were all kind of wanting to see from that first game, where, you know, the priority is in being able to not overcommit to the team fights, but more of just try to get these big objectives. And it goes to show, you know, it really helps them out. And that's going to be the first one for them. Not really a big advantage overall, but of course a good start. And KA, again, actually works also pretty well that he's a Superman in the mid lane, because Superman does get that insane movement speed boost as his meter fills up. Yeah. So, you know, he can rotate from side lane to side lane.
I mean, he is the Man of Steel, and more importantly, he can like just sit in the wave, just keep playing it every single time really safely as well. I think that's like the most important thing, because if you put L'Oreal in the same position, there. Oof. I thought they were going to try and initiate a fight there, but they realized that the matchup isn't exactly worth it, and it's not like they can punish them even if they do start the fight or even win the fight.
I mean, if they try to fight that, Baldoom would just kind of disable one and make it to a 2v1, which is not really a pretty sight to see if you think about it.
Yeah, we can already see the Murad trying to harass that mid lane as much as possible, but trying to get some damage into that bottom tier 1. The rest of the team kind of has to back them up. DM is having the time of his life. He has full control with the help of Chobits, maintaining just the state of that lane.
Trying to force him out here. Zephys is onto the side. Turtle is here as well, but he has to stack his attacks first before he can get a temporal turbulence running. But IGP really looking to stop and just attack at this tower. And now Superman joins in onto the fray. Oh, this is not looking good at all. Shaolin is going to be here. Angelic Splatter activated from Albao. He gets caught in the middle from the ultimate of the Baldoom. Now Easy will actually be able to respond right now, but they're not going to be able to get any kills whatsoever. Good damage though. From out of nowhere, look at this. Outcast also in the sidelines, but IGP knowing that, just back away.
Yeah, back away. They are just rotating super quick. You can see L'Oreal. She rotates down to mid lane just in case they want to see whether Outcast fully commits to this fight. And since he didn't, she's like, all right, I'm just gonna chill back, clear the mid wave, go back top side, maintaining the economy, making sure that she is consistently getting the EXP and not wasting it across the map.
They are going really ham at this. Like, look at how many people start to go to that mid lane. Abyssal Dragon is up once again, and we also see how strong Chobits is with that Baldoom, able to use his ultimate to just trap you into the middle. Now the man could get pushed into the embracing arms of IGP because KA did join on to the bottom lane there, and you can see how strong the Superman really is when you allow him to just roam around the map.
Yeah, and now the consistent harass coming in from Dime. Like, he's making sure, like, hey, you want to trade? I don't really care. I clear waves. We clear waves better. You can't really do too much about it, and we will continue to harass. Now, Lak, he's staying up on the top side. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's check down what's happening here. Abao is in a lot of trouble. They're going straight in, but the Nature's Prison going to lock them down. Going to set up a great kill. Abao and the man get pushed on out from the Man of Steel himself. The Kryptonian gets a great play set up. 3 for 1 ending up on the map.
Yeah, that 3 was actually easy. Knocked out by Turtle in a 1v1. So this is, like, again, RGP being proactive around the entire map. And with that, they get themselves the bottom tier 1 as well. Really good start here for IGP, because they know that HKA, they have to kind of scale up a little bit more, interestingly enough, with the Ignis and the Kill Grog.
Yeah, I think the timing was just so good because, again, Abao was just locked in combat. He had no time to take care of Easy, who was targeted by Turtles. Like, oh, the Zaniel's busy? All right, this is my time.
Maybe it is his definite time there. Shaolin, oh man, this Zephyr is just trying to fight, but he can't fight as well. They're trying to zone out KA, but KA is just in a spot that he's so tanky that he just can do just that. Walk up to your face and bring you into the embrace of his teammates with a Superman. And then his damage, his combo output is actually pretty dang strong as well.
Yeah, like his base damages are still, despite all the nerfs that have been happening to him, he's not as good as he used to be, where he was just either 100% pick or ban. Now he's very much situational, but it doesn't mean that, you know, his early game stats aren't there. Ooh, Abao, great sidestep, doesn't get hit by the shot from Dime. And now they try to take control over the top side. Are they going to try and set up a dive?
They could definitely well do so. I mean, again, I keep telling this ever since like yesterday or the other day, Zaniel isn't the best protect jungler or support there is. Yes, he can give you a shield. Yes, he can disrupt, but only that's one disrupt. If you want something who's a little bit more protective, maybe an Annette. But now, oh, the knockup onto Dime there though. One more auto attack could be it. Nobody will stop his exit strategy there, and he just knocks right it out of the park. Shaolin will be in the middle of the fight. KA wanted to dive in onto Easy, but Easy, of course, in that tight angle, is the king of the zone. And they just have to respect that for now. Outcast joins in the fray as well, and this is a whole chunk of wave. Maybe they can get this mid-tier 1 already and get the first tower for Hong Kong Attitude.
Yeah, and now HKA invading on the top side. They push them out, making sure that they can't get back into the lane so they can put a lot of damage into that top tier 1. But they're trying to turn this around. Shaolin is taking a little bit of the damage, but with the Angelic Splendor, it just does not matter. He takes almost no damage at all. He still has 50% of his HP, when he should have taken so much more. Thank God for that Angelic Splendor.
The Angelic or the Zaniel delivery system. He doesn't have to be defensive. You can go offensive if you want to, and it works out well. You give your diver more, what's the word here? More
protection.
Protection, more leeway to actually go that aggressive.
Okay.
So that you're just saying, yo, if you want to go aggressive, I got you. I'm going to activate my Angelic Splendor on you, and you can just do whatever you want, and you'll still be able to survive. Shaolin, knowing this, he used it, works well, and now it seems like we're back on to being neck and neck. KA, though, still with that Superman, very potent, very deadly. They have to figure out how to stop him, and Easy, I think, is the key to that.
Yeah. Now Darkslayer is being under attack by HKA. They keep control over top side. I mean, the Abyssal Dragon is up, they're like, no, we don't want the Abyssal Dragon. We want the Darkslayer. And I think they're just a little too late to actually respond to this HKA. He spots him out a little too soon, a little too late.
Superman's laser could have hit that and actually last hit it, if you think about it. That was a little bit scary, the thought of that. Oh, Outcast, he's doing the same thing. It is the Angelic delivery system. The Turtle does survive, but at how long will he just gets chased down by Shaolin?
Yeah, he's just going to be run down every single time. And now, you know, HK in a very, very good position there. Position here to try and create a lead for themselves. Really close to getting hit by that javelin there. Now the rest of the team continues to push on.
And you saw how smart Albao was. He had a shield on his Zaniel, and he was blocking the snipe path of Elsu so that the turret or the siege minion can keep pushing, and that means that, you know, it won't reset or it won't activate the backdoor protection of these towers, which is pretty smart if you think about it.
But they still haven't broken a high ground
That
tower
bottom
yet.
tier 3 though is super quick.
Yeah, and now with 4 towers to 1, it's like gaming. They're looking not too good here. Ooh, easy, getting very low, but again, Temporal was not enough to one-shot him just yet. Ooh, Abao having to sidestep for the most part.
That was his teammate though.
I think for the most part, oh yeah, it is his teammate. Sorry, it didn't occur to me.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
okay. Like if you just see a spear, you know, your first reaction would be
He's duck.
yeah. I mean, it's not if it's your teammate's spear, maybe, but yeah, this is AOE.
The rest of the team coming down. Angelic Splendor right on top of them. Ooh,
He
Nature's
dodges
Prison
it.
doesn't actually go through. Temporal Turbulence has been popped, and now Abao is trying to run away, same as Xiao Lin. They're in a lot of trouble there, and Diab quickly going forward with the flicker. He needs to get the snipe, gets really close, doesn't get him.
They didn't have Outcast in that. Like, Outcast is the brunt of the damage of HKA here. Speaking of brunt of the damage, look at this. He's just,
Fight me, fight me.
do it
Who's
again.
next?
Sweep the leg. Smack it.
Ah,
You know that good game? That bump it, smack it, push it,
twist it.
twist it. Yeah, that is what Outcast is doing here. Finally gets a turtle. And even though they did lose Albao, they didn't lose Shaolin, he was able to heal back up. And look at that. They used a bad situation and turned it into a good one. Get a top tier 2, get the Abyssal Dragon, and have all this map control to set up for the next Dark Slayer.
Yeah, and I mean, the next Dark Slayer is going to be super devastating, especially if they're looking to break a high ground turret, or at least try and break tier 2, mid tier 2, and look for a push on the side.
I mean, they can even just go straight up to bottom tier 3 and just break it. Look at the mini map. It's like it's already not even glass half empty or glass half full. It's glass almost empty.
Glass dwindling.
Glass dwindling, about to break.
Now Dark Slayer, again, in full control of HKA. IGP just isn't able to maintain control of it. They are winning 1 or 2 fights, but they really need to turn this around and stop losing these objectives, because HKA is able to transverse the map, and at a certain point, they're going to have to choke them out from their buffs, from their jungle.
And that's never what you kind of want to see here, especially when IGP need that for the L'Oreal as well as Dime. But at least for now, they have to just kind of respect that HKA have full control of this entirety of the map. And this is where, like, we're all like saying, oh damn, you know, Superman's so strong, he's so good, but the game does keep progressing, and Superman's damage output does ever so slowly get weaker and weaker. And I think that's something that is kind of going to the heads of IGP. Before, they could just go aggressive with KA, but now they can't really do that, especially when Outcast is with this entirety of the team.
Yeah, and now they slowly push on for easy. KA, he's trying to get a good catch, but the rest of the team can't really follow up here. Xiaolin continues to go forward, but it's not going to be the engage that they're looking for or they're hoping to get. HK call off the engage and look to push together with their Drake while they keep control over mid-side and they keep a wave to make it happen.
Drake is just... yeah, he's not going to be able to call on himself on here. Oh, they actually keep him alive, and they're actually forcing the fight. Outcast, though, very low there. Had to back away, but Albao, Angelic Splendor keep his teammates alive, and they lost 3. This is not looking good at all. That's going to be the push onto the mid-tier 3 here. KA is going to be in the middle of the fight, but what can he really do? Time. Oh, man, his snipe is not going to be able to connect. He went too deep there. He's getting chased down. Had to use the flicker, but that is Nexus exposed. And game numero dos. Hong Kong attitude. They take it with, you know, a really strong attitude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're doing a... You're making eyes at me and just like, approval of this great joke I thought of? Like,
Yeah. Like, eyebrows up.
The door's that way, get out. I don't appreciate it. But yeah, I think HKA played a really good game against IGP Gaming. I think IGP, I would, like, Turtle wants to get these catches onto Ignis, but the moment they have an idea, they smell a whiff of that here, and they're like, you know what, I'm going to peel back. I don't need to put myself at risk. Zaniel was used super effectively. I mean, Kilgroth, so difficult to deal with when you have Zaniel on his back.
It was just HKA knowing that they just had to, bid their time. And IGP, they were so aggressive. Like, I was actually thinking that HKA was the one who had to be super aggressive at the very start. But now seeing that the kill drought was definitely something that added to the pressure, like saying to IGP that, okay, if we don't get this really early win, we don't get it at all. The thing is here, this was some great plays in the highlights, right? They were able to get bottom tier 1, they were able to get a couple of kills there, but they never really did this on the kill drought, and I think that's where it really mattered, because kill drought is that really strong behemoth, because he's the one who really needs the items. The Slims, even though he doesn't have the items, as long as he can hit his spears and whatnot, just stay a little bit relevant in team fights, he still has his value. But the kill drought, when he doesn't have the items, that's when he really doesn't have any value at all. But look at this, he's just able to do like 2 versus 1, 3 versus 1, and he still is able to walk out of there without any difficulty whatsoever. Turtle didn't even know what hit him.
Yeah, it's just super difficult to deal with, and every single time they get into the fight, look, Salad goes in, Angelic Splendor just doesn't go down. Like, whoever is protected by the Angelic Splendor, as long as you're being aggressive, it's like you're going to have that extra damage mitigation that you need to really go the distance in the dives.
Exactly. And with that, 2-0 up for HKA. It's looking really well for a start for them. And here it is, our endgame stats. Check it out, guys. This is the MVP for Hong Kong Attitude. And just looking up, it's actually Shaolin.
Honestly, I think he did a really good job, because like when you play Zephyrus, you're looking to engage on teams and get to that backline and disrupt them enough for the rest of the team to pull through. And Outcast as well as Xiaolin were looking to like dive inwards and deny big ultimates. They didn't exactly, hit the priority targets, but they got important targets like Black Block. Every single time he's like, I'm gonna pop my and he gets knocked up instantaneously, allowing Outcast to kind of go rushing in, and the rest of the team is just like, all right, Ignis, zone control, you can't move anywhere. I'm gonna try and get my combination as soon as possible. And the follow-up was just really well done by HKA every single time.
Yeah, and definitely that from above from Shaolin, you can really see how effective it was in just kind of catching opponents off guard. It really did allow them to just do, these nifty catches off, like Death from Above comes in, follow up by the Zenyo, and then that's poof, Coco Crunch. Easy pickoffs. Now let's see who's the key player of the game here. I'm kind of curious.
Yep, it's going to be Outcast one more time. 44% kill participation. He didn't want to be in every single fight. He was basically split pushing a lot of the time. And we definitely saw the replays and highlights where he was just, 2v1ing. But before that, their team took a huge, his team took a huge team fight and ended up losing a lot of the members. And he kind of salvaged that situation with the pressure that he was putting, getting the towers 2v1, and the team were like, all right, we know our kill graph is online. Let's make this work.
Yeah, HKA knowing this, they just made it happen. Even though they were losing Aobao and the man ever so slightly, or actually no, a lot of times in that bottom side, they still said that it's fine, guys. We're not losing Outcast. We're not giving up the Dark Slayer. A couple of Abyssal Dragons, that's fine, because Abyssal Dragon isn't the be-all end-all of getting advantage in AoV. It gives you a slight amount of gold, a good chunk of XP, but that is easily negated if you just allow somebody like a Kilgroth to just farm his lane and never really contest. And you saw how they wanted to go for the Kilgroth, but they swapped the lanes immediately, put the man there, and then Kilgroth was somewhere else that was just farming to his heart's content.
Exactly. As long as, he is pushed, well, I don't want to say like super isolated, but he's making pressure across the map. It kind of forces you to make those cross plays. And I think HKA, they did a really good job trying to maintain control over the game, because we knew for a fact the IGP was like, all right, we need to punch the Zaniel L2 lane, make sure that Zaniel can't protect anybody. It was a good idea, and it was working out, because hey, every time we're fighting Zaniel, now we allow Turtle to try and look for an assassinate onto the Ignis from HKA. And they did it, they pulled it off once, they just needed it to happen a couple more times.
Yeah, and with that, 2 games already done. Let's see if HKA can stop it. We're going to come back after this break. The countdown has already begun. We were talking too long, guys. But anyways, this is the Arena Valor International Championship 2000 IT. My name is Asarai this year. With me here is Gideon Q. We'll be back after 15 minutes.
True Gigatech Fiber เน็ตบ้าน 1,000 เมกมาพร้อม True Giga
says awaken your ambition, but I think in this series we can just call it awaken your attitude, because Hong Kong attitude are definitely woke.
2-0, they're going strong, and they're going to keep on going until IGP tells them to stop. We're just going to have to wait and see if IGP is going to, finally put the full stop there and turn this around and bring it to at least a 4-2 matchup. My name is Getting Q. This is Asarai, as we're going to be your casters for this game. Let's see whether or not HKA can keep up this momentum.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very difficult for IGP to stop the onslaught that is just HKA, because HKA, like, they've employed some really nice tactics, and I feel like IGP right now is not able to see the bigger picture. Like, they have a set strategy in plan, but it only works one dimension. And trying to do that, like, look at it this way, right? For game number 1, it's been trying to use the Zaniel defensively, trying to stop engages of HKA, which didn't work. They tried to make something happen, and it kind of failed. And now we saw game number 2, where IGP were trying to always put the pressure on the ADC and the support, which is the Man and Aobao. Never really worked because on the other side, it was Outcast that was just farming to his heart's content. So I feel like it's, again, a little bit one-dimensional in what they want to try to do. But now into the draft, into the third game, let's see how they can adjust to that type of mentality and and maybe break away from it as well.
Yeah, and I think as of right now, I think HK are starting to run out of their picks. Their DS laner, Outcast here, he's running out of options to play. So unless they give up the Florentino, I don't really know. I don't think HKA will let go and give it over to IGP just yet. And by the time HKA decides to be on the blue side, I don't think IGP is gonna let Outcast even touch the Florentino either, because he's just too good, and Outcast can do quite a bit of work with it.
I mean, there's still the Yena, there's still the Omen, if I'm not mistaken, still available for HKA, so they're not out of the the strong DS picks just yet. IGP, though, they can actually steal the Yena themselves. Haven't used it in the first 2 games, and there it is, the hover over, get it to me. But HKA, of course, with that, they can just pick up the Omen straight up from the bat, and maybe an ADC to boot.
Yeah, and I think you might be right here. They're hovering over the Fennec as well. Overall, I do think the Fennec is... I don't want to say that his passive is terribly OP, but it really hurts.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I love Fennec. Like, Fennec is probably the strongest ADC as of the moment. Like, even comparing it to Elsu and no, Hayate for me at least. Because the thing I like about Fennec is that he works well in so many scenarios. But the thing is, he's incredibly immobile. Like, he only has a dash and then maybe his slow, but that's about it. But if he can auto attack freely, his damage output, I feel, is much better than his opponents. And obviously, it does also goes to show that he's able to destroy towers very, very quickly. And I think that's also something that Fennec really does this triumph over every other ADC out there.
Yeah, I think his utility is what really sets him apart from a lot of the others.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes him so difficult to deal with overall. But I think it's a good start for HKA to start the opening hand with the Fennec as well as the Varus. I'm expecting Fennec to go into the jungle while Varus, regular. She could be the mid laner for all we know. She can go into the DS lane. She's so flexible and so effective. But IGP, on the other hand, now the power picks are starting to come out here. They're hovering over the Crickneck, and they're like, we've got the Yena. That means our top side is going to be A-okay. You just have to, you can play it safe, you can play it aggressive, depending on your lead. We have no problems whatsoever. But locking in the Crickneck on top of the Violet, I feel like that's slightly greedy, but it's doable. It's definitely doable.
But Violet's going to be very strong come late game. The thing is now, Hong Kong Attitude has a composition. Well, not really composition just yet. They can fight into the early game, but definitely something that they can try to maneuver around IGP here. I'm thinking that this Varus will go into the hands of Easy, just because we always see Easy really do favor the Varus. If we saw, like, I think like yesterday, right, when they were showing the stats, he has used Varus, I think, the most in the mid lane compared to others, maybe even just kind of slightly being chased by his also crazy pick, but that's about it. Still though, third pick here, something to counter out the Violet would be also a dive hero, if they want. Maybe a Killen would be pretty nice about now, but they seem like they want to go for the double ADC. Lots of damage at the very start, and there it is, the Rourke third pick for HKA.
Yeah, and I think especially against the Cricknack, pretty good matchup as long as you go even, you don't get ambushed too many times, you don't go under level, you maintain like your jungle path against Cricknack, and you should do pretty okay because that shield, whew, that determination is gigantic, and Cricknack just cannot burst through it just yet unless he has some form of a lead. So I'm okay with this pick.
Oh, attitude. Yeah, taking away the Ignis, we don't want to take that Kiter. He's gonna be able to disrupt our mobility, and I think Hong Kong Attitude is gonna also remove the Diao Chan, so to speak, just because we don't want that mobility at all. But IGP, they take it away from the board straight up, just because it is kind of also something that can really deter the effectiveness of a Violet and a Yana. Violet is definitely very mobile, but she has to wait for her tumbles to be mobile. So there's a short window where you can just lock her down easy, and she's going to be able to get bursted so quickly if that does happen.
I like the way HKA is kind of approaching this draft this time around. Now they're taking away things that can, peel backwards, as you mentioned, kite, but also disengage from a lot of these fights. Strong wave clear can be a problem, especially with the composition that HKA have kind of revealed as of right now. We're going to have Rook in the jungle. Fennec is going to be your AD lane. Varus, she still is in that flexible spot, and just to kind of get rid of these other matchups where it's like, oh, yeah, Varus can't exactly clear waves super quickly, so let's get rid of people who can disengage and clear waves fast. So the Ignis and the Net, really smart options. IGP Gaming getting rid of the Baldoom. I like it because at least Baldoom is able to turn a 5v5 into a 4v5, and I think that's what they're expecting HKA to kind of build their composition around, like a good 5v5 comp.
Yeah, very big team fight comp. And it seems like HKA, they're like, yeah, if you're going to be able to remove the Baldoom here, we still have so much options to also work with. Teamy is... I think Teamy can even work better in this situation just because there is that Cricknack, and if you think about it, being a burrow is sort of a good answer to that. It's not a big counter, so to speak, because you can still get bursted down, but it does remove the point where if Turtle is up to that par where he can just burst anybody down, at least being a bro gives you a second chance to really get back into the fray. And now with that, last two picks here for IGP, they still need the mid lane, they still need a support. I'm thinking maybe a Lumbar here, and then...
Yeah, they might need something.
Grixie. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, Grixie's also a really good shout there. Because we know that HKA, it's a win-win situation at this point, especially being on the red side. It's like, oh yeah, it's either you give up the Baldoom or you give up the Teamy. Both complements our composition really, really well. And IGP, they can't be like, oh, let's hold up the Baldoom, pick it for ourselves, because we don't have that as the first pick in the second phase, and it goes really, really well against the Teamy because, oh, Nature's Prison, you're locked down. I can just wait until your Be a Bro is out and then start to look to punish the map. And now, as you mentioned, you predicted it correct. Lumbar, Crixie, right on the dot.
Yeah, just because I feel like it just makes a lot of sense. They need a bit more team fight. They need a little bit more wave clear here. And both these heroes definitely fit the bill. Considering that Cricknack and Violet more of like singular target damage heroes, it makes a lot more sense that you kind of want to balance everything out. Yenna is just there, always going to be Yenna. She's going to be able to be that really fine duelist for IGP here. But this last pick, I feel like it really will be the Omen. If not, Richter could actually be not a bad choice as well up against the Yenna.
Yeah. Oh, I think Richter will be okay, but...
if they actually get the Omen right now, that means that HKA can at least get the Yenna later on, and IGP don't have the option anymore to get Yenna or Omen in Game 4, if that does happen.
That's true, that's true. Oh, they're hopping over the Liliana this time round. They still needed their magic damage anyway.
So they want to give Varese to Outcast. That also does work. And again, Liliana kind of evens out this entire composition for HKA because Liliana is going to be the one that will start fights. Like her stun is super valuable to HKA because they don't really have any forms of lockdown with the Fennec and the Rourke. So it does make a lot of sense, but the Varese matchup onto the Yenna in the top lane, I think Varese wins in the early game, and then Yenna just outright straight wins in the late game. That's about it.
I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. But the Varus, I mean, it's not exactly the worst matchup against the Yenna. She has options to kind of like, you know, disengage from the fights. I don't think Varus actually wins the match. Is never going to win, but she's not going to lose super hard, which is the most important thing here. But looking at both compositions right now, I think it can go either way. I feel like this is very 50-50. On both sides, but HKA, the composition is like an all-in. Like,
Yeah.
if you're fighting, we're not gonna hold back our punches. We want all 5 of our members diving deep against IGP's lineup.
At least speaking of the Varese here, I feel like Varese is like, once you reach like level 2 and above, you can just like clear out waves super quickly and then just rotate around the map. So that's also something that we've seen been utilized by players here and there. And with that in mind, we could actually might see that, you know, Outcast leaving his lane more quickly and way faster than Yenna can. And Yenna doesn't really do that well before she reaches level 4. So, I mean, in team fights per se. So, this could actually be a slight window of opportunity for Hongkong Attitude to definitely exploit against IGP here and maybe get that 3rd win. But who knows? Hashtag IGP win, hashtag HKA win. Give us your support. Tell us. Tell us, guys.
Tell us real quick.
Tell us real quick.
Yeah, and show your support for both of these teams. Where are you leaning towards to? Because I'm feeling a little bit of I feel like Crixie is really detrimental to HKA's composition, and that's why I'm leaning slightly towards IGP. But so far, like, these have been some tough games for IGP so far. If they're gonna have to make their comeback, I think now might be the time. I would say 1.5 to 1 odds to IGP, because like,
Yeah.
the only thing that's
Something like
stopping
that,
me to
right?
be like all in for IGP for this particular game is only because like they haven't been able to perform as well as we'd like them to see in the previous bouts. So like, that's the only thing holding me back.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from here, and I feel like IGP definitely has a really strong comp here compared to their previous games. And this comp of theirs is very versatile in the sense that it can pick off, it can team fight, mostly team fight. And come the late game, this Violet is going to be able to outmatch and basically outrange almost anybody. And I feel like this is why HKA also wanted that last pick Liliana, because they need someone to keep the lockdown on this Violet as at least the game begins. Because, again, she's going to be ever so scary, and IGP are, you know, just gonna wait for the spike to come up, and that's when they're gonna, you know, really strike when the Violet comes online.
Yeah, and now Outcast taking quite a bit of damage here. The rest of the team is trying to follow up. Violet isn't gonna let her through. Doesn't get hit by the passive ability of Varus, pushing her out of the lane. This is pretty bad. She barely got any EXP from the wave.
Yeah, that'll definitely hurt her a little bit. Interesting thing also to see that Outcast is swapped in terms of the lanes to the Fennec. Maybe just because, you know, they want to use the range of the Fennec to just force out the Yenna. And, of course, if you leave the Fennec to his own devices, it just works extremely well at taking down towers. So maybe that's why we're seeing this happen.
Yeah, and I think more importantly, like, you know, Yenna doesn't mind going into this lane against... especially against the Fennec, mainly because it's like, hey, I have some decent wave clear. I have options to get away from. Oh wait, Amao is actually going flickering in. Very active play with the Putty Boots. They actually get initial first blood onto Lacklai, who's just not ready for a flicker coming out so soon from Amao.
Stun from Albo, man, and the follow from Easy. You just get like a domino effect of lockdowns here. And Hongkong Attitude, I mean, we weren't really expecting it to happen this quickly, but it seems like they're going to put pressure as soon as they had those couple of levels already in their pocket. Now, looking at this bottom lane, you can see that, you know, Perez does do a good chunk of damage onto the Yenna. Here is Turtle going to joining onto the fight. I don't think, yeah, Outcast is going to be able to escape this, but he does have his sustainability. Of course, a little bit of that speed. Shaolin joins in with his hands there and stops the onslaught from KA and Turtle.
Outcast played that so well. He hit both of them with the ring. He got the you know, the life steal. healed himself back up to take him away from lethal. Turtle ran out of burst at that point. Yena is like, I'm all out of cooldowns at this point. I used everything on him, and he manages to walk away with the help of the rest of his team just in case. Ooh, Xiaolin actually going in on Turtle, taking so much damage. Good prediction from Xiaolin, knowing exactly where he is going to be in the jungle. Good timings overall. They push him out. HKA, where was this yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, speaking of good timings, did you see how smooth that transition was?
I know.
They cleared out the wave in the top lane with the man and Albao super quickly. Transitioned to the mid, got a little bit of XP, got a little bit of gold, and then straight up, Outcast was also moving towards the top lane. They invade the bottom side jungle of IGP and basically force everything away from Turtle. What a smooth set of like sequence there coming out from HKA. Yeah, definitely true. Where was this yesterday?
Yeah, now they're playing into, you know, their own tempo, their own groove. They're feeling smooth. They're feeling good. They're on top. They're efficient. The only thing that HKA is missing is the objective gameplay overall because, yes, they are making some great macro decisions, but, you know, the overall idea is to oppress, to punish your opponent. They're getting ahead, and, you know, Abyssal Dragon feels like a consolation prize more than anything else. Outcast is going to take a little bit of damage, but, again, he doesn't really care. He's just like, all right, whatever, Cricknack, you're going to need more than that to take me out, boy.
They're going to try to rotate once again. You can already see the Albao as well as Liliana already positioning to the bottom lane. Outcast knows that the dragon has already been started, and you can just see immediately, here we are, we're right here, get out of here. Rorik as well as Liliana will have to force Turtle out of this one, but that did reset the HP of this dragon. Can't really take it anymore, and they just back away. While all that was happening, looking to the map once again, Crixie and Yena on the warpath to try to figure out where this Fennec actually went to. And he's trying to run away from the Yena there, but Dragon should go into the hands of IGP.
Yeah, IGP focusing more on the objective rather than, you know, catching them off guard at this point in time. You know, they're slightly behind, but again, they can't seem to get those big hits onto priority targets. They try to punish the Varus, but Varus refuses to go down, and now they try to go to the top side, and now Xiaolin might be in a little bit of trouble here, takes a little bit of damage, but not enough to go down. Chobits gets an initial catch. That's going to secure them the kill onto Xiaolin. He's going to be A-okay with being a bro. Abao there, keeping his, you know, doing his role really well.
Yeah, he did not body block for Shaolin because he didn't want to get stunned, so that he had, you know, that reaction time and that freedom to use that being a bro to keep his teammate alive. And they're not done just yet. KA, he felt a little bit too ballsy there. The thing is, there's still a good chunk of the members. No, he's not going to be able to escape. Easy's right here.
No, he's not going to walk up. He's not going to walk up! He didn't want to walk up to try and secure the kill. Looks like they are going to go for it.
He was way too late.
Yeah, he was so late. I think if, oh man, that's an unfortunate missed opportunity there. They could have gotten the kill on top of taking that top tier 1. However, on the bottom side of the map, it looks like, you know, DM's having a little bit of trouble with the Varus, and now 3 members going right on top of Outcast. Can he outplay this? No, he cannot.
Ooh, not in
the
range.
Earth Splitter knocking him out. Albao trying to re-engage the fight for him. Be a bro. Is it back up? He goes down. I think he should be able. Oh no, his ultimate wasn't back up. He dies instantaneously. The burst was just too much for the side from IGP.
I mean, they lost 2 members, but they kept the tower alive. I guess that's a win for HKA. But that was incredibly interesting to see how, like, Outcast went aggro, and he didn't even have Albao right near him to make it happen, and they still lose the tower in the end. And you can already see that IGP are clawing their way back in terms of that overall gold advantage that the Hong Kong Attitude were able to kind of build up. But at least for that, they do lose 2 of their members, which is not good. But it seems like HKA are right back up at it, and they're going to be able to look at this mid to want to maybe even take it, or, you know, transition to this Dark Slayer, which there's like 3 members right there on top lane.
Yeah, and that was really well played from IGP. They had a quicker rotation, faster call on it. You know, Outcast, that slip lapse of decision making costed him his life, and it ended up costing Abao's life as well, thinking that his team is going to help him out, follow and rotate, but they just weren't able to. The waves were not in their favor. And now it's kind of on exactly, you know, the timing that HKA wanted to be sitting on top of, you know, the Dark Slayer. You can see Varus is nearby, like she is ready to pounce just in case anything goes down. They take the Dark Slayer away, and now IGP are like, oh boy, I did not expect this so quick.
Well, that's also the power of the Fennec, man. His objective control is pretty damn insane. And if you don't respect that they can just try to take it in less than like 10 seconds, then you're not truly understanding the matchup against the Fennec. You saw that they got the Abyssal Dragon, but of course, at the cost of that Dark Slayer. Now, who did get the Drake? I'm not sure. Maybe it was a Shaolin. You know, gonna summon that to the mid lane, get at least a couple of towers, maybe even just the one, and take it for themselves. He's almost actually level 12, which is pretty scary if you think about it. And he will summon it to the bottom side with the Fennec pushing the wave.
Yeah, I think they want to kind of slow push it to get like a synchronized push later on. You can see the man, he's autoing it now just to kind of synchronize the back wave to come up with the siege minion. And the rest of the team have to kind of make this power play work out for them. A lot of attention is being put on the bottom side. You can see Rook and Timmy ready to kind of pounce on this KA. Might be in a little bit of trouble. You can see mid lane is losing its priority. Timmy is making the call. They're calling it off. Rook is going for the recall.
One more hit from Dime. That should be the tower there. Not sure if this is actually the correct choice. They finally break the tower right now. Shaolin's going aggressive. They're going to go for the chase. Look at the damage onto Lack Lack. Man, he does throw the ultimate, but slightly off point there. Yeno is able to shut down the Drake and slowly moving to the top side or to the mid lane. And they do push them out. And this is IGP already showing that their composition is starting to bear fruit.
Yeah, definitely. It's working out so well with overall macro play coming in from IGP. Easy was luckily was able to transform out back into quickly to dodge the drone drop coming in from Turtle, because that would have been absolutely good. Chobit's now in trouble. He's taking to a little too much here. Rook isn't able to dash over the wall. He already used it earlier. Are they able to pick this up? No, he makes it out safely.
Now here's the question: why didn't they just use the Drake in the mid lane with all 5 of them pushing? Because that split push, it didn't really make any sense, because they don't have that proper pickoff when it's kind of like them being split up. They have to be together to make the most out of it, whereas IGP don't really have to, because they do have Turtle kind of roaming around by himself, bursting or assassinating people down.
Oh, here comes Turtle. Before we get back into that, can Outcast actually survive this? Nope, they cannot. Wow, the damage coming in from the Crick Knight. One item is all he needed. That rank breaker makes him so powerful already. That power spike really hurt Outcast there. And to answer your question, I think they wanted to go for the initial split push because they realized that IGP have a better 5v5 composition. Like, they don't want to fight 5v5 anymore. They want to take the smallest skirmishes, the 3v3s, 4v4s, where it gets a little bit dicey. But for the most part, 3v3s is like the sweet spot for HKA. They wanted to go for the dive on the bot side, but now Easy might be in a little bit of trouble here. Chobit doesn't come into the ultimate. They are pushing them out from the top side just to keep control over the Dark Slayer, as IGP recognize, like, alright, we can't let them take another one.
Speaking of can't take another one, there's like 5 people for IGP already near this Dark Slayer. They're definitely going to try to contest this, while, well, Attitude are kind of around the area. Oh no, the man could actually be in a really tight spot. They still have their tier 1 tower though, but look at that big knockup coming in from the lumbar. And yeah, being a bro definitely will keep Albao alive, but only for a second, as now Easy and Outcast joining onto the fight. They're in a really tight spot, and Outcast was just destroyed, as now Cricknack is online. The power of this flying beetle has done its work, and now IGP are standing on top on game number 3.
I think HKA have to make a decision. Oh, the man so close, but oh no, he manages to survive for the most part of it. Oh, the man. Whew, that was way too close. I thought Valor was going to be able to pick up the kill there, but luckily for him, he does survive for the most part of it. Okay, takes a little bit of damage, pulls on backwards, and I think, for HKA, they have to realize now they cannot win these 5v5s anymore, even with the Timmy. They have to kind of play the map a little bit better.
And I don't know, these mispositions with Rorik and Fennec being right there. I'll hold that thought though. There's gonna be Shaolin right into the front. He almost got Lack Lack, but underneath that tower and underneath the defense of Turtle, they just faltered straight up, and now IGP are pushing back against their opponents.
Yeah, oh, IGP, now they realize they are starting to scale very well. Lack Lack is so big with his ultimate. Like, if they try and engage, and he pops that ultimate, even with a little bit of damage, that AoE is so powerful. They walk around as 5. They have the Drake in their hands. They're forcing HKA into a bad situation. The high ground tower is going to go down. They want to push for a little bit more. I don't think they have a wave on either side of the side lane, so they're going to back away.
Definitely just have to respect that. Here's the other members of HKA already up, and again, it's just kind of suicidal when you try to push up into the wave knowing that you don't have the biggest of advantages yet. Why not just go out, get the dragon once again. It just comes out every couple of minutes, makes you a little bit stronger, a little bit better, and then you wait again for the Dark Slayer. We've seen this happen with BRU, but teams do use this, this break just to kind of help them out. But this is a big team fight here.
Yeah, they get the double knockup. They can't seem to get into the fight, mainly because the man is into that side. Fennec was able to disengage with his ultimate, zoning off an entire side. He got chunked out.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong damage. They really have to be worried about how strong Turtle is. He can just come out of nowhere, and the punish from Hollow Attitude up against a Krignac really isn't there. So, yeah, that's going to be more of like who can engage and burst quicker.
It's not looking good for HKA. They're just stuck in their own base. The man, everything seems to be destroying him as they continue to push on forward, but luckily they still have some form of wave clear to kind of protect themselves. They have to wait 40 seconds for the side of IGP to kind of either force out a fight at Darkslayer or look for them. Oh, Lock, he goes down straight away. Xiaolin was able to take him out so easily there on top of the determination. He could have dashed over the wall, but he wants to protect the rest of his team, and they have to pull back. The man, one more hit will knock him out.
They tried to play around that, but IGP was trying to keep Violet alive, and all he has to do is tumble, get the extra ring, hit your opponent, and then Dime just makes it all so worth. But HKA, though, very sneaky with Rourke just staying in the brush, and it seems like IGP didn't really know what was up there. Now with 1 second onto the clock, Darkslayer is up 5 seconds before Lack comes in. They can try to get this before Lack joins the team. But will they really do so?
Yeah, KA is going to be pretty difficult to knock out here, but Easy right on top. He sees both Turtle and Dime, and he's like, nope, not going to fall for this trick once more. And Outcast, he's being the front line. Both teams really need to have control over the waves and set it up nicely, and it looks like HKA will be able to take this Darkslayer this time around.
And we keep saying that Turtle got the damage, but Easy also has some pretty nice damage himself. Oh, they try to go aggressive at it, but now they're diving straight up into Outcast's face. No ultimate to come out from Teamy, no beating a bro, no Outcast revival here, so they have to just back away. Fennec, though, has to kind of just try to scramble back into the tower just because IGP were hot on its tracks. And now Enraged Abyssal Dragon is also into the fray here, but you can see 4 members of IGP just gonna collide and get that buff to themselves.
Yeah, they have to play the waves. They have to play the waves. Like Enraged Abyssal Dragon is uncontestable for HKA because they are one member now. They kind of need Outcast to absorb a lot of the abilities before anything else. So this means that IGP will be able to, trade a neutral objective. They lose the Dark Slayer, fine. We'll take the Enraged Abyssal Dragon. We just have to keep control over this game.
I think this game is like gonna go either way now. Because, yeah, IGP have all the damage with Dime, but this could just be one wrong step and then IGP lose. But it's kind of like the same thing as well, but IGP has a better, it's an easier time at kind of just bursting anybody from HKA down. HKA, though, they just have to be a little bit more creative with their positionings, like what we saw with Shaolin, and there should be fine. But look at the damage already from Dime. He's going to use the ultimate there. It's going to be absorbed by Shaolin and Albao. Oh, but you can already see that Outcast is no longer a factor in this game.
Yeah, like, he is just a meat shield at this point, and he might get some good picks. He might catch somebody off guard, but right now IGP are not showing any cracks. They are not stuttering. They are looking to try and end this and go for the fight. Xiaolin's in the backline as the rest of the team kite backwards slowly. Chobits tries to dash away, but now they realize Xiaolin's in the backline. He gets one shot by Lack. He doesn't even stand a chance, and now the man is in trouble as KA peels backwards. They trade 1-for-1 there, but it's not looking good at all.
Man does have the revival here. He's not going to be able to push them back out, but if he can clear the wave at least, if Outcast can do it, maybe he can stop the onslaught here. But this is a 4 versus 1, able to dash right away from the ultimate of Lack there, keeping themselves alive, using the tower. One more hit, the Nexus though, almost got the takedown onto Chobits. But this is IGP pushing back.
Yep, and now they bring it to 1-2. This is looking pretty good. The global pan picks are definitely helping. They played to their composition well. They waited for their item power spikes, and then they played to their strategy.
Yeah, and the strategy there was to, just wait. They have the Violet, it works, and come late game, you could see how HKA were struggling to even find an opening there. The Rourke really didn't do its worth. Maybe just that one kill onto Lack Lack, but after that, it really didn't matter at all because he wasn't really the type of assassin compared to the Krignac that could just come out of nowhere and just blast you.
Yeah, Lack Lack just became super huge. You know, resident sleeper here. No one really realized how much damage he was doing. And I think for the most part, the man, he knew how much damage, just he didn't have defensive items. But even though, you know, Rook, we'll see later into this item though, we'll see whether he went full damage or whether he bought some kind of utility to kind of protect himself or sustain, just to see why that one shot was so large.
I don't know. It's just, I mean, yeah, there might have been like a glass cannon award here. That could have been, you know, the build path for Shaolin. That's why that kind of happened. And then this IGP, they really did force themselves really hard, and you can see that the lumbar, which we didn't see work well yesterday, is now working phenomenally well in this particular game against with IGP's roster, and they're using it so well. This is the weirdest thing. Shaolin, he overcommitted to that.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, to be fair, he got pretty close to the Blacklock there, but Blacklock knew his capabilities, he knew how to do it. This was the final fight. The one thing that Shaolin might have been able to do something here, but again, the damage output was just too much.
They tried to flag, that's the thing. I think they could have just gone to frontline it and just, you know, whittled it down, because I could understand what Shaolin wanted to do with the Rourke there, which is catch off Dime, but as a Rourke, I don't think he can actually do just that when Violet can tumble away, can peel away, and then Chobits was there to get that knock up. It was very difficult, I think, for Hong Attitude to even try to make pickoffs happen. It was supposed to be easy starting the fight, but he saw how ineffective he was as the game progressed.
I think this was just a difficult game overall, mainly because, you know, HK, they were keeping control of the early game, but I think they needed to play at a much more aggressive tempo. They needed to be on top of things. They needed to take more 50-50s, especially with the lead that they had just then. Like, why not? The question is, why didn't they kind of force their lead onto IGP?
I tell you, man, they lacked the lockdown. Could have been much different if they had at least EZ playing the Varese and they got Outcast to play it open. But I mean, I felt like that might have been a better outcome for HKA here. I think the picks were just really lacking in terms of like lockdown.
I guess not just lockdown, but I also feel like, you know, there is pros and cons with the composition. I think with the composition that HKA had, yes, they can scale, except where it's composition that needs to go all in. Lack Lack is just such a deterrent. The moment the Moonfall comes down, it's just like, let's just think twice about it.
Yeah. Again, that's the Crixie lumbar for you. It's AoE really does show its worth for IGP here, and it seems like, well, it's not really the Crixie, it's not really the lumbar that did the most. It actually was the Violet.
And she did it really effectively, kept her distance, made sure she didn't get caught out, and overall came out with a almost perfect score. No deaths, 4-0-5. He really made sure he was putting in the damage, nearly 40% of the team's damage.
Yeah, and I mean, damage taken, not even like 12%. It's 11 right there. So she was only touched ever so barely by HKA, and that just means something, you know. You're not able to play around with the composition, and look at that. You know, Dime's like, yeah, I'm the MVP this game.
I'm the boss.
I'm the superstar.
I carry my team. But yeah, I think for this next upcoming game, we have to really consider how the pick bands are going to be, because now it's the grind starts to kick in, where it's like, oh, we're running out of picks, we're running out of resources here. The hero pool is getting smaller. Where do you go? How do you start your opening hand?
There's still a lot of like options still, though. We haven't seen the Ormar be used as much. Talanas isn't actually still there. Can be really utilized by both of these teams. So yeah, even I do agree that even though we are seeing the hero pool overall kind of start to fizzle out. Yeah, dwindle down, fizzle out, however you want to call it. There's still a lot of good picks here, such as, like, you know, the Chi, the Talanas. We haven't seen the Aram as much. Irie is seeing a little bit of resurgence. People aren't actually happy to see her, but we've seen BRU use it pretty effectively. There's still the Kill It, the Richter. Florentino, for goodness sake. So
Ooh.
I think like there's still a chance. Like even, I mean, Florentino's been banned straight up, but for more so than not, we'll see him later on, especially.
Yeah, for sure. I'm rather surprised that Darcy has been let through more times than he should be for both of these teams. Like, nobody seems to want to pick up Darcy, even though I do feel like he is just such a strong jungler.
I'm not sure either, because like Darcy is more like pretty effective. Like he is able to burst you really easy, and he has great mobility. The only thing that he's really afraid of is lockdown. But you don't really see any true lockdowns on the side of either of these teams when they drafted. It's more of like, you know, just kind of casting time, then a little bit of crowd control. But I don't think that's enough to catch a Darcy. And yeah, definitely, you know, wondering why we're not seeing the Dimensional Rift man himself.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see. I think both teams are really holding back on their cards, considering their options. And yes, it is doing, but they'll have to surface at some point.
Yeah, they
There's
will.
no way that it's not gonna come out at a certain point.
So with that in mind, there's still so many that they can still bring to the table here, guys. So don't you worry. We still have like we still have someone like Flash. Lindis hasn't been seen as much. Errol, Kafeni, Valheim. So we're still fine, even though we're coming into Game 5. We're still good, so don't worry, man.
I mean, it's more about those priority picks that I'm like,
That is true, though.
that haven't been like showing themselves. I mean, yes, you know, a lot of them have been used for the side of HKA. On the opposite side, it's like, you know what, certain lanes are getting more love than the others, and then you can slowly see, you know, especially I can't imagine what it's like being a coach in your trying to do big events where it's like you really have to plan from round 1 all the way to round 7 of the best of 7. Like that is a difficult task.
Yeah, again, you have your set picks and whatnot, but when it gets banned now, once you use it in the previous game and then you want to use it again on coming to the next game, it really does kind of exhaust you a lot. And I feel like these guys are very practiced with that, but of course sometimes you do kind of maybe shake a little bit, but we'll see if, you know, these coaches can really do something like that, or even the players can handle it.
Yeah, you can see even the players in the player camps, they are very calm. They're like, oh, all right, breather. We won the game. Now we're moving on. It's like back into that mentality. I was like, all right, we're in it for the long haul. It doesn't matter if we lose a couple of games as long as they don't win. If they don't win the series, we still have a shot at taking them for the reverse sweep.
And I mean, IGP coming with that one win, looks like they can actually do it, you know? And of course, I mean, it's not yet match point. HKA losing that that third game really did kind of a number on them. And, well, we're not going to take any breaks, so we're just waiting for this Game 4 to unravel, and we'll see already what's going to be the ideas of these teams, of what they want to really use. Since, again, it's more of like they have to adjust more than what they want to plan with. Like in terms of the draft.
All right. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think more importantly, it's like where, you know, playing to their strengths, because I feel like as of right now, HKA, they've got a good idea of what they wanted to play earlier. They just couldn't execute upon it a lot, especially in Game 3, where it's just like, yeah, it's going well. Then they realized like, actually we're not going as quick as we needed to be, and then it was just too late towards the end. So I feel like I kind of wish that both sides would be a little bit more aggressive, especially when they play game when they have like even a slightly like a 2 to even 3K lead. They need to push it to 6K to 6 to 7K, and really just not be afraid, because they need to have some faith in the capabilities of winning these 50-50s.
Let's see if they're going to be able to tip the scales and make that 50-50, you know, not really that set amount. We'll see maybe a 70-30 or even something as this fourth game unravels right in front of our eyes. You can see Hayate has been banned, Elsu more so onto the ADCs this time. So we're really going to cut the damage from both of our teams here. But again, top laners are still available for Hong Kong Attitude IGP. They also have to be afraid. Maybe it's the time to ban the Yenna or the Omen.
Florentino, they're just not going to let him go through. Both sides just making sure Florentino does not hit the game at this point in time. So,
I mean, Florentino's probably the only other strong DS laner that IGP can pick.
Are they? Wait, no, they've already picked.
I mean,
because they picked all the other ones. Yeah, that's true. Oh, it's gonna be a tough game.
Give me the Omen.
Omen. I mean, they're obviously going to hover over the Azenka. Just, you know, tradition. making
Never
sure.
gonna lock that in.
Gosh, the scare yesterday was already just like, I was trying to go to sleep the other day. It's just like, Azenka. And you still see, still see flashes of the Azenka lock in, like, oof.
Wisp and the Azenka, man.
There we go. Darcy being covered over for the side of HKA. A very strong jungle pick here. And you know, HKA, they did the same thing. They did the same thing yesterday, where they played 2 games on the red side, and then after that, on the two games on the red side, and then moved over to blue side. And now they're just making sure that they can buff up the win rate a little bit more, because yesterday they initially had 100% win rate on the red side, and those numbers are dropping.
Yeah, they're definitely dropping here, but at least you saw how effective they were on those other couple of games. IGP finally actually able to lock in the Kilgroth. This is going to help them out a lot.
Yeah.
Are they going to get the Toro? No.
No, it can't be.
Okay, it is not. They get a second pick on the Outchat, which is, well, I mean,
It's safe.
it's safe.
It's safe. It doesn't really give too much of an idea of what kind of a comp you're going for, but I'm supposing that that it's going to be a 1-in-4 composition to allow Kilgroth, you know, to kind of play his own games, not worry too much about the other teams. And they don't have access to Zaniel as well, so there's nothing that HKA have to really worry about too much. And you might actually get your wish. They're going to be probably locking in the Omen this time around.
They can also lock in the Valheim if they wanted to really chip away at Diao-chan, or somebody who can keep the Kilgroth busy enough before you know, he spills his strength against his opponent. But it seems like, okay, HKA, it got passed through the cracks. The Krizix is up.
Yep. Krizix, the bane of my existence, is going to be making it through with Omen. Hopefully that camouflage is going to enable Darcy to get these bigger picks.
I mean, it could work, right? Like, Dimensional Rift into the middle. Diao-chan's right there. She activates her ultimate, but then you get popped by a Darcy. Although, I get the Diao-chan as well, just because you can deny one of those picks with your passive. So, that's also kind of a smart thing if you think about it. But, yeah, I'm not really a big fan of a Diao-chan pick, because she's very easily countered.
That is true. That is true. But I think, you know, if I was IGP Gaming, there's a consideration of like, do we want to deal with this Krizix using a Lindis just to be able to like reveal his position and take it out before the game even starts, or like at least have a good idea of where they're roaming around the map, especially when you have Darcy as well. So I don't think that will be, you know, not exactly the worst, but you know, definitely something to consider. And there's the Lindis lock-in.
Now the bans. ADC hasn't been picked for HKA here. They've used quite a bit already, but like I said, they still have like pick position as like the Kafeni or something. IGP though, they will have dibs on the first pick after this first rotation. Kriknak removed from the board. Yeah, he actually hasn't used this, and Xiaolin is a pretty proficient Kriknak player himself. Annette being removed from the table, so no amount of in-your-face counter from from HKA.
Yeah, but I mean, they probably want to, if that's the case, they probably also want to get rid of another support for the side of HKA and IGP. They still, again, there's still a plethora of options to help disengage. They have the Lumbar, they have Thane. I don't think they have access to Baldoom, if I'm correct. Yeah, they don't have access to Baldoom. Oh, they used Lumbar the last game, so they don't have access to both. Okay, so I see where HKA really wants to look to punish them.
There's still Ormar for them.
But that's not as great. It's not as great as an Annette or like, you know, a Baldoom,
That's
of course,
true.
or a Lumbar.
I guess his composition. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the Alice as well. Again, you just cannot disengage. They're not going to have options to really disengage from the composition. And IGP, they're like, all right, you know what? We're going to get rid of another mid-mage, get rid of the Crixie. You're not going to have options for us to kind of like, you know, not hesitate to pull the trigger.
Now, 40 seconds on that timer. IGP. Thane was actually still up, and there he is, the battle mage, or the battle support for IGP here. Lock it in and make sure that you have a proper front line, because if you think about it, IGP don't have the front line just yet. Yeah, the Kilgroth's there, but he's not tanky enough at the very start of the game. He's pretty squishy, so to speak. And now HKA, they're looking for their own. Murad was up, so we're going to get ourselves a Murad here.
Yeah, and I think Murad is a pretty smart pick, especially since, Lindis is going to be running around the map, and it looks like Darcy is going to be pushed over into the mid-mage position, because Murad will be able to deal with the Lindis if she is caught out of position, as well as the Diachan, who overall isn't the most, in comparison to a lot, it's not a Liliana for sure, not going to be as mobile, but definitely a little bit more mobile than an Ignis. So I don't see anything wrong with this. I feel like the Violet is pushing it a little bit too much, and the Telenas is a much better pick.
Yeah, get yourself that team fight presence carry at the very start. I don't think Hong Kong Attitude would be looking for such a late game hero such as that Violet. At least Telenas does have the utility at the very start of the game, so she's going to be pretty relevant when they try to go for objectives or even dives, so to speak, because we saw how effective Telenas really is when you're able to utilize that Chaos Arrow to a pretty proficient level. Now IGP, they only need their jungler.
Nope. Looks like it's going to be Yipnith. They're going to want ways to kind of escape or at least set up fights.
So top lane Thane, jungle Kilgroth, and then Yipnith in the support?
I think it's going to be... I feel like it's going to be Lindis in the jungle, because that's where she's the most effective, while Yipnith just needs the kind of... With his passive, he just, oh, you want to die me? Sure, I can take a lot of damage, walk away, heal up with the passive, come back in, sustain the lane as much as possible. Thane's going to be the support running around, support tank running around, Diachan going to be in mid. Lindis in the jungle, she did take the punish and kill Groth in the DS lane.
Okay, Dime is again going to go for a sort of tank ADC pick.
Yeah, it's not the, I mean, I don't want to say it's the worst, but I definitely think it's, at least it's not a Zenial, right?
Okay, I just gotta say, I like that he is versatile in the sense, but it hasn't worked out with, like you said, yeah, the Zenial. Yipnith, though, definitely more damage output from this man right here. He has his extending arms, he has his ultimate that does bombard you and actually keeps him alive in the middle. And I guess it does work well with the Diao-Chan, so that is kind of like a wombo combo that could be utilized by IGP here. But I don't know, it feels like it's going to lack a lot of damage, and that Telenas can just stun you right in your face and stop the channel. So that's going to be pretty iffy, to say the least.
Yeah, so we're just going to have to see how this plays out. I'm liking IGP's composition a lot. Like,
really now?
it seems a little detrimental, because HK, they've not to take away from HK, they've got a great composition as well. But the momentum moving into this, I'm looking to see if IGP can bring it to 2-2, and considering that they have the confidence after that first win, the momentum's going to be on their side. They're being a little bit more active in the previous game. HKA, even though they don't in the previous game, they don't scale as well as they would like to in comparison to IGP. This game, their composition is about even, but I'm still going to give the edge to IGP Gaming.
I'm going to give the edge to HKA here, because they have a composition that can scale exceedingly well in the late game, and that's a scary thought. Now IGP, yeah, you got to give them props for how good they were able to set up their lineup for this fourth game, but I mean, at least they do have the kill god. That's something, but I don't know. It just seems very sketch.
Yeah, it's tough. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, although you can see that, yeah, the Lindis and the kill god will definitely be the main damage avenue for IGP here, and they can use that. Maybe it'll actually work out well for them, for the better.
Yeah, again, it's a tough call. They've got a number of ways to kind of play this out, but we're just gonna have, enough of the speculation. We're just gonna have to wait and see who executes this better, because I kind of feel like instead of playing the macro game from both sides, it's really who makes more mistakes more than who is more proactive in the game.
I mean, that has been the case, right, for this entire series. Like,
basically, yeah.
Who makes more mistakes loses the game. Because we've seen, like, a lot of weird positioning from players from both teams, where they're like, oh, guys, look, I'm here in the jungle. I'm going to go to the brush, check it out. And then there's, like, Rourke in your face. There's, like, Turtle with the Grignac in your face. So, Rourke in your face.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So, looking at this one more time, I think, you know, a lot of the win conditions are solely based on who plays this better, and a little bit has to do with Xiaolin here because he needs to take out Turtle very early on, slow him down, make sure Lak Lak isn't able to rotate however she wants to from bottom to top as well. I mean, those are some pretty important aspects. Ooh, Chobit's taking a little bit of harass damage coming from Ao Bao. Ao Bao is just like having the time of his life. Every single time he goes out of vision, he gets that, you know, extra damage. Ooh, he gets pushed away. Ao Bao still harassing Chobits here, taking peanut damage, but it accumulates very, very quickly. They do know that Turtle is starting on the bottom side.
Are they gonna, well, at least their Murad is actually starting on the top side, so he's just gonna able to transition to the bottom side, and then, I don't know, this Yipneth, when he doesn't have his level 4, should be easy pickings. He does have a dash though, but underneath the Murad and the Tilana's lockdown, maybe that's something different.
Yeah, personally, I would have liked to see, you know, the Murad to kind of path from bottom to top instead, so he ends up on the top side of the map to kind of punish you know, KA before he hits the 4 and give Outcast, you know, a lead to, you know, maintain his dominance and maintain the oppression. But we're just gonna have to wait and see. He might, you know, go for the recall and then instead of a dive, look to maybe punish. But bot side,
yeah, there it is. They're corralling to the bottom side. They're gonna go for the chase here. And aside from that, they actually just forced Dime to get out. Well, of course, I mean, it's just the start. You won't really expect anything to happen explosively here. Chobits just goes in with the flicker, and Shaolin doesn't even get locked in at all. He was just like a missed time or a misplace with that charge.
Yeah, and now Abyssal Dragon falls under the control of IGP here. The rest of HKA not going to contest it at all. Maybe more level before they can, so you know, this neutral objective isn't going to be something you want to sit on top of. Outcast right on top of KA here. It's looking pretty even, both sides not getting any leeway from the other.
Man, oh no, they're actually locked down on Dime here. Dime doesn't have the level 4. He's just gonna activate that bullet and stop it right in your face. Now Ao Bao's in a really weird spot here. Does get the stun from Turtle there, stopping the onslaught because of the Chaos Arrow. Easy's coming in. Oh no. Yeah. There it is. Dimensional Rift.
Ooh,
it's still pretty tanky.
Yeah? Oh, not enough again. He needs a couple more items from the side of Murad before he really starts to pop off. Dime survives the entire onslaught from the rest of HKA. A good defense and honestly a pretty important arrow coming in, Chaos Arrow coming in from the man. If he didn't snag both of them, I definitely don't think Amal would have survived.
Yeah, I mean, but still though, right? You can see again how like lacking at least in terms of damage we are at the very start. This is just kind of like butting heads when they're still at the infancy stage of their damage output. So it's not gonna, you know, overflow just yet. But I can see, like, it's very entertaining to see how this type of composition interacts, especially with the Yipnet in that ADC role. It's just, let's think of that. Even Ao Bao is able to bully Dime out, and this is an ADC.
Yeah, and Dime doesn't really care. Like, harass me all you want. As long as I go move out of combat, just chill, wait for my passive to trigger, gain all my life back, I'm just going to be A-okay sitting here. Like, as long as he doesn't die, he's already doing his job.
Agreed, agreed. It's all up to the Kilgroth, all up to the Lindis to make it all happen. At least for now. That's not going to be the name of the game for the moment. IGP did get the first dragon, but it should be up in about a couple of seconds. But you can see that 3 members of IGP are rotating, looking towards his bottom side, while HKA are smacking away at the Spirit Sentinel can, aka Steel, he cannot.
Yeah, however, on the bottom side of the map, it's going to be IGP trying to maintain control of Abyssal Dragon. The rotations have already been made. You can see Thane trying to push away the Darcy so he can't get in on this fight. They disengage from the fight, try to reclaim control over it, but again, they basically just leashed it for HKA as they take the Abyssal Dragon too.
Thank you for starting that up for me. Dime, though, he's going to be able to use his ultimate to stop the wave. Really effective if you think about it. He also has a shield that'll keep him alive, and that could have actually been the bottom tier 1 lost by IGP, but Dime does have the bombardment, the AoE, and the tank ability to be able to just make it work. So, I mean, this Yipnet pit's, you know, showing its value here.
Yeah, Yipnith. Again, we've seen it previously. We've seen it previously, but you know, as a solo laner, he's not too flashy. He has a very interesting role in the game. He kind of fulfilled like that Zaniel position last game, except he has more counter playability, a lot more survivability, and he just needs to just sit in the map, make sure that Tel'Anas can't break that tier 1.
And I mean, he can break the tier 1, at least now for the start. And maybe even noticing that they could put the Tel'Anas into another area. Oh, still though, they're going to chase it down angrily. Look at that, activating the ultimate right into the center. And yeah, the man can't really get away. The lockdown was just immense. But that was 4 people, mind you, that just used every single one of their ultimates to keep the lockdown onto the man. That was so much commitment, I just gotta say.
Wombo combo that was. It's now locked back at Chobits. Oh, Chobits is really out of position here. He needs to get on. He uses the ultimate, but again, oh, the temporal turbulence doesn't actually kill him. He survives at the very end of it. Luckily, it's proc.
Turtle did kind of swap out with Dime there. Okay, let's see this. That's too powerful. I thought it was gonna be like the battle, you know, the clash of titans, so to speak. And Dime is so low, even through the shield, it's not gonna happen anymore. Shaolin, yeah, he went invisible so that the tower could not hit him. But now that's a 1-for-1 trade. Attitude just losing a smidge here. But KA, they're gonna chase out the KA right now, but Turtle is near the side.
Yeah, and they're going to keep on pushing through. IGP matching the push every single time. They can't afford to lose any more members. And Dime, he's going to be coming back real soon. Probably still going to be on the bottom lane. But now that tier 1 is broken, are they going to consider switching out so that Kilgrove has more pressure? Or are they just going to look to try and break? Shaolin is in trouble. He's trying to get out. One more auto attack is going to be enough. That ult isn't going to reach just yet, but a good attempt from both Chobits as well as Turtle.
Man is already up to that point. Yeah. Bottom tier 1 for Hong Kong Attitude is already a lost cause. Obviously, it's already destroyed, but look at how softened up every tier 1 tower of IGP are. Considering, like, if you look at the counterparts, mid tier 1 and top tier 1 for HKA are relatively healthy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're just setting up for like some triple destruction tower-o play-o, you know, that can be utilized by HKA later on.
Oh, this is going to be tough. Dime still holding on, using his ultimate very, very effectively. Wave clearing, making sure that it's just such a huge feat. They have to dedicate more members to the top side for the side of HK if they want to kill Dime. Temporal Turbulence, I'm not sure if that's going to kill. Yep, he's still going to make it out with just a bit of health. He is building full tank items, so he will be able to tank it like
but
a
of
boss.
course, that tower is already exposed, and they destroy it. Although there is going to be the trade for the mid-tier 1, but here comes Shaolin, just goes right in, does get a stack. Oh, he activates the Temporal Turbulence, not getting into the range of Turtle. One more hit could have been it, but he still gets away. Oh, they don't get the Dimensional Rift onto KA, but that is... No, Shaolin did go down. They do trade for Chobits, but still there's 3 members of HKA here into the mid side. Can they get the tower? No, they cannot. The wave clear of IGP is a bit too much for them to handle.
KA. This game is really a 50-50. Both sides are playing a good game. They traded, you know, top for bot, and now they're basically fair and square back to the exact same position that they were before, looking to try and punish this Yipnith, who refuses to die. And the 1 or 2 times he does, they were able to take an objective. They just need to do it again and look to potentially take another one. But top side, no one is defending this.
Shaolin actually just goes right here. He'll be able to use his Temporal Turbulence, but he's going to come back in a weird spot. Actually, no. Able to actually teleport just in the nick of time there. Could have been locked in by the Yipneth, but this is IGP already getting the objectives. They're using their... I would just like simplify it in terms of words. Their super AoE comp.
Their super AoE comp.
All right, I didn't see it before, but now it's really showing its power output here. IGP are just kind of absorbing every damage, and they can do that, and they're just abusing it straight up. And then you can't really even reach Turtle or KA anymore because of how many zoning tools the Dialcham, the Thane, especially the Yipneth can just provide their teammates.
Yeah, and it helps that Chobits is also pretty versatile. He can be aggressive, he can be defensive as well to help the team kind of disengage or re-engage into the fights, and I think that's what really rounds off this composition. So personally, I feel like it's kind of on Shaolin and easy to look to get these pickoffs onto the backline, especially on Turtle and Lakblak. Maybe arguably even KA, but then again, it is a Kilgroth. He does not care.
Yeah, he can just do anything with his team. Not even considering like the items and whatnot. Aobao though, he's so close to taking down Turtle. What just happened? They overcommitted to the team fight there, but they don't. Well, we're not going to be able to actually get a shutdown or anything. Shaolin's trying to get a stack off. The Portal Turbulence going to knock it off. Nope, dive does get dodged right there, or rather the charge, but does get dodged by the man. But here he is, the true carry of IGP, KA's Kilgroth, wrapping it down. Ultimate from the man actually used there. I'm not sure if he should have activated it because now their mid-tier 2 is a little bit exposed, maybe unprotected, but never mind, they clear it off. But KA is working to his bottom lane.
Yeah, they're trying to take away the jungle camps as well. IGP 4K ahead. And right now, they are scaling so well. Easy is in trouble. Forces out the flicker from him. He has to get on out of there. He doesn't want to get caught out. They lose in tier 2, and IGP are increasing the tempo so fast. They take a tier 2 on top of Darkslayer as well. They're trying to be as efficient as possible with their time and positioning.
So this is what it looks like to have Dime on a utility tank that works.
He's a flexible guy, man.
I mean, aside from being flexible, it's just very disgusting to just look at it. They can't really do too much against Dime's setup, or actually the entire setup of IGP here. It's working out fantastically well for IGP. And check this out, they have like about 4,000 gold lead up against their opponents. Now Chobits is going to be charging into the front lines. He's not going to be in a good spot, takes quite a bit of damage, but of course he is a tank. He's going to be all right and dandy while his teammates get more control around the jungle of Hong Kong Attitude.
Yeah, and they're going to peel back. Oh, Dime, he's holding his ground. The ultimate is popped. The rest of the team is coming through. The Drake should be able to take this tier 2, and it pushes HKA away. But midside is getting shoved in at the same time. They want to look to at least break one of these high ground turrets.
I think they definitely can. They have the Drake into the top, they have the Kilgroth into the mid. They're going to be in the middle of that beautiful pull down from Aobao and does shut down Chobits. That's going to stop the push for the moment, but of course the tower still gets broken by IGP. Top is already exposed, and that's not what you really want to see. Hong Kong Attitude are being pushed to the limit in this fourth game.
Yeah, IGP is doing a really good job putting their foot on the gas and making sure that HKA really feel the speed. Dime once again popping the ult, but now there's so much damage coming in from HKA. He has to be very careful. He can maybe take 3 people's damage, but not 4 or 5. It's just too much for him to handle. 1 damage dealer at a time, please.
They have the Darkslayer buff. They can just go for the Abyssal Dragon here, but they still could not break the mid-tier 1. And you can see that HKA really struggling up until this point. KA's like, yeah, you're going to go for the Abyssal Dragon. I'm just going to clear out the wave here. Come back at me, or else I'm going to just break your Nexus already. You can see HKA scrambling, but this is already the point where the Kilgroth is the king.
Yeah, there's just nothing they can do. And again, they're probably going to rinse and repeat this exact same process when the Darkslayer does come back up. So, you know, it's a question that HKA need to answer very soon. The Muramasa being bought for both Xiaolin as well as Turtle. They're going to be pumping out so much damage.
I wonder when this Murad is going to be able to do just that as well for HKA, because I think they need free damage or a good setup at all. The Darcy, though, he's not able to really put anybody in a weird spot with his Dimensional Rift, and I think that's really one of the reasons why HKA can't really find a fight that favors them, because they can't displace anybody from IGP properly.
And a lot of factors are going in, and I feel like as of right now, Easy is kind of doing the bare minimum. He needs to make a big play when the time comes. If not, his team is going to be lacking so much damage. CKA in the backside. Aobao was luckily camouflaged. They spot him out. They have to take a safer play. Outcast pushing up top side. I think he should honestly be pushing some more, and the rest of the team can kind of, you know, push up and either force IGP to deal with the Omen or, you know, try and re-engage with the rest of the
agreed. At least they could have got 2 towers. Maybe just a loss to Outcast, but I think that's a loss that they could give, because like they need a little bit more control around this map, and allowing IGP to still have their mid-tier 1 is like, it's blasphemy at this point. Now the man can deal super good damage over the wall there. Shaolin is just like hitting them hard with his ultimate, but look at that, the positioning from KA. He knew where Shaolin was going to be coming back from, and his Killgrot is making it work. Outcast in the middle of everybody, but nah, Turtle does have his revive. It's not looking good at all. They lose Outcast, they lose Shaolin, and nobody from IGP drops. That's a free Dark Slayer if I look at it.
Yeah, so nicely done coming in from IGP. They profit off of a great situation. Now, they don't need KA to be with the Dark Slayer. They just have to be around. But now they're trying to turn this around as Abao, as well as Easy go right into the middle of them. But this might have just costed them the game as the rest of IGP start knocking on their doors. They have a minion wave down on top side. The man getting a little low there. He's completely zoned out from his base. Lock. He doesn't really care. You're out of here, and now we're going to break your Nexus. IGP bring it 2-2.
And it's not over till it's over. IGP are coming back at this with a creative team composition. I think that's like one of the words to call it, creative. Yeah.
Oh man, they made it look so good. And I feel like HK, they should have looked to punish the Killgrot rather than the Yipneth down on the bottom side. I think that was where they kind of messed up, and I think they disregarded that. Yeah, he has a good passive, he does have some decent base stats. It's not over the moon, but it's good enough to hold that lane very nicely. And I think if they, focus more a little bit on the kill drop, maybe a couple of dives onto him before his level 4 with the help of Xiaolin, I think that might have changed the game a little bit more, because KA at the end of the game is just like an absolute monster.
I think, I mean, HKA also did this to IGP in game 2, I believe, where they had Outcast on the Killgrot. I think what the strategy for these teams are, rather than trying to go for the Killgrot, which is pretty unkillable in all phases, because they need some ridiculous burst in the early game to actually even do that, because his base stats are already pretty insane, is to try to break down the towers. But you can see that the Yipneth, once he gets that level 4, actually even before, his wave clear is really hindering HKA to do that strategy, and it just goes to show. But the thing is, one of the really ridiculous things is that we don't really see any good setups for HKA here, especially with that Darcy, and you said it all right. Easy was having a horrendous time trying to figure out who he has to combo at, because if he tries to combo anybody, they're not going to get knocked out at all, because Diao Chen can absorb a damage with their passive, Yipneth has some shields after he activates an ultimate, and everybody else is just really tanky.
It's just, it was a struggle overall for HK, especially for Easy to look for an angle to get in on it. I think Xiaolin tried his very best to make sure, Turtle doesn't get too far ahead. Black is basically kept in the mid lane, but Abao, I feel like when you have something like Abao, you need to kill Abao on the Quick 6. You have to be aggressive, and I was kind of missing that. The Easy, he was struggling to go around the map with Abao, make those rotations happen, and take into effect the information that was being fed, that Abao kept feeding to his team.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I don't know, man. Like HKA at the very last part, they tried to be more aggressive, but I think up until that point, that was already where IGP was like, yeah, even if I try to do that, we have like 4 tanks, including the Diao Chen, to just like take all the beat down, still survive, and after that, we can turn the fight on you.
Yeah, just a great composition coming in from IGP, especially here at game 4. They bring it out 2-2 here. It's still anybody's game, but we're just going to have to find out who is going to be the key player for the side of the IGP, because so far I feel like everyone did their job really well.
Yeah, agreed. So guys, we're just going to take a bit of a breather here, of course, because 2 games have already passed, and we'll see if we're going to push this to a game 7, or is somebody going to finish it with a 2-0. Of course, before that, key player of the game, it is KA. He is, I mean, he's not KP, he's not key player. He's like the key
Associate?
Key
asset?
Oh yeah, I like that. Key asset. Alright guys, so anyways, this is the AIC 2019. My name is Asteroid, this is Gideon Q. We still go further into this best of 7 series between IGP Gaming and Hong Kong Attitude. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be the Vietnamese? Is it going to be the Taiwanese / Hong Kong peeps? We'll see when we get back after the break. Arena of Valor International Championship 2019, presented to you by Tencent Games, Garena, CJENM, OGN, True Online, and True Icon Hall. My name is Esserai, and joining with me here and now is Gideon Q.
So far, we've already seen a pretty long bout so far. 4 games already in, 2-2. We still don't have a victor just yet.
It is an incredible series, like from the get-go. So we got HKA to get a 2-0 up against IGP, where IGP were, I would say the best word to call it is adjusting.
Yes.
And you saw that Game 3 and Game 4, especially Game 4, there was like a composition that they also did, which was during Game 1 where they had Dime play on the Zenial, now on the Yimnith, and it worked fantastically well with what they wanted to do. And that was such a fun match to watch because, I mean, you don't really see ADCs pick up like support tanks and then make it, you know, work and just deny any form of initiation or objective take from your opponents. And I don't know, the Yimneth seems like it's a pretty viable option, but guys, you know, prepare first before you use it in ranked games.
Just PSA, don't suck. But no, you do bring a good point, because I kind of feel like I was expecting, you know, the role swap whereby it's like, oh yeah, like, you know, I pick up the Yimneth, I'm gonna throw it to somebody else, and that person's gonna, like, we do a lane swap real quick. It's not gonna be too difficult. That's gonna be A-okay. But you know, Dime picking it up for himself and playing it pretty effectively. It doesn't take too much skill to play the Yimneth, but he played it. He played it in such a way that when it mattered the most, he's able to, you know, clutch out in a lot of the fights where he survives with 1 HP, uses his ultimates at the right time to get the shield to protect himself from the damage, as well as making sure with his extensions of arms to cancel the right abilities. And I think that's what really set him apart and kept him alive down in that bot lane.
And I mean, it just was so difficult for HKA to try to break through all of that, even with the Talanas in their lineup. You'd actually think that the Talanas, you could, you know, just destroy towers left, right, and center, easy. But again, with all this stopping power from IGP, it was pretty difficult for them to actually even try to graze a certain, you know, tower away from IGP's hands.
Yeah, even in 5v fights, it was just like an impossible task to like kind of break through them. Even if you come from the backside, it's just they'll just reposition every single time. It was a tough composition to get through. Luckily for the side of HKA, they don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, the thing is, also one of the things that I kind of wanted to point out during that Game 4 was that the Lindis was 3-0-3, meaning that she never got touched. She never got caught off guard by by HKA rather. So
on the Murad, yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. So it was kind of interesting to see how much Protect was really put into, you know, emphasizing protection for Lindis. The Kilgroths, not so much, but you can really see that it's so difficult to kill a Kilgroth when Yao Chen has her ultimate just, and then
so tough.
Yimneth has his ultimate.
They're just shimmying there in place. But yeah, I think you bring up a really good point. That composition was tough to go through, and I think HKA now is where the real grind comes through. You get your priority picks, you know, rounds 1 and 2, games 3 and 4 go into IGP where they take what they want, and now HKA against IGP, it's going to be a tough bout because they are really going to be contesting for a lot of these same picks.
Yeah, we're already kind of super deep into this game, right? So, oh.
Zip.
Okay. All right, we get the zip out. Finally removing a couple of ADCs. Hong Kong managed to remove the Kayate and Fennec. And we have a zip in the Florentina. We're really deep into this game already when you're seeing these two priority bans, you know, kind of just make it through indeed.
It's all slipping through the cracks now, you know. HKA, they kind of need to figure out what they want to do, especially in the jungle. IGP, same thing, and they're kind of deciding like, where do we go with this? Which angle do we want to take? The Florentino was kind of a no-brainer for sure, but now their second pick, I think they kind of want to fight. Either they go for something flexible, or they just, you know, hover over something dedicated like a support.
I mean, they're hovering over the Nets. That's the dedicated support that they're going to be looking for. And, okay. I mean, Annette does work pretty well against the Zip. You're able to use her ultimate, I feel like, to push the Zip even while he's rolling. And aside from that, like if Zip unloads right on top of you, Annette can push everybody back, which is, I think, a good way to kind of just combo away from that.
Yeah.
Now, looking at it, Crixie hover over from Hong Kong Attitude. Again, just a kind of a safe mid laner pick. It does work ever so well with everything. And Shaolin, he needs to really redeem himself here on that jungle role. His Murad was, I would say, passable at the least from that previous game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough bout overall, but I can't really blame him as well. But this time he's going to be going on to the Quillen on top of everything else. Looking at what the previous jungle picks are, he has no real way. He doesn't have any jungles that could go for those initiations. Like the Knickknack would have been absolutely perfect, but again, IGP is just like, nope, don't want to deal with it. So he has to go for the Quillen. The Crixie Zip combo, Wombo combo, really nasty. Rolls in, swallows Crixie as well, brings them right up to their faces. There's no way they're going to be escaping out of that one.
Can you actually use Moonfall while you're inside Zip's belly?
No.
Okay, that would have been super OP.
That would have been really, really nasty. She would have to come out of it and then activate it.
Okay, because I thought like if ever like that could have been like the Liberty system, right? Activate the
Oh.
Moonfall,
Yeah.
use the Zip, get swallowed, and then roll into the middle of the opposing team.
Yeah, but then it's like a little less effective because then you waste the time that you're in the ball, as you're rolling around with the Moonfall. And the Moonfall is like not super long as well.
I mean, come. All right, just give this to me because it feels like it's such a cool thing to do.
Okay, what would be cooler is if that worked, Zip, instead of going for the ink, it just rolls around with the
Yeah.
with the that would be pretty sick. I'll give
Right?
that one to you. But now it's gonna be the Talon last pick for the side of IGP. They ban out the Yenna here. Huh.
Yeah, that's probably one of the last picks in the DS lane that Outcast hasn't really used. He's gone for the Omen, he's gone for the Kilgroth, the Amelie, and the Verez up until this point.
And he hasn't been able to touch Florentino, especially when Zip is on the table.
That is true.
So really well played from IGP, where it's like, haha, Outcast, you're still not going to get your priority DS laner.
We're going to see a Richter here. I'm feeling it already here
Yeah.
from Attitude.
That's the usual matchup, the Richter into the Florentino. But let's see, coming in, I mean, IGP Gaming, they could get rid of the Richter as well and really put him in a tight spot. Forcing him to either play, Daniel, even Yipnith in the lane where it's just like, no, I can't really do anything but sit and push the wave. Yep, they're banning out the Richter, and I mean, ooh. Outcast is going to be really tight on his picks.
Okay, I'm going to drop it. There's still a Roxy out there for
true.
you.
That's true.
I mean, it's going to be like a little bit of a slap to the face because it's going to be super boring.
But then again, it is Roxy. She's just boring in general. Doesn't interact with you in the lane. Doesn't really lose the lane either.
Here's another thing. This matchup we have seen before. We might see it here. If they don't want don't want a little damage, because right now they're really lacking it. Like Killen and Crixie, yeah, they have okay damage, but they need something more to kind of add that. Someone who's going to be in the middle ground. And we have seen Lubu be used in the DS lane before in AIC. So,
ooh, you know what? Bring back Zuka. Bring back Zuka, man.
That is a less plausible than my Lubu prediction, but I would also want to see a Zuka. Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, man, they brought it out in they brought it out in AWC before, and they built full damage. She basically just one shots the backline. Like, come on, bring it back. You have the Zip as well. You could set up for the greatest Zuka comeback of all time. But with the release of Chi, not as good as you would like it to be. But overall, it's a hopeful thought.
No, please, not the Chi. Although it does make a lot of sense. All right, I'm sounding a little bit too downwards on the Chi here, downward spiral or something, but the setup of the Chi is really, really nice. You're able to kind of push people to the wall and then just kind of let the Killen and the Zip follow up on you, and maybe even the Crixie, so to speak, but hover over the Roxy. Yeah.
That's the pick you want to go to, man. I mean, with the Chi,
tanky, yeah.
With the Chi, you have a lot more. There's like a higher percentage of making a mistake, especially you miss the knockback, and Florentino's just like, all right, I'm just gonna kill you now. Looks like you're dead. And now with the Violet and Roxy lock in, They've got their team composition. It's looking all right, I suppose. It really helps that their AD is the Violet because she's going to be able to play at a distance. It doesn't need to doesn't take too much for her to follow up with the damage.
Oh.
IGP, don't do it to them. Don't do it to them.
Oh, this is like IGP has so much lockdown right now. If they lock in this Illumia, yeah. All right, predictions set up. I feel like IGP have this. This is like late game for sure. Hong Kong Attitude have the Violet, have the Killin, but late game, I mean early game, like setups. Get the stun from the Chaos Arrow to tell Honest, activate the ultimate of the Illumia, lock everybody down, follow up with the Iron Ray. That is just pick off after pick off after pick off waiting to happen.
Yeah, I mean, both teams actually have some form of setup. It really is going to come down to who can play it better. Like, yikes! I think this is a pretty even matchup coming into Game 5, but I really don't know who's going to take this one. Both have some great counterplay.
Yeah, with the Zip, I mean, that's going to be the true form of safety here for Hong Kong Attitude. So, Outbound is going to have to play out of his mind. Outbound of his mind.
No. How do you keep finding these? How do you keep forcing these out? Where did it come from?
Something called the brain, dude.
Oh!
Galaxy brain right here.
Oh my god. Oh boy.
I mean, you know how when they say big brain plays? Well, in casting, they got the big brain casts.
Big brain casts. Oh god. Well, let's see how this plays out between HKA versus IGP Gaming for the 5th match of the day. These guys, I don't know, man, they've got some serious stamina here because this must be really exhausting for them to continually play these games and try to perform at tip-top shape.
And I mean, they're teams that are actually, you know, not new to the scene per se. Like IGP has been there for such a long time already, hand in hand against Team Flash in their own region. Hong Kong Attitude, they're not pushovers themselves, you know, coming from tournaments such as the Garena Challenger Series, Summer as well as Spring, winning, I believe, first place up against one team 4-0. So HKA, they're also kind of like, they've tasted victory more so than not. IGP also the same room as them. So definitely they also know how to play quick matches and also know how to play long matches. So they're experienced. They got this in the bag, but we'll see who has the what's the word that I'm looking for there? Has more stamina? No, has more
experience.
No.
Has more mental fortitude.
Yes, there you go. Mental fortitude. You know, being able to keep yourself rock solid.
I love the hesitation. I love the phrasing. Yeah. All right, but HKA against IGP. Let's see how this finally plays out. The man already starting off getting quite a bit of harass. He should be okay. He didn't lose more than he lost 50% of his HP, but it's not going to be enough, and not that a regenerate can't help out with.
Now, something in the top lane, though. I'm not sure if I don't know if Florentino can actually beat out the Roxy.
He will lose out in the trades. He just wants to clear this wave as soon as possible to not interact with her, because this, like, level 1 sucks for Florentino. So he's trying to rush to level 2 as quickly as possible and trying not to react too much to the Roxy, because Roxy basically doesn't want to interact with him and just be overall super annoying.
Man, Zip really can't control the lane equilibrium. He's probably one of the only heroes that can do just that. Suck in the wave and then basically have to force your opponent to overextend just because of how strongly you can control this wave. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and Outcast, he's not trying to proxy. He knows that the Florentino is going to be a pain for now, but later into the game, Outcast just needs to play it smart, play it safe. As long as he's not dying to KA, he should be A-okay. Now, Xianglin, a little bit of camouflage, gets a little bit of damage into Chobit, but not enough to really threaten his life. But, you know, the presence is there. They're not playing that, you know, mental game.
Yeah. Sometimes, guys, as junglers, you don't really have to get the kills. You just have to show yourself in the lane and make it so that you really force the laner there to play as defensive as possible. That is a big wave that's going to be crashing in to the tower. I'm not sure if Sylvanas can actually last in every single one of those minions, but at least it is their option for her. And the thing is, you can also see that the man needs a lot of help. Like, yeah, Zip is there to control the wave and everything, but if you see the 1 versus 1 right now for the Violet against the Sylvanas, Sylvanas just outranges the Violet straight up, and
yeah,
this is a hard matchup.
It really is. Like, she has to play this smart, but right now KA level 4 is where Outcast starts to shine out, and she just has to kind of just run circles around KA for the most part. And KA realizes that he knows the matchup well, and he's just like, you know what? I am not going to deal with this. I'm going to walk away, take my time in the lane. The rest of HKA doesn't seem like any plays are being made just as of yet, and for the most part, both Xiaolin as well as Turtle are just mimicking each other in terms of their path. They're doing the exact same path.
I mean, at the very start, both teams aren't really as explosive as you would want them to be. I mean, maybe the Florentino could have been explosive, but up against a Roxy, it's kind of like a what is this? An immovable object up against an unstoppable force.
Yeah.
Something like that, right?
Yeah, except, you know, it's just Roxy just being plain annoying. Like, why is she a thing? Why is she a thing? And now Easy walking up already, keeping IGP in their place down on the bot side of the map. Luca really can't do too much for it now, but they're just gonna have to wait it out. They want HKA to kind of go for this engagement so that Lak can, you know, get the call to allow them to go in. Turtle is already on top of all of them, and here comes the ultimate. So strong, they get it. This is what they were looking for. This was the engagement they were waiting to. Wombo combo right on top of them. The Rio into the Illumina, all so nicely executed. They get hit tier 1. This is huge for IGP.
That is what I was fearing, man. The ability of IGP to connect these lockdowns is, it needs a certain amount of execution, but once you actually execute it properly, it works just like that. And you can see how Aobao was just kind of rushing in and has made a mistake. Flicker out from Chobits, but okay, he tried to kite there. If he didn't try to kite, he could have survived. Turtle's trying to run away here, but Aobao is hot on his track, gets pulled in by Roxy, and here comes Xiaolin. But Xiaolin cannot go over the wall. Mistakes have been made, aka, yeah, here it is. Get it. Outcast done. That's going to be 3 for the price of 1 in that extended skirmish.
Yeah, so much value for IGP. They basically have full control over the game at this point. They're going to go back to the reset, get their health back, probably look to go for the Abyssal Dragon, do it all again once more.
Alright, Ballistas are already up here. They can definitely do that again once more. That is such a disgusting way to start the fights.
Yeah, I mean, it really helped that KA had priority over topside. Because he was able to rotate faster, and the Roxy was kind of giving him a little bit too much respect. I kind of feel like Roxy should look to keep Florentino in the lane as much as possible. Go for these invades. She's pretty much unkillable for the most part, as long as she has her flicker back up. But, you know, having to expend it earlier, she's back into the lane, going even, and not really trying to proxy the waves from KA.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Roxy can only proxy the waves when she has her flames just spewing out. And aside from that, he can't really duel at all. Oh, look at that. Xiaolin just kind of tries to kind of help him out, but KA, he knew what was up.
Yeah, he knew. He suspected it. He sensed it.
The man, though. We can actually get Dove upon here. Irie is right near the side. They spot out Aobao. It's a stun, activates the ultimate, chasing it down. Illumia, okay, a little bit of a missed time with that. But all that means is that bottom tier 1 is easy pickings for IGP here.
Yeah, their rotations are being fast. HKA, they're noticing it happen, but they're prioritizing making sure their members are alive rather than, you know, contesting for these objectives. KA takes quite a bit of damage under the turret, and now you can see the rest of HKA going for this. Hopefully he can get out of there in time. He gets clipped at the edge by Crixie, but he goes straight in with the flicker into the ultimate. He is able to survive though. Thank goodness.
What a micro from KA. He knew where Easy would just throw out his skill shots, and he survived. What a madman, able to kind of just maneuver around that danger zone, that death zone that just was spewing out from Easy. Well, at least that did waste a little bit of the cooldowns of Easy. It was still pretty good. No follow-ups though.
Yeah, considering everything that's not bad. Like, she had to blow Flicker for that as well, and now her only engagement option is with the Zip if they want to do the Wombo combo once again. So far, they haven't been able to do that, you know. Xiaolin hasn't been able to be aggressive like the Irie. The Irie basically has full control over the jungle for the most part, and Quillen's just looking for these picks.
Albao is in the middle of that. There's the Chaos Arrow. Here comes Turtle coming from the sides. Could have popped Albao right there, but they do lose the support. The man is here, but with the wave coming in, that should be a tower already knocked up. Easy's gonna try to force them back out, but Chobi's was absorbing the brunt of the moonfall, but still mission accomplished as that top tier 1 is already broken down. You can see now that Hong Kong Attitude are being confined to their own side of the jungle. They can't really push out.
Yeah, and they're using Black's ultimate really, really nice. Ooh, Outcast here, trading really, really well against KA, making sure he knows his place. Is like, no, you have to deal with me. I'm always going to be a nuisance. I'm always going to be here with Turtle purchasing that rank breaker. Oh boy, Turtle, if you can land like a good ultimate, somebody might die here.
Maybe. Missile Dragon taken by Turtle. Outcast wanted to go for the steal there, but up against somebody who can deal good chunks of damage, yeah, Irie's not going to be in a tight spot. Okay.
Oh.
Activating just for the scout, I'm assuming.
Yeah, just to have a good idea of where exactly Quillen is. They weren't too sure, and they didn't want to get caught out, especially since KA was like, I might be able to take this fight. Roxy is pretty pushed up far, but just if you don't know where the Quillen is, they can turn the tide so fast.
Agreed. Look at KA. It's ridiculous.
He's so fast with it. Oh.
Yeah, even with the kill it, I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen at all. There's just the built-in sustain and duelist style that is the Florentino can't be pierced by a kill it if he doesn't have enough burst items, which I don't think he does have at the moment. Ultimate activated again once by Lack. While that was happening, it seems like IGP wanted to get top tier 2, or at least put a foothold around this Darkslayer area, but they weren't lucky at all. Now, it might be time for HKA to try to sneak in this big objective.
Yeah, they do this all the time, where it's like, oh, they try to take a fight, they push them back, all the ultimates are through, they wait for the recalls, and then look to control the Darkslayer. Chobit's now in trouble. Can he get on out of there? Very close to death here. DM already trying to help him out, but Abao helps him disengage.
Now, here's the thing. Check out the ADCs though. You can see that the man is slightly ahead onto Dime in terms of the goal. And that is actually going to be a pretty big factor if you think about it. But of course, the big factor here is that KA is immensely ahead out of Outcast, and they're using at least that particular advantage to break towers left and right. Easy. But Chobits is so low. He just came back from base and then came out and then like, oh, I gotta go back, you know, regenerate myself.
Oh boy, this is a really tough game for HKA because a lot of things have to go right. And I think IGP kind of have a good idea of how HKA kind of process their information. And they are taking advantage of it, especially when it comes to these rotations, because like, oh yeah, the jungle might be nearby. Illumina does get the initial ult off. They do spot them out on the Darkslayer. I don't think they mind too much because they can look to punish. And look at KA. Just with 3 kills alone, this man is an absolute monster.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I would just wish that, you know, Florentino has a skin where he has a lightsaber.
That'd be pretty sick though. That would be pretty sick.
Yeah, because it's perfect timing. Because like, you know how Star Wars is about to come with Episode 9, and there's like that new series called The Mandalorian. Everyone's like freaking out with the Baby Yoda and stuff.
Baby Yoda as well.
Or if they make KA into a Mandalorian himself.
I don't think that would fit as nicely because of the sword and everything. I mean,
Mandalorians have swords, man.
Oh, that's true. But lightsabers, though.
Yeah, still, of course, lightsabers. But Mandalorians are a pretty cool race. It's not a type of name, guys. If you are into Star Wars, it's actually the race of bounty hunter, or like warriors. Sorry, I was fanboying a little bit. But KA definitely isn't up to the point where he's nigh unstoppable. Even at 2 versus 1, he can definitely handle it. Now with the Missile Dragon up to the front, it seems like HKA will try to contest this right up. Shaolin not activating his ultimate just yet, but KA just goes right in, activates the Illumia ultimate. Easy's onto the side there. He might be caught up into a rock in a hard place, but now Turtle tries to dive right in, but they overreach. Not good at all for IGP here. Too over-aggressive, and they pay with the life of their DS laner.
Oh, that was looking like a pretty interesting fight from both sides. I mean, the Lumina ult was a great way to disengage the moment KA went down. It was a good try, but more importantly, HKA with the help of Drake will be taking down this Tarts and will be able to claw back into this game. And despite IGP's lead, it's not going to matter for now.
Yeah, look at this turnaround. Darkslayer, Drake, losing KA is giving this Taiwanese team enough timing to be able to just get it. Oh no, that is so bad. Look at that, Shaolin just goes in, but everything is coming out from the wazoo from Easy. Finally shutting down the juggler of HKA here, but the damage definitely has been dealt as tower after tower, kill after kill, objective after objective is falling in place for HKA, and they only needed to win.
Yeah, and I think we've kind of been neglecting what's been happening. Oh wait, topside, they're having a lot of trouble. KA goes out instantaneously. The man's damage is insane. And I was about to bring this up that he has been farming so consistently. He has the highest gold total compared to everybody else on the map. Not 10K and literally 4 items already. This man hits like a truck.
That is what I was about to say. His gold lead against Dime was really there already, like 2 minutes before this. 2 minutes ago. The thing was, they were using KA pretty effectively, and then they just kind of made a mistake where they thought that they had, the big advantage, but they think they forgot to just check their scoreboard a little bit, see the items that are already on the man, and, well, it really hurt them as the game really progressed, and it just goes to show 2 Darkslayers already for Hong Kong Attitude. And again, this goes to back to my point with the statistics, where IGP, when they don't get their big objectives, you know that they're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Compared to the other teams.
Yeah, definitely here. But, I mean, this is really a back and forth for IGP and HKA. Again, this is very even between both sides. The scaling is starting to kick into effect. And finally, Telemas does get her Murumasa. Is it going to be enough to start chunking out the bigger targets like Outcast and Abao? Yes, but she still needs one more item to be super effective for the entirety of the team. Turtle just bought the Omni arms. He's going to be able to deal damage. They need a wombo combo this. They need a clean wombo combo from either side.
Maybe can do that right now. Outcast, though, is just chasing hard. He pulled in Turtle. Turtle can actually use the ultimate. He survives for a smidge, but still not going to be enough. And IGP cannot collapse onto that because it was not up to task, up to par with what they wanted to do. Alba, or rather Easy, activating his Moonfall. It was definitely not a position where they could really fight. And you can see the man. Look at the damage on the tower.
He's still going. He's still trying to go. And KA is going to be the next target. He instantly bops down. There is no way he's running from the man. He has scaled too nicely into the game. They lose the Drake, but now they're basically taking everything, claiming it as theirs.
I'd like to say this entire series has been always all about late game picks.
Yep, the scaling.
Yeah, the scaling really does.
Oh no, not like this! Not like this! Oh wait, no, they're trying to send this out. Illumia does get the initial Irie turn. So close.
I don't think it's enough. Oh, he just ate a whole chunk of that skill shot, and the Nexus is breaking, and HKA, they're at match point. One more game, and they are going to be our 3rd placers in this best of 7.
That was so close. He brought him down to like 1 HP. He just needed to get the auto attack in, but the rest of the team just didn't allow him. But congratulations to HKA. HKA just he played that Roxy ult like out of nowhere, just won them the game off the bat. And this must be so frustrating for IGP, who are just looking to set up like a really great wombo combo.
Like, IGP, I mean, I was like, yeah, IGP has a great composition, but, I mean, you saw how well, I would say HKA just kind of didn't force anything when they knew that they were going to lose to IGP. Yes, this was like a really insane play for IGP, and it was like, yeah, it shows that they have the ability to start these fights incredibly well. But the thing was, IGP did not break enough, get enough objectives, and more so than not, I believe they didn't even take out the Violet even once this game.
Yeah,
That's something as well.
the man has just been silently farming and accumulating a lot of gold under everybody's radar. Like, he was so far ahead in terms of gold in comparison to Telenas. And even Telenas, she was just chunked out. She didn't die too often during the laning phase as well. And both sides were farming very nicely, to be fair. But look at that score, 11.2k to 9.4. Like, what a gold discrepancy.
And also that Roxy pull is pretty fine. Just letting it, getting at. Ooh, yeah, KA got bursted down even though he has the revive. It still was not enough. Chobits, enough for this KA, just kind of like walked straight up into the face of Easy and it's like, boop, gets it easily bursted down. Then, yeah, they just fell one after the other. And that is game number 5 up into the hands of HKA.
The match point now. They're very close to closing this series out against IGP and secure themselves at 3rd place. IGP Gaming still trying to, maintain that lead, trying to keep control over this game. I mean, both sides, again, we said it was a 50-50. It really was. Both sides had some great scaling. It was about who could get to that point first, and in this case, it was HKA.
Now, the question is, we are up to the last game. Match point, of course, for HKA. But this is the last game where we're going to go before we get to Game 7, which is the reset.
Yeah.
Exactly. So what else do we actually have that these guys can bring to the table, so to speak, that can give them that W? I feel like we've already exhausted a lot of these options already, but Outcast with the DS lane, I feel like he still has a lot more because he only used the Roxy. There's still like a couple that we were talking about a while ago. But again, we'll just see. The Illumia to come out from IGP was brilliant, but like the thing with Illumia is she's only useful, I guess, for me with her ultimate.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
I agree. I definitely agree with you because Illumina, she doesn't scale very well. She doesn't have a lot of great base damages. Her ratios are kind of like okay at best. She's good. She's decently good at peeling, but not the best at it. So it's like where she fits the best is having a lot of cooldowns, making sure you're getting the ults whenever your team needs it when it's off cooldown.
Agreed. But now, of course, with all of that, HKA, they are so close. They can taste it. They can almost lick that 3rd place reward, or that 3rd place for themselves. And here he is with his magnificent hairdo. It's the man.
Gosh, he was just so far ahead. And Resident Sleeper here, like, my God, this guy did not want to go down. Farmed silently, extremely efficiently. There was never a moment he wasn't trying to accumulate a lead for himself, and that really paid off in the end.
Yeah, paid dividends for himself and his team. And look at that standing of his, 2-0 and 7. He was always in the fight. He was dealing good damage, and there was a point where KA and the rest of the members of IGP were chasing hard on the man's teammates, but he was just over the Spirit Sentinel pit, and he was firing at all cylinders over the pit, and nobody was just chasing him down. That's free damage. That was such an awkward position for IGP, and because of that, they lost their lives, and I don't know, it just spiraled out of control there.
Yeah, it was a pretty good game, but now here we go. Game 6 between these guys, and I think they're getting really sick of each other. It's like, man, they come up with something. They've got interesting comps. Now they're going head to head, and this is where the beauty of the global ban pick rules really come into effect, because like they're trying to say to each other, like, hey, the way we play doesn't really matter, because eventually we have to open up our pool as much as we can to get the most versatile, the best amount of picks, and also we have to consider your counter picks and also our play style. I mean, both teams have shown a lot of skill in this game. So game 6 is where it kind of matters before the reset, and hopefully HKA have, invested enough resources before the reset.
I mean, even if they do lose this game, at least they do go for the reset, so everything's back on the table for both of our teams. But again, yeah, you're right. We'll just see if they did put enough or they saved up enough that this game 6, they can still make it work for them. But Again, both of these teams, not really, of course, they're very, well, actually all of these teams are pretty practice first in the global ban rule set and whatnot, but it just goes to show that these higher echelon teams know how to really push it to the limit. Like we're in, for us, it looks very awkward a little bit, you know, how they set up, like, again, let's say going back to the Yibnet pick, but then the way that they use it is how it just kind of pops into our heads, and this is like amazing to see, especially here in the AIC 2019. Definitely looking forward to how this 6th game will unravel before our eyes.
Yeah, and I just want to see some of the older picks now, and the only time you get to see it is in game 6s of the best of 7s, because, you know, they're bringing back the old meta stuff where it's just like, yeah, this was good, but, you know, there are other heroes that were better, but now that they're bad, it's like, it slowly rises up onto the table.
That's the thing about this, is like everything is available for use. Like there are definitely going to be meta picks here and there, yes, but more so than not, because of course everything is up for taking, obviously. That's when we see these, let's see, these less than optimal picks, in the sense of, like, you see the Illumia from time to time, the Flash from time to time. Maybe we'll be lucky and maybe even see a Joker here, a Morin. Those are some really nice picks that we've kind of seen be used in the past. Didn't see too much success, but I'm looking forward to seeing them now.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Morin. Oh, Morin. Like, he can be great, but, man, can he be so immobile. Like, it's so difficult to get into certain places with him. But, yeah, I'm excited to see some of the older picks show up more. What are they going to go for? I'm thinking about the things that have already been banned from both sides. I think Florentino is still not going to be picked up by the side of HKA. I don't ever think
I think it's just going to be banned by IGP again.
Yeah, they'll never get it, which is super frustrating. And IGP, I think they haven't picked up the Darcy for themselves, if I'm correct. So I don't know. I don't think there is another priority pick to be given away, and that's why Game 5 was pretty interesting, because they made them they made HKA choose between, oh, you can either pick up the Florentino, but we'll get Zip, or you pick up the Zip and we'll take the Florentino, and they definitely bit onto the Zip.
I feel like Zip's win rate is pretty high in this entire tournament. Like, we've seen him a couple of times, and he's only lost once or twice. So his ability to really kind of just keep your teammate safe with his Devourer, it just really gives a lot of, like, durability, you know? And it seems like we're about to go into Game 6. Can this be? Hong Kong Attitude finally closing out the match, or IGP push it to Game 7. We'll just have to know. Ban out the Florentino. I dare ya. No, Elsu and Kriknak were actually removed. So Florentino is up for the table here, and IGP, they've already used it. They can't steal it away from HKA now.
Yeah, and this is kind of awkward, because now HKA have some options to kind of play around. They rather deny the jungle Xiaolin with the Kriknak. Like, that's kind of a given. And I think they want HKA to pick up the Florentino this time around. Do they have a pick to actually deal with it overall, or have they been holding something back for now? Oh yeah, Fennec is still around. Hey.
Storing the Fennec, again, probably my favorite ADC in this particular meta. He just works so extremely well. Especially when you have like a defense cop around him. But there he is, Florentino already out. And first, finally, the Ormar actually out, which is a pretty good steal pick from Hong Kong Attitude, thinking that Chobis hasn't also used the Ormar in this particular game, or in this particular series. So being able to remove that really does give the Fennec a lesser amount of skirmish potential, and of course it gives you yourself a really nice skirmish potential as well.
Yeah, and now IGP have to make some choices here. Like, where are we lacking? What can we use to fill up the role and make our composition work better? Because I feel like especially for HKA, they really look for the counter picks more often than not. IGP kind of does the same thing, but it's like they both are trying to adapt to each other's styles rather than play a very distinct style of their own, unless they have like a wombo combo composition that they're ready to go for.
Seems like they're playing safe and just looking at Teamy first. Ignis hasn't been picked up by IGP. That's interesting. But, of course, rather than interesting, Also a pretty solid pick in the mid lane. Doesn't really show what IGP have stored in mind. This is just kind of like a really solid, versatile composition. Has a lot of teamfight presence, has a lot of objective control, and of course, the ability to push towers very quickly with that Fennec. Now, HKA, are they going to look to already to fight against the Ignis, or will they secure an ADC? Because if you see IGP, they're definitely going to choke out the ADCs of HKA, which is pretty much right now not really exist anymore, because if you look at the picks, look at that, the previous games.
They have to go for something weird. They could go for the Brahilda. They could go for, you know, the Morin as well. I'm thinking that they want to kind of pick it up early on rather than go for something like the Enzo now, just so that it doesn't get banned out later. But I think, you know, HKA, they're very confident in their capabilities. I still think who else is up on the table? Oh yeah, the Cafney is also up on the table for HKA as well. So I think they have a couple of options here. Let's see how IGP want to handle this.
Enzo, I actually thought that we might be seeing somebody else, but okay. Now, removing the Killen once again here, not going to allow Turtle to use that. I think you just don't want the extra firepower from IGP, because now you can see the Fennec and the Ignis really just kind of showing its stride. Brunhilde's been removed. I'm assuming Kafeni would be something also that they might remove here, just because it's the other other ADC. And this is like the first time we're going to be finally seeing the Yorn come out.
No, I'm pretty sure they still, HKA still has talent on Nas, if I'm correct. So I think IGP, what do they not want to deal with here? That's the real question. Like, I feel like Telenas might be one of the bands that they are considering if they really want to, you know, pinch down onto the marksman, if I'm correct. If I saw correctly as I was looking through, you know, the last picks indicated at the bottom of the screen. Ooh, Diao-chan is going to be the one, huh?
The Preda.
I mean, they're thinking about mid laners now. They're thinking about people who can clear waves fast. And Preta, you know, previously in meta, ages ago, Season 2, dominating just because of her strong wave clear. Not so good now, considering, you know, the other picks. But when you have global ban picks, these other metas, older meta heroes are starting to surface. Rook, going to be the next ban coming in from HKA. Pinching down on those junglers for IGP.
Now, Hong Kong Attitude, mid first. You know, comparing it. I mean, IGP already have their mid and their ADC, so maybe they're just going to force it out a bit more. Get that particular pick.
Oh, they already used Telenas in Game 4 already, so
yeah,
they're not going to have access to it. Ooh.
It's Kafeni or someone else. Diao-chan, though, not a bad choice, so to speak, because it does synergize well with the Ormar and Enzo. As you just kind of give them like a playing field for them to kind of stick to their targets. That's about it. So
yeah.
It does really help out.
All right, let's see how IGP want to round out their team composition. So far, it looks pretty standard with the Fennec, Timmy, and Ignis, but they still kind of need to figure out who is going to go into the DS lane against the Florentino. I'm expecting the Roxy this time round. From the side of IGP. Ooh, Varus hasn't been picked by them, huh?
We have seen before in the past, I believe that was also, what was it, IGP or HKA, that brought out a Ryoma as the ADC. Pretty strong, really good counter to the Fennec, because he can stick to the Fennec more than the Fennec can peel off of him, but he's very early game centric.
Yes, he doesn't scale that well.
Are we going to see it? Valheim jungle? Or Fennec jungle?
I think it's going to be Fennec jungle, Valheim AD with Roxy in the Darkslayer lane. Yep, all adds up. IGP playing a very standard composition. Well, Hong Kong Attitude, you know, the Enzo is the Ormar we've seen here and there, but the Enzo is really out there.
Yeah, it's the first time. But come on, Valheim, AP Valheim in the jungle, give it to us. And, oh, they're going to go for full damage. Okay, it makes a lot of sense, though, because I mean, if they try to force themselves to go for an ADC, it might not work at all. But if you try to get the best last DS laner picks, and these are high-tier picks, so to speak, it works well. There's a lot of ability for Florentino, so Valheim cannot peel off. Ah, come on. I really wanted to see the Yena
I think, you know, Yenna, to me, Yenna would have been, like, I love Yenna. I think she's only a bad pick only because that means their team is going to go all in, and Teamy is just not going to let that happen. It's like, oh, yeah, kill my teammates. I'm just going to be a bro, and we can just bail out while Ignis helps disengage the rest of the team. On top of the Fennec ultimate, like, the zone control from IGP is extremely powerful. They need something with a bit of range to peel backwards. They need something with consistent DPS.
Oh, I'm a little bit disappointed. I wanted to see the Valheim in the jungle with the AP items. That magic Valheim. What is he doing with his finger? I just saw he was like flicking it or something.
Oh boy, these player cams are great. But yeah, looking at both compositions, which are you feeling? Which are you feeling is a little bit better? Which are you favoring?
I have to give it to the composition of IGP, I feel.
More standard?
Yeah, the more standard feels like it's a solid, well-built composition that can, you know, stand the test of time.
Oh, yeah. I would like to say that Hong Kong Attitude's composition is it's so like Enzo really needs to perform here, and that's kind of the issue because Enzo can make some very good plays. We're just gonna have to wait and see if he's able to do that, especially against something so meta with what IGP is currently running as of yet. But I do agree with you that I'm leaning towards IGP here. Their composition doesn't look too bad, but hopefully HKA can put it into 5th gear and start accelerating all the way through to get that win, because remember, they are on match point.
Yeah, I know. This is it, guys. Match point already. Is it going to be pushed to Game 7 or HKA take that victory? I feel like this is kind of like the finals match already, but we're not done just yet for today. After this, it's going to be BRU facing Team Flash.
Team Flash, yeah. All right, looks like the games are starting to load up. If you guys are excited, hit in the chat, in the comment section down below, hashtag IGP win or hashtag HKA. As we load into this, this could be potentially the final bout. If HKA win this, they secure themselves as the 3rd place, and IGP is 4th. But IGP, they want to bring it to a Game 7.
Now, of course, this is going to be a little bit of a face-off into the front line. Albao with the Ormar. Really is going to help Easy here in the mid lane. It's going to be like a smack-a-dabadoo, but this Ormar here is just going to be in the front, you know, just kind of scouting out as much as possible. And Lack really is going to be in a tight spot there. The protection of the team doesn't come online, like at least once he gets level 3, level 4, that's when it's going to matter. But Lack really just respecting the lockdown and the slow from this Diao Chen and Ormar combo.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, it's looking all right. Looks like the Valheim as well as the Caffeine are kind of on their own. If she's by herself, the Ormar is in the mid lane. I can't remember. Oh wait, yeah, there's Albao taking care of Chobits right there.
Diamond's gonna be joining in. Does get a couple of stun hits, but that's about it. Pretty tanky this Ormar is. And into the top side once again. It's going to be the first blood already.
So quick already with the mistakes, and Outcast finally able to flash his skills and just kind of, you know, outclass KA there a little bit, as KA made the mistake walking up. Like, he has to remember level 4 is when he's going to be safe. Oh, here we go. Lock takes up quite a bit of damage. Xiaolan, he is ready for it, though. He does drop down, gets the initial stun, but IGP, they are playing very, very fast here. Both teams want to get ahead.
You can see how aggressive it is. That's a problem also with Enzo. Like, he just tries to connect at you, but when you're not, he needs to be able to kind of consecutively connect multiple skills of his to make him stick to a target, which he excels at. But if you're able to dodge just the one, it seems like he can't follow up after that.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's some of the things here that we're kind of spotting out, and Lack knowing the kind of the matchup, which is pretty terrible. Now, Albao, he doesn't have his level 4. This is gonna be bad. Finally, he does get a connection there with his judgment. Follows it up, and Lack is in a world of hurt. I take back what I said. This Enzo pick is proving its it's worth 4 HKA already with those two. Make that 3 kills.
Absolutely, and especially when it comes down to chasing, like Enzo sticks like glue. He won't let you go, and he definitely helps, especially if Hong Kong Attitude is winning. If you win much harder. Like, oh, Enzo is such a mechanically difficult hero to play, and to see Xiaolin actually performing decently well on it for now is great testament to his skill. But can he go up and beyond and really set up the plays for HKA to take this game?
I mean, if he can, definitely will give a bigger chance for HKA to have a slight better win rate. And just kind of getting this. Oh no, Laklak is in the middle of it. They don't even have the teamie there. That's the thing. Now into the bottom lane, Amos is gonna use his spin to win. He's gonna be fine. He's gonna clear out the wave easy there. Well, Xiaolin and Easy make quick work of that mid-tier 1. So interestingly to see that IGP are kind of faltering in terms of what they have to do in terms of the objectives.
Yeah, and both teams are playing super fast here. 2K goal lead coming in from HKA. They want to maintain control over the Abyssal Dragon before they slowly make their way and look to maybe go for an engage here. They disengage, but they want to make sure they have control over this neutral objective.
Nobody's going to be able to counter them with that, so Dragon should go into... Look at that Kafeni. It's like just hitting the Dragon without stopping. Her attack speed, or her auto attack, is incredibly insane.
Yeah, and right now Outcast can't really do too much onto the top side. He's just holding his ground as the rest of HKA look to pressure this bot. They already have priority, and now Kafeni popping off the ultimate there just to kind of zone Chobits for a bit. He is going to be going down. Did he get the ultimate up? Yes, he did. Be a Bro manages to come through. They survive.
They can actually go back if they wanted to, but now that IGP are overextending in the mid lane, you can see already that Ormar is here to help with the fight. Should get level 6 right about there, but okay, no takes on the bottom lane tower just for now. I thought they would try to make it work once again, but of course, that's not the optimal way to kind of control the map.
Yeah. Where is Xiaolin going to be? I think he's creeping a lot. Like, he's being very efficient. He's cleared out his own jungle. Now, he kind of wants to make the play. He's just sitting around mid lane waiting for someone in mobile like the Ignis to kind of show up so he can look for another punish. I mean, easy. He just needs to land some great ultimates, and then the rest is history for the side of IGP.
HKA are now forming as an entire team. Oh no, they found Turtle. He's not going to be able to escape this. So powerful. Now, this is what Diao Chan really brings to the fight. It's not the solo Diao Chan that really wins the game. It's the team Diao Chan that is really giving much success here for HK. And Outcast out of nowhere, he just goes 1v1 and destroys Laklak, I believe. And now this mid-tier 2. This is so fast. This is 6 minutes into the game, and we're already pushing for a tier 3 tower.
Yeah, they are just going at top speed. They still are maintaining, you know, that 2.1k gold lead, and it's still a difficult feat to do, especially for the side of IGP, but they can scale into this game. They just need to buy some time, lose a little less objectives. They still have their tier 1s onto their side lanes, but they're losing so much mid lane control, especially with the tier 2. They can traverse the jungle, and if they stick under their tier 1, there's such a high potential of getting dove under tower for the side of from the side of HKA.
Yeah, very much agree. They can definitely just keep doing that, and it's kind of like what IGP did, so to speak, in one of the previous games where they had the Yibneth. You know, they're able to do so much with this Diao Chan, and we're kind of seeing right now that again this particular mage pick really giving that extra amount of pick-off or team fight presence or even dive ability for anyone who uses her.
Yeah, and now IGP right on top of the Abyssal Dragon.
Wow.
Chobits gets pulled back. They were just waiting for the right opportunity to take him out, but Be a Bro brings him back to life just to go down one more time. Xiaolin, he's trying to look to snag somebody this time, but he can't interrupted by the stun from Ignis. He was able to proc it really, really nicely, chaining those abilities together to secure it, but Outcast has such a good push on the bottom side. Roxy isn't really doing too much, and now Darkslayer falls into the hands of HKA. They're going to really press their foot on the gas with the help of the Drake.
That was a super fast Darkslayer. Darkslayer comes out 7 minutes into the game, and they took it just as he spawns. This is a extremely high-powered, high-maneuver move. Yeah, they lose Ao through that, but he was just scouting, and that's the support, so it's fine. But that means that, yeah, you're right. Drake is up, and he's not going to call you on his cell phone. He's going to destroy your tower.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, my lord. They're still rolling on forward, pushing on through. The man has some great push. The Abyssal Dragon has been taken out. They still haven't spawned the Drake in just yet. But we'll just have to see where they kind of want to attack the map. They already broke bottom tier 1. Do they want to get a simultaneous put of mid bot?
They could probably do that. Or since they've really controlled the map, they could just put it to the top lane and, yeah, just kind of, go for the easy top tier 1 and then go for the top tier 2. Still, the fight does get unleashed here by IGP. They're chasing them down hard, but look at this Shaolin into the middle of it all. Easy has to back away just now. Man activates his Fusillade, pushes them back, but Outcast joins the fray. Oh, this is terrible. They did not expect that to happen. And the one man that IGP should not have lost, Dime, has gone down.
Oh, that's super unlucky. This just means that more map control is coming in. Florentino run down to the bot side. They have to respond to this. They're sending 3 members. They're willing to sacrifice top tier 1. Roxy is there. They're at the top side. Hopefully she's able to clear that wave because it's going to be an extremely tough task. She peels back because she can't defend it. She's so scared of getting dove under. This is a huge goal swing in favor of HKA.
Look at how quick they're just able to destroy these towers. Good connection onto the Judgment there by Enzo, and they're really just using the Fusillade to just hit hard. And while all this happening, yeah, Dime right there. Interesting to see that HKA aren't trying to contest this one, but of course they are forcing IGP to play at their game, and you can see right now that that could have been the bottom tier 2. Not sure why Florentino just backed away. He could have just gotten it straight up.
Yep, and the man will
go.
be able to take up that bot tier 2. No problems whatsoever, but they're also suffocating them out of the jungle. I would have liked to see, a bigger discrepancy in the goal. Right now, it's currently at 3K, but the lead can only get bigger because they have their own jungle to clear off as well. And now they're kind of waiting for 34 more seconds for the Dark Slayer, but not without taking the Abyssal Dragon. Potentially first? I don't think they want to take the Abyssal Dragon first.
They can take it. It's an objective they can just easily grab for themselves. There's going to be a 5-man collapse into this bottom lane, but Outcast, he's way too fast with the Florentino. I don't think it's even going to be able to catch him off guard there.
Yeah. Now, back into the jungle, top side already. They haven't broken into the inhibitor turrets yet, even though there are 4 turrets down for the side of IGP Gaming. Chobits get chunked out a little bit here. He's going to be A-OK for now, but now here's where it all comes down to. HKA getting this Drake so they can look to break into that high ground tower.
Nobody's going to be countering this from IGP.
They have to just maintain the wave.
I don't think they can maintain the waves at all, because there it is. They're going to look to push it up.
Ooh, putting it on top side as well. They're going to synchronize it with the minions so that they
he's
are
found
going in
Chobits.
together. Chobits? I think he's going to be fine for now. I don't think he's the priority target, and that's why HKA don't want to pounce on him.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But if he was really overextended, he could have been just easy pickings, and you burn the being a bro. That's a pretty big ultimate, already out of the hands of IGP here. They're going to try to go into the side. Easy activates his ultimate straight up there. Not sure if that was the best thing to do, but you can see the damage output from this Drake really, really strong, and they're setting it up, and IGP are taking unnecessary damage throughout, and both top and mid tier 3 towers are already very low. The timing for HKA, they knew that there was going to be a siege minion right here into the top side, and they just use it after the Drake. They destroy it. Great timing from them, and here it is.
How are they going to close this out? They have to wait for another Dark Slayer. The Rage Abyssal Dragon should be coming up real soon as well. I think that at this point, it's IGP not to make a mistake because there are no objectives on the map for HKA to really take besides the high ground towers, but even so, it's still pretty difficult considering that IGP has some great wave clearing options.
They definitely do. They have Lack, they have the Fennec. Thing around that for yeah, the Drake is a big tool for them to just use with. Almost gonna get obliterated like there, but he is the support. They still have a lot of control here, and they try to duel against Outcast. How dare you, he says. Goes right in, breaks away at the Roxy. HKA is easy. Will activate his ultimate here onto the side using that Ice Queen powers of his. Just zone him out, and being a bro is not activated by Chobits. This is it. Oh no.
This is
Chobits made a mistake.
Oh,
GG.
no, not like this. They don't have a minion, but the death timers are too soon. Outcast, he's just going to sit this one out. They're going to be cutting on through, finally getting the minions in. They're going to end the game here. Match point, HKA take the W.
And that is them being the third placers here at AIC 2019.
Great game overall. I mean, the pace of that game was a lot faster, a lot more confidence coming out from HKA.
Very
Looking
much.
really, really good. It is good to see Enzo back where he belongs.
In the last game.
Yeah. I mean, in the last game, you don't see him often, and that's the thing, you know? People kind of overlook Enzo. But yeah, Enzo is a great way to follow up. Congratulations to HKA winning that third place, as well as IGP, who will be placed in fourth.
And with that, we conclude our best of 7 to see who wins or who gets the third place. That means HKA, they got it already. They're top 3. IGP, top 4, still very respectable. But you saw that they were struggling as the game progressed. They came back a little bit, you know, for match 4 and 5. No, 3 and 4. But then HKA just kind of like closed it out with 5 and 6.
They had like an odd amount of confidence for this game 6.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, I don't know if it's a second win mentality sort of thing, but they were ready to just go at it. Like, it's just a different change of pace and a different, you know, a different change of pace from what we were used to.
This is the Shaolin that brings HKA to Grand Finals. This was supposed to be the Shaolin that could have beaten BRU, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it was such... man, that BRU matchup was just a little too difficult, but this highlight reel is just basically all of HKA keeping control, maintaining control, and allowing Outcast, giving Outcast the space and allowing Shaolin to, you know, set up the fights for the rest of the team. And Easy, he had the greatest time of his life. He just had to press one button half the time. He doesn't even have to land most of his abilities because the setup was just so good from HKA.
Exactly, you know, all they had to do was just kind of connect everything. The thing was, they had so much of an issue to try to go through the ultimate of Yao Chan. Easy was so very clairvoyant or understanding where he had to drop his CC just to make it so that IGP had to work their way there. This was the best initiate for IGP, but look at the stun that actually connected onto KA as Easy locked him down so that Outcast could have made short work of him. And this bottom lane, look at Chobits. He did not expect. He was trying to activate his being a bro, but it was just too late.
Yeah, too much damage, too much power. Hong Kong attitude, really, really well played to them. Let's see who's going to be the key player, as it will be showed up on screen in a little bit. I mean, I really don't know. Like, a lot can be said for, you know, the DS lane and the jungler as well. Mid lane played pretty well as well. Camping also played pretty well, but I'm thinking more along the lines of Outcast as well as Xiaolin, because they really made a difference there.
I would give it to Shaolin for sure, 100%. Like, you saw how aggressive he was, being able to connect judgments left and right in the early game as well, which really forced Lack. Nobody was actually even defending Lack in the mid lane. They got an early break into that mid tier 1, and HKA never let up. They got so many towers, so many objectives, and you can see it there, 9 towers, 3 dragons, 2 Dark Slayers. That's a really big advantage, all thanks to Shaolin starting it off with the Enzo route.
I mean, you know, I do agree with the Enzo was a big part. I do think Outcast also had some great moments as well, really pulling away the pressure from the team, where it's like they couldn't figure out where to go, and that slight bit of confusion allowed Shaolin to really, you know, seep into their minds, pulling them back and setting up fights for the rest of the team. The man, he had the time of his life. Easy, the man, they were like, oh wow, they're just being handed, they're spoon feeding us these kills. Like, I'll just keep eating them. I don't mind. Like, my team is great. I don't have to worry about a thing.
I mean, sometimes as a carry, you just want that to happen, right? And it's like, okay, I can't really initiate for you. I can't really micro. Okay, if that's the case, I'll just drop everything right in front of you and use auto attack. Sure. I mean, that's the basic that you can do, right? Yeah, I'm the man. I can do just basic auto attacks. You set everything for me, Shaolin. You set everything up for me easy. I'll do the auto attacks, and that's about it. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they're running. Oh, they're running away. You need a large area of snow. Don't worry, I have that in my kit too. Don't worry about it, bros.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
And here it is. The key players. Are they gonna show it this time around? It's going to be Xiaolin. I mean, well deserved. 57% kill participation, 60% damage dealt, 23 damage taken with a 3, 1, and 5 end score KDA. So well done. So well done.
And that, I mean, yeah, he definitely deserved all of it. 57% kill participation. Look at this guy. Like, yeah, I got it, guys. My Enzo was the best, so.
I didn't absolutely smurf this game. Don't worry about it. Lovable guy. But congratulations to HKA. They're going to take this series, and now it's going to be the next big bout. The next finale coming right up.
All right, guys, so we'll be taking a break, and when we come back, the grand finals. Who will get that big-ass trophy, you know, here at AIC 2019, and of course get the measly sum prize of $200,000. Who cares about that? And it's all about the glory. Awaken your ambition, as the tagline of this tournament is. My name is Asarai. With me now is Gideon Q. We'll be back after a quick break, so don't go anywhere because the grand finals is gonna go underway. Stay tuned.
นัดก่อยเข้ามาช่วยแอนดี้ตีรอดแต่นัดก่อย2018นี่คือทีมแชมเปี้ยนเจทีม
Cảm nghĩ của tôi lần này cũng như hai lần trước khi tham dự trận chung kết AIC thì hai lần trước tôi đã thất bại và lần này khát khao của tôi sẽ lớn hơn rất là nhiều và tôi muốn vô địch.
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ทำสำเร็จอีกก้าวหนึ่งก็รอบที่แล้วตอนอยู่อัลฟาเลสได้ที่4พอมาอยู่ทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดได้ที่2ก็แบบอยากจะคว้าแชมป์ให้ได้ครับ
Chúng tôi đã vô địch đấu trường danh vọng và chúng tôi cũng đã vô địch AWC. Chỉ còn AIC 2019 nữa thôi là chúng tôi sẽ trở thành một huyền thoại.
ก็คิดว่าเขาเป็นทีมที่เก่งครับแล้วก็มีมาตรฐานในการเล่นที่ดีครับก็จะประมาทไม่ได้ครับทีมเขาก็มีประสิทธิภาพที่ดี
Ở Buriram đối đánh khá giống ở Việt Nam khi bọn họ muốn giao tranh liên tục nhưng đây cũng là một sở trường của Việt Nam cho nên bọn tôi sẽ đánh vào điểm yếu đó và bắt bọn họ phải giao tranh liên tục và cuốn theo lối đánh của chúng tôi.
มันอยู่ที่ใครเล่นพลาดกันก่อนมากกว่าถ้าเกิดใครพลาดก่อนก็แพ้ครับ
Theo tôi, điểm yếu nhất của Buriram là rừng. Bởi vì họ nhường quá nhiều tài nguyên cho rừng nên bọn tôi chỉ việc đánh vào rừng là xong.
แน่นอนสิครับต้องเป็นเฟิร์สวันอยู่แล้ว เพราะว่าเฟิร์สวันเป็นคนที่การคอเกมและการแก้เกมค่อนข้างที่จะชัวร์แล้วก็ไม่ค่อยผิดพลาดครับผม
Tôi có xem qua bài báo và biết là Nunu hay xem tôi chơi cho nên ngày mai sẽ là sân khấu của riêng tôi và cậu hãy chú ý xem từng chi tiết nhỏ nhé.
ครับก็แชมป์ AIC ก็หน้าใหม่ตลอดครับซีซั่นนี้ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์ครับ
Ngày mai chúng tôi sẽ nâng cao chiếc cúp vô địch ở Thái Lan.
ขอบคุณแฟนคลับทุกๆคนนะครับที่ชื่นชอบในตัวผมขอบคุณมากครับ
I will be the first one
The team from Thailand, Buriram United, overfly, first one, Nunu. The Foxes is Lindil and Summer.ซึ่งแน่นอนนะครับทั้ง2ทีมรอมาถึงวันนี้เพื่อเป็นทีมที่ดีที่สุดในโลกนะครับกับการแข่งขันครั้งนี้
ใช่แล้วค่ะวันนี้นะคะเชื่อว่าทีมทั้ง2ทีมเลยค่ะหัวใจของเขานั้นนะคะอยู่ที่ถ้วยใบนี้เท่านั้นใครกันที่จะได้เป็นแชมป์ของรายการ AIC 2019 ค่ะ
แน่นอนนะครับทุกอย่างเดิมพันบนเวทีแห่งนี้ตำแหน่งแชมป์มีเพียงตำแหน่งเดียวเท่านั้น
โอ้โหตื่นเต้นมากๆเลยนะคะสำหรับตอนนี้
แน่นอนนะครับทุกแรงเชียร์ทุกแรงใจมีความสำคัญกับเขาทุกคนเป็นอย่างมากเพราะฉะนั้นส่งเสียงเชียร์ส่งแรงเชียร์ทุกอย่างมาให้เต็มที่กับแมตช์นี้
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
และแน่นอนที่สุดนะครับอีกสักครู่เดียวเราจะได้รู้กันแล้วนะครับว่าใครจะเป็นหนึ่งเดียวกับถ้วยเกียรติยศใบนี้ AIC 2019 หนึ่งเดียวนี้จะเป็นทีมจากประเทศไทยหรือจะเป็นทีมจากเวียดนาม
ค่ะก็มารอลุ้นแชมป์ไปพร้อมๆกันนะคะเชียร์ทีมไหนรักทีมไหนก็ส่งแรงใจมาเชียร์ได้เลยค่ะ
Are you ready people
guys, to the Arena of Valor International Championship Grand Finals. You saw that intro. We saw that intro. It is going to be Buriram United Esports up against Team Flash. My name is Asarai. Joining here with me now, as my voice is slowly dying, is Gideon Q. Hang on.
For comedic effect, but yes,
No,
it is true.
I really had to cough.
But literally am dying. But welcome, everybody. This is going to be the grand finals. You've been waiting all day for this bout, this next best of 7, and I can't wait to get into it because these competitors have come a long way to get to this point.
Yeah, we've seen, again, the struggles of BRU. Well, slight struggles of BRU and Team Flash, both coming from Group B. We discussed it before with the other casters. I'm going to discuss it with you right now. Group B seemed like the strongest side or the strongest group in the group stage, and it seems like it was true. Both are finalists coming from that particular stage, and both of them actually the top dogs of that being BRU and Team Flash.
Yeah, and I mean, they made a statement in their groups, in their respective groups, but also in their play styles as they, beat their competitors out in the playoffs in the upper brackets all the way here. Like, they were looking so good. The question is, it's going to be a clash of play styles here. BRU like playing, that super defensive, like, I'll wait for you to make a mistake. I'll play the objective game, and I will push you to your very limits after 40, maybe even 50 minutes. We're going to have to wait and see. But Team Flash, a very versatile team. Can they actually crack the code? Because so far, not a lot of people have been able to break BRU just yet.
Yeah, definitely. The contrast of how these two teams kind of try to get those victories, those Ws, really will push each other to the limit. But I feel like we did see yesterday when BRU was fighting up against HKA that HKA did have a certain style, a certain type of moxie that they were bringing to the table. I felt like was correct, but not enough, in the sense that their strategy is working, but they needed to be faster. They needed to set themselves with a certain timer or punish the retreats of BRU. You saw how HKA were aggressive only up to the point before BRU retreated, and that kind of reset everything for BRU. BRU, they love everything about resetting team fights, resetting objectives, everything. They just kind of just force you, into the brink of insanity. Well, HKA didn't challenge that reset, which I think is the reason why they didn't really, succeed against BRU in that set. But I feel like Team Flash is on the same spectrum as HKA, but on a different level.
Yeah.
So this could be something that they can use to their advantage.
I think, what really sets Team Flash apart, they have that X factor. Like, I sat down thinking my 300 IQ, numbers flying past, all the analytics passing before my eyes as I went to sleep. And the only possible conclusion out of the millions of possibilities that they actually been able to take out BRU is because they have that little bit of extra, flair, that X factor that we're talking about to really set themselves apart. And when I'm talking about X factor, I mean the ability to not feel fear in adversary. They're willing to take risky plays. They know, they are confident in making them, and they know how to recover from them as well. Two major parts of the spectrum where if you make a play, you take a 50-50 that looks risky, you go for these bigger tower dives. If it doesn't work out, how do you play from behind? And that's why I feel like Team Flash is the complete package coming into this. They've got their arsenal in every single direction. They've got every kind of weapon to attack their opponents. But BRU, they're really good at playing by the book, that textbook. So again, can they crack the code?
Yeah, Team Flash, they have extremely aggressive members from Gao, Ellie, ADC, XB. These guys, especially Gao, who is called like the golden child, or if you want to call him, the top player right now for Team Flash. Very aggressive, super potent in the DS lane, and that is definitely what they're going to need when they're going to head up against BRU. We saw BRU, I would say, they really do embody the defensive play style, where Isalindels, as that support player, he just defends in a whole different level, and being able to break to Isalindels is going to be also a kind of, a must-have for Flash to be able to get in onto the other members of BRU. And talking about the other members as well.
Yeah.
First one in the jungle, we saw him. We thought he was gonna just be like a non-factor jungler, just playing a little bit with the Cricknack. But we saw his killing, and he is just not a pushover himself. They need to go aggressive. First one is there to get that aggression for BRU.
Especially where the meta is right now, where the jungle is just such a large part of the game where they get ahead, they need to set the pace, they need to set the tone. And I think, with him in the jungle, he is able to kind of play at the same pace of this team and even push it up even further as well. So I'm excited to see how Team Flash is going to try and take this away, because this game, I'm really excited about it because somebody needs to break BRU. Their playstyle can be infuriating, but it works so well.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to respect how BRU, even though it doesn't seem to be the flashiest type, it's there. They made it so that every adversity that they challenge, that they face, they're going to always be able to get that punished. So, but, I mean, if anybody's going to be able to do it, I believe that Team Flash can.
Yeah.
Because, again, coming in from the Group B, they actually went up against each other and in a series of 2, right? And they actually finished it 1-1. When I think like BRU won the first game, Team Flash didn't understand how BRU played at the time, and then they shifted up how they played and got the second game. So I feel like BRU coming to this one aren't really going to dive into the unknown. They have some sort of idea, and of course, the matches from yesterday, where they understand how BRU plays.
I think what it comes down to is preparation from yesterday and today, where you kind of accumulate what you can get out of the games. And thankfully, for both sides, they have plenty of information. So far, BRU haven't really, shifted away from their play style. So if they have something in store, I think Team Flash might have to force it out of them if they consistently beat the textbook every single time. I feel like between Team Flash and Team BRU, like BRU is like that top dog, so a really good boy, plays by the book, follows the rules, has good grades, and everyone else who is just like, I have a lot of talent, and it's like, yeah, we're talented too, but we want to stick by the book, we want to be good. While Team Flash, I don't want to say they're the bad boys of the group, but these guys are just good at everything. You're like, you know what? You're my next competitor. You think your good boy standings and play style is going to get you far? Well, I'm going to show you whether or not I can break it, because their playstyle is so frustrating.
I mean, Team Flash, everybody loves a bad boy, but you also have to kind of admire how Team Flash just started this year. First place at Arena of Glory Spring and Winter 2019. They got a hell of a lot stronger compared to the previous years, and now coming back into it, they're looking to redeem themselves, because I'm not mistaken, Team Flash were second place in AIC 2018, definitely looking to finally reach that first place. And BRU, on the other hand, they're kind of, I would say, the same spectrum, where BRU not really international champions throughout, but they were also pretty good during the other tournaments that they have actually joined, where they were looking like one of the strong teams in the AWC 2019.
Yes.
Their group stage was 9-0, incredible, right? But then Team DeVita just stopped them in the playoffs, which was like, what just happened? But yeah, now coming back into AIC, they're looking to redeem themselves, and they're looking to not falter anymore here in the finals.
What I'm scared of is that, BRU, they're a good team, but this is the furthest they've gone in such a large scale competition like AIC. They are literally one best of 7 away from being considered the best team in AOV. And I think that, that's a lot of pressure for us. We're like, we're not in their shoes. We're not in their position. I don't know what kind of a mentality they have to come into this to tell themselves, like, yes, we are a championship team. We are an internationally renowned team and should deserve the respect from Team Flash. Team Flash, they've been in this situation not once, multiple times. They got really close. They've been champions before. They have the name under their belt. So to them, this is just, all right, I want to secure my spot. I've been here before. I have the experience. I hope that BRU don't crumble under this immense pressure.
Yeah, but again, anything can happen in this type of scenario. Again, you put yourself to the grand finals. This is AOV, global bands, best of 7. All of those things can just mix, and it either will break you or make you.
Trial by fire. Trial by
exactly.
fire.
And we're just waiting for the first game to begin. This grand finals is going to be insane. And of course, you know, with everything that's happening, we'd like to thank our sponsors once again. Tencent Games, Garena, CJ E&M, OGN. You're seeing all those fancy ARs in the production in the main area, True Online, and of course our venue with True Icon Hall at Icon Siam or Siam. I was debating about this with Yumiko, and she keeps telling me it's either or, but I feel like it should be Siam.
Don't worry, it's like tomato, tomato. It's all within the same spectrum here. Unless they've got two malls with two different names here, then we apologize for that in advance, just in case, thinking ahead here. But yeah, this is going to be an exciting matchup here. Do you feel like there are any particular picks that you're eyeing, you're gunning out to find out that they're going to whip it? Like, just throw it out, just like Enzo or Mar.
I'm not sure about like focus picks, but I feel like there's gonna be much emphasis with a certain lane. I feel like that's gonna be the DS lane. All right,
go on.
Yeah, because again, I was talking about how Gao is like the man with the plan for Flash there, and he's definitely going to be the star player for them. He's going to bring his team up to victory. Of course, other members are not something to be laughed at, but I feel like Gao is definitely something that has been like the key factor for Team Flash in winning a lot of their games. So
that's fair. That's
Overfly, fair. Who is from the side of BRU, and then his substitute Summer may be able to break it down, but I feel like if they allow Gao to just be that DS laner that he is, well, I think that we're going to have a quick series here, and BRU need something to kind of stop him. But of course, that's why we have a jungler called First One from BRU.
Yeah, and I think he's got a lot of work and emphasis, playing around the DS laner as well. But I think what it comes down to is can BRU's DS laner actually maintain the pressure coming out of Gao? Because Gao has shown time and time again he really can find these angles and outplay a lot of some of these top tier DS laners.
Yeah.
Across the group stage as well, across even the playoffs, it has been a struggle to really punish this man.
Yeah, and we saw how incredibly strong he was, especially once he gets that Omen pick of his.
Yeah.
He just knows when to go in, who to initiate on, and it just falls all into place. And that is why I feel like Flash here is the team with the upper hand in this matchup, and it seems that we are about to begin. Look at that logo. Today's starting lineup. Let's see who they are.
This is going to be for Team Flash. It's going to be Pro, E, Ellie, Gao, as well as ADC and XP. The team looking to be the favorites to take the AIC. Since the beginning of the competition, these boys have come up a long, long way, and they want to reclaim this title for themselves.
Yeah, and if you look at it, Gao and actually ADC are like the players from Team Flash that always get the key player of the game highlights, because ADC is kind of like the bite or the bark to Gao's bite. Like, he is able to just supplement Gao to be able to do everything that he wants to because of ADC's aggression as well. Like, ADC will not back off from a fight. He's very proficient with assassin junglers, especially, of course, the Kriknak, the Killin, and I think this will be such a difficult matchup for BRU to try to break apart, and being able to do that is what's going to keep them afloat here. Interestingly enough, the key player of the game for Flash here is actually Pro E, which is the support.
Yeah, and yesterday he has definitely had one or two really, really bad games where he's getting caught up. He was playing out of character, but when he's in the zone, when he's got that mojo running in the back of his head, when he's in the place that he is comfortable with, the Kha'Zix as well as the Ormar, he can really set things up and give a lot of information to his team, and it allows him to create space to allow them to open up a huge opportunity for a lot of return re-engagements, and as well as great pickoffs.
Agreed. Look at that. Pro E is like, I don't understand what the 4 means though. 4-0? Oh, is he actually
4-0 predictions?
He's predicting the 4-0 already, dropping it right in front of us here.
Psychic Pro-E. I mean, I love the confidence, but let's see. Let's see if they are prepared to deal with them here, but don't forget who their competition is. It's going to be Buriram United. These boys, oh, they aren't any pushovers.
Yeah. United they stand, divided they fall.
These boys, I mean, honestly, would you have expected Buriram to make it this far into the competition?
Honestly, yeah. I felt like watching them from the group stage and like hearing from everybody from the community just talk about like BRU, this is a team that you have to watch out. BRU, the Thai, like the Thai Supreme. It sounds like a dish, but it's what BRU are kind of being called as, you know? They're very again, the word is very proficient, and look at that, tons and tons of fans. Lots of like looks towards Summer and Overfly, but also somebody who's been looked over a lot, who has actually performed consistently well for BRU, is also Defoxen. This guy right here is like, he can just use any ADC and make it work, and I think that's gonna give BRU their much needed late game when they try to go for that super annoying reset, push until 40 minutes into the game, last part. But of course, there's also Nunu in the mid lane right there that also does spectacularly well. He actually won. Again, he's the champion of the 1v1 show match, winning up against Vex from Nova a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and as you mentioned both, first, I think also that you have to kind of highlight first one here. He is the jungler to keep your eyes on because he's going to be going up against a huge competitor, and they are going to be setting the pace and the tone of the game. But I have to agree, Foxen is super consistent. Like, no matter how far you put him behind, like, he gets back up and he will consistently look to carry the game. But the key player we want to keep our eyes on is going to be Overfly, and I just absolutely have to agree.
I feel like these are the stats from the semifinals or this entire playoffs, which, I mean, again, could be alright. But if you saw how BRU were fighting against their opponent, they really had, for lack of a better term, an easy time against them. So I feel like, again, these stats aren't really going to be, even though it is true that Overfly did incredibly well, I feel like it still doesn't show us the big picture right now, especially now that we're getting into the grand finals and they're going to be matching up against a super aggressive team. So if Overfly is the key player of the game, if he can match up against Gao, who is, again, a phenomenal DS laner, well, he has to make something happen.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a particularly interesting matchup. We talked about the top, the DS laner as well as the junglers for both sides, and I think it's one of those times of who is better as a duo, as just individual players. And you mentioned about the stats as well. I feel like no matter what, BRU's stats are going to be a little overblown in terms of objective kills, but let's just forget about that for now because of their playstyle. Overall, I think they are a pretty consistent team, especially with their playstyle. It just makes sense. I think Team Flash, what they're going to have to do is look to really punish Defoxen here because, number one, HKA, the one game they took off of BRU, that punishment on that bottom side, making Defoxen struggle to get anywhere into the game, really put some hurt into Buriram, forcing them to really stretch out the game. And, it came down to one last 50-50 before they took that one game away from Buriram United.
But now, guys, here it is, Grand Finals, best of 7, Game 1. Let us begin with the draft.
Oh, it's begun. And BRU already starting with the Crixie as well as the Omen locking in. I mean, Krizix is looking good, but I kind of feel like the Florentino would have been pretty interesting just so we could see a little bit more action up at that DS lane. But Krizix is going to be the pick for BRU. Team Flash quickly banning out the Zip as well as the Lindis, hovering over the Florentino. Like, somebody is going to get this, man.
Yeah, just lock it in already. It's a really nice pickup. You saw how effective HKA's Outcast was able to use it, and I mean, Florentino really is, I believe, the strongest DS laner right now, second only to maybe Omen. But of course, that's when Omen gets into the late games, becomes super tanky and basically unkillable. But at the early game, come mid game, and possibly even the late game, Florentino just has that ability to just duel almost anyone and win out straight up, and even do it like a 2v1, 3v1 scenario.
Now, BRU continue the draft with Hayate as well as Quillen. So, you know, we're going to see some assassinations happen here with the first one. So, again, a lot of priorities going over to, you know, some key picks for the supports. Hayate overall just great. Any tank that Team Flash is able to provide out. Their armor isn't going to matter too much. The true damage is such a powerful kit tool for Hayate. Now, Team Flash on the other hand, they're hovering over this Alice, which I kind of like, but I feel like, you know, the Lindis ban on their side may have hurt them a little bit because now they're not exactly going to know where this Krizix is going to pop out.
I mean, if they do lock in this Alice, I think it's more of just try to kind of control the killing. And aside from that, you don't, again, expend too many of your ADCs. And surprisingly, or rather your supports. And surprisingly enough, it's actually coming out from Team Flash here, who inherently really love to go for those really aggressive picks. But I mean, more so than not, it kind of just sets them up. It's still a nice pick overall, and of course it still opens up the other supports for the other games. So this is kind of like Team Flash saying that we're worried about BRU. We'll still respect you, but we'll still get optimal picks, even though it's not the strongest, you know, support role or picks for those roles.
Yeah, and now Team Flash on the other hand, getting rid of the Yenna, it's a skill matchup if it does go into Florentino, but, you know, make it something linear. Make it something that Florentino thrives at. Allow Gao to really have the space and the hero he needs to get ahead into the game to, you know, allow Team Flash to get a lot of pressure. And, I mean, they could go for the kill Groth for the side of BRU later on into the draft, but, again, they need to hold out. Remember, this is a best of 7 with global bad pick rules. They have to be very conservative with their picks because you will run out of steam towards the 4th, the 5th, the 6th game.
Yeah, true enough. But I feel like these teams already knowing that they're going to be like, they're adjusted. I feel like they're already adjusted to it. It's been, this type of pick system has been out for a good chunk of time already. So that's going to be something. BRU actually removing the Marja does make a lot of sense. Marja is the queen of slow, aside from the Diao Chan. It does stop Krizix, it does stop killing, and if they try to dive on you, it makes it so that she's just going to be able to use that Wraith form of hers and just, you know, skedaddle away.
Yeah. Oh, that Wraith form is annoying. But yeah, Darcy as well as Yana going to be the bans coming in from Team Flash's Elsu and Marja for the side of BRU. Now, first pick goes over for the second phase of the selections for Team Flash. What are they going to be locking in for themselves? They still need an AD. They are still considering who their mid laner is going to be, and it's going to be Raz. Interestingly enough, I mean, BRU, Raz is, you know, a lane bully. He wants to get a lot of harass into you. Like, yeah, you can clear waves really, really fast. You're not exactly going to have the best of opportunities to harass me back. But if you are going to rotate, I want you to be at least 60% of your HP.
Diao Chan, is this going to be really the lock-in? More so than not, though, Diao Chan doesn't win the matchup against Raz, but she gives a lot of team fight presence, especially when you're going to be up against a Fennec, Raz, and Florentino that are pretty close range fighters, so to speak. Now, here's the question. Are we going to see a jungler come out from Team Flash here, or is it an ADC? Because they have a Fennec that can go either or, but up against a Killen, they might want somebody who can harass the Killen. Now, Krignac is available if they want to, and I think that it would be a really good pick that can immediately burst down to Diao Chan or what, but could also be counter because Diao Chan also a pretty safe character. Maybe just save it up for later.
That's true. I kind of feel like that's what's really annoying about these picks and bans, because there's a lot of flex picks that go around where, you know, heroes can go into multiple roles, fill in multiple roles if given the opportunity. The last 12 seconds here for Team Flash. They're still trying to decide where they need to be. It looks like they are going to have Richter instead. They're hovering over it. Rather interesting draft so far for Team Flash here. So yeah, it looks like they're gonna have, you know, a 1-3-1 composition. Richter is particularly interesting because now Roxy is in this situation where it's like, yeah, I do super well after 4 against the Florentino, but before then, like, she isn't sure whether she's gonna meet Richter in the lane or Florentino in the lane.
It's gonna be the Richter in the lane, and then Florentino's gonna go for the ADC role. Team Flash pretty ballsy start here. They actually will leave Fennec in the jungle role. I mean, I was a little bit afraid because, of course, the Assassinate of Killen is very strong, but when you have the Fennec, when you're able to also understand where the Killen will be coming from, you can't stop the pathing of the Killen with the Bola, or rather the ultimate from the Fennec. So that will be a really good counter. And this Florentino up against a Hayate and a Krizix, easy matchup. 2v1, he can definitely do it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I definitely agree with you there. What I'm really scared about is that, you know, BRU, they've got a very safe composition where if anything goes wrong, they just have to peel back to Diao-chan, and Diao-chan has to quickly pop the ultimate before the Sunshine lands to cancel it out. But and also this, as well as the hissy fit with the silence. So I think there's a lot of things that the supports need to kind of be very, very aware of.
I'm not sure what Pro E is doing there, but yeah, I mean, they have to be very kind of understanding of what how the matchup, when the fights blow up, kind of transitions to. But it's good. I think they understand this up to a certain degree. We'll just have to see how it does kind of pan out. But also something I want to also point out there is Roxy, even though she's a tanky hero in that DS lane, up against a Florentino and a Richter in her lane matchup, she's gonna melt, because like Richter deals significant amounts of true damage, which can just rip through her tankiness easy. And then you have Richter, or rather Florentino, that is just like, again, a super strong duelist that really wins this matchup as the game keeps, you know, prolonging itself more and more. Florentino and Richter just get overwhelmingly scary, especially against this Roxy.
Yeah, I agree, but you know, see, that's kind of the beauty of Roxy, where it doesn't matter what DS laner you have, she sets up for ganks with her ultimate so well. She baits him into the fight, she procs these waves. She basically doesn't really interact until she is 4. And once she is 4, that's when all the DS laners are like, alright, let's take a step back, let's think about what we're doing, because any one of her irregular moves might net them a free kill for your opponents. But it looks like we are going to be loading into the game. This is going to be the first match, BRU versus Team Flash in the Grand Finals.
Now this is going to be an ADC playing as the Fennec jungle. How is this going to kind of fare out here? The damage for Team Flash, the ability of Team Flash to keep disrupting the skills of BRU is going to be pretty immense. Like, Diao-chan can try to use her ultimate here and there, but it's just going to be easily countered by like Pro E's Alice and XB's Raz. So no Blizzard for you.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to send, you know, a lot of help towards the top side to harass Overfly as much as possible, making it super difficult for him to get ahead. And they're going to go for that early vision just to make sure they don't get the Sage buff onto the right targets. And they know for a fact that Quillen is starting on the Might buff on the bottom side of the map.
Gao actually went to the other side there, so it's going to be the Florentino-Roxy matchup with Ellie playing as the Florentino. Still, it's the same premise. Florentino is able to do the same thing to Hayate that will, all that also is done by the Richter. Look at that. Richter is just like, if you don't have your support, you're done. Zelendos is here though, but look at that, able to just scram away from the fight, and the Fox said he wanted to just back away, but was super afraid, had to get behind the tower to actually port back to base.
Yeah, and the beauty of this all is that, you know, Hayate, he got chunked out pretty hard, forcing him to recall. He's going to lose a wave worth of EXP for the most part, but Ellie on the top side here, Pro E is always there just in case things go wrong. He needs to land the Sunshine. Ooh, great sidestep coming in from Overfly. ADC, if that Sunshine land, it might have been, you know, a green light for them to maybe push her out of the lane, or at least chunk her down low enough so she isn't a threat.
Now the question is here, we saw that BRU, they were conditioning their opponent, HKA yesterday, game 1, on the specifics of how do you play a 40-minute game in AOV. And you just saw how frustrated HKA were. But it seems like, you know, Flash, they came prepared and they're forcing BRU to play the Flash game. Now, can Flash or can BRU really match it? That is the question that they have to answer now, especially here in the early game where Flash are being super proactive.
Yeah, they are just traversing the map super great. XB gets knocked down by the Roxy. First blood going on to BRU, and that's the beauty of Roxy. He's like, I choose you to die. He literally picks somebody up, allows the rest of the team to kind of collapse on them, and just, there is not a lot of counterplay to it.
Yeah, that was extra kind of interesting for XP. He just walked up to the brush there without his teammate and got caught straight up. Now, this overcommitment, this overextension in the lanes is really costing some of the members of Flash their valuable HPs, and they have to back away. Granted that Gao was able to get away from that one. You can see right now that my question is already being answered. BRU are up for the task of fighting in the early game, and they are looking pretty fine at it.
Yeah, they're looking really good. Overfly is just, chilling, making sure that he's keeping Ellie in the lane. Quillen is nearby. I think he's taking a little bit of a trade against Fennec. ADC takes a huge chunk of damage, but Gao is now in trouble, quickly getting out of there. Doesn't want to risk giving his life to BRU.
First one is also here, joining in the fight. He activates his ultimate, but I don't think this is going to be a kill. More be just a start, or maybe rather just a start onto the dragon. Isalindos is there, and nah, this isn't going to be a kill at all. They just force Isalindos out. Good stun coming out from this Diao Chan, and they keep them at bay. Good chunk of damage though onto the tower here to the bottom lane, but more so than not, it's just going to be a little bit of a tussle back and forth between BRU and Team Flash.
Yeah, BRU is just matching the rotations of Team Flash. So Team Flash, they need to get some kind of priority, some kind of a lead to get ahead into this game. And I'm not too sure who took that earlier up at the top side. I'm pretty sure it was Ellie, but yeah, for the most part, Ellie took it. They're going to get some vision on top side. Gao taking quite a bit of damage. He has to peel back. He's getting at a dangerously low level of life, which might inspire the rest of BRU to go for the dive. But in the mid side, it's getting really, really hectic. First one in trouble. The gravitational pull is already in. Nunu with the ultimate already chunking him out. XP goes down first. Proe gets pulled backwards. One more hit would have taken him out, but he manages to flicker away.
Now, Ellie was nowhere to be seen in that entire fight. And XP, once again, is the recipient of just a total beatdown from BRU. He can't get away from the lockdown that the Diao Chan provides, and it's really a hassle for this Raz. More so than not, Raz and Diao Chan matchup in the 1v1, it's supposed to be the Raz, but because BRU are using the Diao Chan like what we saw a while ago with IGP, more in terms of team fights, and HKA as well, it's working much better now for BRU.
Yeah, and they are, they still haven't gotten the lead that they're looking for, but BRU, they've basically written the thesis on how to drag out games and play, for the scaling. And considering everything, I think they scale pretty nicely into the game. The Hayate is going to do a lot of the work for them. Hopefully Team Flash, their composition requires them to find awkward angles to catch BRU off of if they want to get ahead, or at least win the team fights in the later stages of the game.
So they'll just keep using his invisibility there just to, be unseen on sight, a deadliest kind of support that can just try to just pop out of nowhere. XP once again, man, this guy is just forced to a corner, already has 2 deaths. Not really down in terms of the levels, but slightly in terms of the gold. This Abyssal Dragon is gonna get stolen, never mind. ADC does have the punish to get that dragon easy into their hands.
Good secure. We know that Defoxen doesn't have the punish, so there was no way he could really steal that away. But, it's always good to try to force them into a position where they could make a mistake. ADC now could be at the risk of diving, but he's going to clear the way. But he doesn't have the ultimate. Then, yeah, they're initiating the dive. They're trying to push down that turret real quick, but again, decision made a little too slow. They needed to choose one or the other. Either go for the dive or look to break that bottom tier 1.
Still, though, they soften it up pretty dang well. Overfly here is actually winning the duel against Ellie, and Ellie is burning alive here in the DS lane. He has to be careful because Killen might just appear out of nowhere, but never mind. Spawn it out into the bottom side of the jungle, but they are forcing themselves right here. This could be terrible, but ADC, of course, has to dash over. Nice amount of zoning out there from XB to stop Nunu from locking down the Fennec. And it seems like Team Flash are not out of this just yet, but BRU definitely also in the driver's seat here in terms of controlling the lanes.
Yeah, I think both sides aren't really getting too much leeway, even though BRU was able, chunked out bot tier 1 quite a bit. They still haven't broken it, and they are rotating to make sure that is going to happen. Alice is responding, making sure, just in case they want to break this tier 1, I've got your back, bro.
They haven't broken it, at least for now, but you can see BRU, however, everybody's actually here in the mid lane. ADC, he's like, no, I gotta get away, but does have the dash, he's fine. But that was a little bit of a mini heart attack, and we saw how many of BRU were positioned in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to continue on. Ellie taking quite a bit of damage here. He's trying to outplay this. He's doing a really good job so far, but the rest of the team needs to respond. XP does initially get it, but Ellie flickers back in. Oh, sorry. Dashes back in to pick up the kill.
First was making a mistake, or rather XB's making a mistake of trying to clear out the wave, and first one was right there. He ate a good chunk of the kill and damage. He also put his back on the kill in, which again, his passive means that if you put your back on him, the backstab, 100% critical damage. I mean, it's better off to just fight the kill in face up.
Yeah,
if not, he just does that to you.
He deals so much damage, but they're still being pretty optimal here. Bot lane's gonna get Project Defoxin is actually in a lot of trouble. Gao, he's trying to get out of the situation. Ooh, if there was one more second, they sacrificed their bot tier 1, but if Gao was there for even one more second, the next tick from the Outrans ult might have killed him there.
Yeah, I believe that's so. ADC's trying to run away from the side. I'm not sure if he got, no, it was stolen away from him. But you can see how quickly BRU are set to pull that trigger. Like, they know that Team Flash were kind of staggering a little bit because they did try to go for that tower dive, and they're going to be able to steal a couple of camps. They're going to be able to destroy a couple of tier 1 towers, and this is a really good start for BRU here.
Yeah, great punish already. They're up 2 kills. They're not too ahead in terms of the goals because Team Flash have been doing some really great steals onto the jungle camps, taking them away to ensure they get ahead and farming very efficiently on top of everything else. The 2 Abyssal Dragons definitely are starting to compensate a lot for those missing tier 1s, but BRU, you know, you can't count them out just yet. They're going to, once they get those win conditions online, it's going to be a tough road for Team Flash.
Definitely. Now Team Flash, they also have their own fight presence, but again, the zoning of BRU, the compositions they build for themselves is making it hard for them to actually get these team fights rolling. But Team Flash doesn't need to do that because they have the Richter, they have the Florentino, XP as well. So they're more about pickoffs and mini skirmishes. If they can keep doing that, if they can split push, that is when Team Flash can start to shine here. Now Gao is in a really weird spot. They finally actually controlled this star DS laner, but here's a big fight.
Yeah, they're getting close to the fight. They disengaged from it. The conditions weren't right for BRU, so they don't want to get caught. Overfly, quite a bit of damage. Now he has the 2v1. The rest of the team is right on top of him. They pop it real quick. McQuillan is already there, and Gao's in a lot of trouble as he takes too much damage. He makes it out with 1 HP. First one now in trouble. Tries to look to turn around, but it's going to be 2 kills for the side of Team Flash. They will be sacrificing their tier 2 up on the top side. They're going to lose Abyssal Dragon for BRU. This war of attrition, both sides are trying to be efficient. If something is going wrong, they have to net some kind of form of gold or objective on the opposite side of the map. Great cross-map play from both teams.
Gold definitely for Team Flash, but objectives in the bag for Buriram here. Now knowing this, they know that they actually are missing a couple of teammates and they lose immediately. It's a Lindos. Boom! Shakalaka! Defoxin just gets obliterated by the Fennec. And now into the 3v1, I don't think Ellie's going to be able to do that. Yeah, but of course at the other edge of the map, it's going to be the Darkslayer with that Fennec. Easy pickings. That's going to be... Yeah, okay, I thought they was going to be able to steal it. But they do get the Darkslayer. They're going to be able to get the bottom tier 1 as well, or rather, they're going to be able to get this top tier 1 rather. And I think that's a pretty good comeback for Flash here.
Yeah, I mean, what looked to be a lead for BRU now has turned into the favor of Team Flash. They're going to be able to punish BRU really, really hard for just 2 kills that they handed over to Team Flash.
Man, they just misplaced themselves, honestly.
They're forcing out mistakes here. Oh, they're turning back. XP already getting some great kills with AIC going absolutely insane. Ultimate. First one is going to be the next to fall. The Drake has been summoned, and now it's like, this game might be ours. We might be able to break it all the way into the high ground turret.
2 words: mini skirmishes. It worked incredibly well. With 10 seconds left on the timer, I think this should be it. It's Alentos. Oh, he's not even gonna get back to base. He actually knocked him up, and that is gonna be it. Game number 1 taken already by Team Flash. What a quick succession. They lost 3-4 members in the blink of an eyelash, and then out of nowhere, they get the top tier 2, they got the top tier 3, and straight into victory.
Good comms, good macro. I don't know what to say. This was very efficient for both of these teams, and I think BRU just got caught up into the tempo of Team Flash. We haven't seen BRU have to play this quick in a long time, and Team Flash were making these greedy plays. However, they were baiting them up to give information across the map every single time. Oh, Florentino's down on the bot side. We just got DS just like that. Like, oh my goodness. BRU are biting on a lot of these baits coming in from Team Flash, and they're just doing such a good job.
Honestly, BRU didn't make any big mistakes aside from that one. Like, they did everything, I think, according to their plan. Like, they lose a couple of teammates here and there, but they got so many objectives away from it, from like dragons. They got like tier 2 towers as well. Like this one right here, where Overfly and first one just drop right in. You can see immediately in the map that Hayate, rather Defox and Isalindos were like, yeah, let's just break the tower there and straight it up. But this right here, they made such a big mistake. They did not expect that. They did not have any disengage. Nunu kind of just separated from his entire team, and he really couldn't do anything with the Diao-chan. And then look at this, XB expertly dissecting, or rather expertly pushing away everybody. This is the power of the Raz. He was terrible in the laning phase, but coming to the group, to the fights, this is where his disruption really does shine.
Yeah, and you know, great follow-up. He has the mobility to keep up with the rest of the team. I think what most people didn't realize, you know, how many kills ADC actually accumulated in his bank account. He was 2K ahead of Quillen, and that really set him apart. 3 items. He has said, I have a power spike. Let's fight as much as possible. You keep me protected. I will carry you this game. As you can see, the MVP of the game ending up with a great score. Ooh, 4-0-6. What
I actually thought that ADC there would be in a really tight spot, but he. Well, in a way he was, but you saw how good he is in just trying to disengage from the fight. And even though he was like 1 hit away from dying, he was just always able to dash away, recuperate, regenerate, and get back into it. And he did a good chunk of things for Flash, not only in the team fights, but also in objective taking, especially the Dark Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see, Team Flash is taking this really seriously. They are not afraid to pull the trigger onto BRU. Now, BRU, on the other hand, they played a little out of their own tempo here. They weren't able to kind of control the pressure from Team Flash because of all the cross-map plays. And I don't know whether this is the secret recipe, the secret sauce that Team Flash has developed to take down BRU, but I think BRU, they need a plan. Like, how do they deal with these cross-map trades?
Agreed. I mean, BRU did, again, a good job with the cross-map trades. I think the real big problem there was they didn't really understand how quick Flash can just from 0 to 100 and just force a fight. And okay, here's the key player of the game. Definitely a key player of the game there. His ability to just, what he did in that last fight really just set the pace for Flash.
Yeah, I mean, his laning phase, he definitely got caught out more times than he should have, but at least he's sacrificing himself to allow ADC to, you know, if I go, ADC can still carry this game. He just needs to be alive, needs to be farming constantly, every second, every waking moment, so he doesn't mind throwing himself into the fire to make sure the rest of his team gets ahead.
Big plays, man, from XB. He really did give much for Team Flash in game number 1, and it's a great start for Flash here. Always a nice thing to get that game 1 under your belt because it sets that nice tempo as the game progresses. People might think that losing or winning the first game doesn't really matter at all, but I mean, at the end of it, it's more of like how the mentality of the players are, and winning the first game up against a titan such as BRU, it's definitely a good thing for them to take.
Yeah, it boosts the mood. It really helps them get the train going. You're throwing it into the engine, you feel the steam going through, and you just hear it chugga 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 until they start tooting that horn. Let's see whether Team Flash can keep up this momentum, or are you going to be the brakes on this hype train?
I so agree with that, man. But now, if we look at the draft as well, this is going to be a little bit awkward for BRU because BRU at the start, I would say they picked up a lot of their strong picks already, especially with the ADC and the support there. The Foxen, during the group stage, he was super known for his Hayate. He only brings out the Hayate there. Of course, he does have other picks, but he does set the tempo with how good he is with those kunai blitzes, but it seems like he wasn't able to do it right now, and I think that's going to be a blow to him. And Isalindo's also pretty good with the Krizix, although of course there's still his other signature supports such as the Thane and the Baldum. But of course this is going to be a definite blow because these are some really solid picks for the teams, at least for game 1.
True. But counter argument, Team Flash on the other hand, they actually brought out two of their priority. Well, I wouldn't say one priority, but one really pretty decent DS laner as well. They're not going to have access to the Richter. They're not going to have access to the Florentino anymore.
Yeah.
There's still other options for now, but slowly but surely, I don't think they can go with this, double DS laner roles anymore. Like, this is the only time they can do it, because by the time it hits game 4, he's going to be really in a pinch. Like, you're forced out to bring out, oh, well, I guess I have to bring out the Emily.
Yeah.
Like, Astrid is still a thing, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine, because like if you think about it, they didn't do double ADC, which is, I think, we were talking about this a while ago, where at least using DS laners, there's a lot more picks. So yeah, you have the Astrid as well with her big sword and whatnot. You have the Amelie. We might be even see an Errol and whatnot here that's going to be coming in. And that's not a bad thing. But for ADCs, if you use too much, you're basically running out of steam already right there. But now, here we are, game number 2. Let's see Team Flash starting on the blue side. So they have first dibs on the first pick.
Oh, this is going to be exciting because now they've kind of switched the roles. And BRU, they're going to be in a little bit more control because they are going to get the first 2 picks for themselves. Team Flash obviously going to get the first pick of the game, but they're not going to let the Darcy go through. Krizix from the side of BRU.
Should be the Zip as well, if I'm reading this correctly.
I would assume so. I would assume so.
Zip at the very start, especially for Pro E, is a scary, scary thought when the Elsu is still up and available for Flash to get as well. And imagine that, like you get a sniper and whatnot. Oh, they ban out the Zenial. They're baiting BRU to remove. Yeah, if they don't remove the Zip, this is going to be a sure Zip for Flash. Yeah, that's a smart decision. Because again, I keep saying this, BRU, if they allow the opposing team to get the Zip, they have to at least get a Zenial, because that's the way that they cope up with the Zip. But if they don't, Zip is not gonna see the light of day.
Yeah, really good call there. Really good call there. That's right. Now, Team Flash first pick. A lot of things on the table, but it's kind of scary because now you're in this position where it's like, oh man, I can't really deny too many picks from BRU. They're definitely probably going to get the Florentino for sure, but do I want to lock in the counter pick first, or I want to start off with, something a little bit more flashy, a little bit more safe?
They could probably just go for the Yenna already as the first pick.
That's true. Yenna is a pretty good shout, and you nailed it right on the head. They're hovering over
Yeah,
it.
again, it's just kind of like the hierarchy of picks. If they already have the Florentino and the Richter already used up, so it could either just be the Omen or the Yenna. But I feel like Omen is a super priority pick for Team Flash. They don't want to use it this earlier on.
Do they though? Especially when you're up against Yenna, it's like not too bad of a matchup overall.
Yeah.
And then they can just hold the Florentino for later. Yep, it's going to be the Crixie as well as the Omen here. Looking pretty good for the side of BRU. Team Flash, how are they going to reply with this? Especially when you have something like a Crixie. Crixie is just overall just good. It's just good. There's not a lot of things that you can really do against it.
Keep yourself stable with that Crixie. It's all going to be, again, very, very usable here. Now, Team Flash, they've already used the Raz. This could leave up against the Crixie. If they want a little bit more pick-off, they could actually go for a Liliana, but they don't have to pick it as of now. But they do hover over it. Again, it's just going to be really good to stop the flow of the Crixie, to keep him in your sights, and then you go for an ADC. Murad is actually open as of the moment, which is also good in traversing the Crixie. Could have been the Zill, but I think Murad is a much safer option and a much stronger option, at least here at the beginning of this series.
Oh, looks like they want to get Hayate instead. They're going to avoid the jungle for now and lock in their AD laners. It's going to be Hayate as well as Liliana. And good thing that you mentioned about the jungle, because I was like arguably thinking like, yeah, but the Kriknak is available. They won't have the combination with the Zenial, of course, but it's still pretty good.
I think both of these teams might be feeling like, yeah, we could try to go for the Kriknak. Maybe want something that synergizes well between each other. Cricknat can just be used in any composition, so I think he's much better off as a late into the series pick than an insta series pick.
Oh, Baldoom gonna be the last pick for the first phase of
Talking
BRU.
about it, man. Thane and Baldoom, that's Isilindal's signature heroes.
They're not holding back their punches here. They're not like trying to save their resources. Like, we need a really good comp, and we have to bring our A game every single game against Team Flash because they're not going to back down. First ban in the second phase for BRU is going to be the Annette, followed up by Team Flash with the Elsu.
They just don't want that. Hayate just... Hayate just kind of kneels over to Elsu. We've seen it time and time again. It's a terrible, terrible matchup. Sephara, of course, is a great peeler that stops the momentum of this Baldoom. So why not just remove it from the board altogether and open up other options for Flash there that's not as effective as the Sephara.
Yeah. They could look to pinch out the rest. A couple of the other marksmen as well. Like, we could, I mean, a shout could go to Lindis here, but I think they kind of want to hold up the Lindis if they're going to give up the Krizix later on. So it's going to be the Marja. They want to get rid of these annoying safe laners so they have opportunities to maybe proceed with a dive. I mean, when you have options like Liliana, I don't think that's that's definitely not a mistake. Ooh, BRU hovering over the Valheim very, very early on. They don't want to get any other of the priority picks, so they want to make sure they still have some resources and ammunition left in the later stages of the best of 7.
I mean, Valheim also a pretty good answer to Hayate because, like, all you have to do is wait for Hayate to jump right in, stun him, lock him down with the Crixie, and basically you're dead. So this is just BRU thinking about how we're going to be able to use that conjunction of crowd controls that we have, and Valheim just kind of fits the bill. Granted, though, he's not my favorite ADC, but he does work well in certain matchups. I know I said it, but yeah, he's not my favorite ADC.
Ooh, boy. But yeah, you bring up a really good point. Hayate has to be very careful when he uses his kunai blitz. If he goes in and gets locked down, it's you know, GG well played. What can you do? Team Flash now hovering over the Lumber this time round. Going to be the tank supporter picked with Zill?
Again, I was kind of contemplating that it could have been the Murad, but okay, at least Zill doesn't have to charge his Tempest like the Temporal Turbulence for the Murad. He sticks easier. He's able to traverse all through the Baldoom, all through the Valheim, and just stick to his target. But the thing with this one is he has no visible protection after he comes out of Tempest, aside from him dashing away, but that's about it.
I think he can go... man, it's tough because him going in and out of fights is very, very dependent on whether he gets the resets. And, you know, when you have something like Crixie on the table and, you know, the situation ideally is Crixie is by herself or Valheim is by himself and he's just like, you know, la 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 la, not worry about it. Oh, I don't have a support. Bam, you die. Yeah. But in most situations, I don't think BRU is going to walk around without their support just in case to make sure Zill isn't as effective with his ultimate here. But Murat going to be the pick of choice for the side of BRU. I don't think that's too bad here considering how squishy their composition is overall.
Yeah, this could definitely shine out, and I think this is just a pretty well thought of composition for both of these teams. I don't even know who I kind of favor here because the matchups are, in a sense, similar.
Yeah, I feel like it's more about execution and mechanics than anything else. A lot of conditions need to be met. The win conditions are around the exact same thing. Couple of pros and cons here, but you know, let's say Baldoom misses an ult, potential death. Lumbar misses an ult, potential death. Kunai Blitz coming out from the Hayate gets locked down by the Valheim. Going to die. But the same thing, Crixie is late to use the ult. Zill kills somebody else. There's too many factors coming into it. It really is going to come down who can play better.
Just comes down to that. And here it is, the player cameras. Let's just see like how serious they are. But honestly, just look at it. They're just pretty chill. Like look at that. They're even just like rolling their tongues and whatnot. They're just talking to their teammates, and it's a pretty nice thing to see. Like, you know, they're not super stressed. They know that the fight has just begun. They don't have to overthink about everything just yet.
Or you have 10 of the best poker face players going up against each other.
I don't know, man. Esports players, honestly, for mobile, we're all children here, or actually no, I'm pretty old, so they're all just young ones. So I don't think they have the practice yet to have poker face.
Man, that is the most boomer thing I've ever heard from you. I'm dropping it down now.
Wow. Okay, boomer.
Okay. But yeah, let's see how these Zoomers go up against each other as we load into the game. This is going to be game 2 of RAN Finals, BRU versus Team Flash. Put it down into the chat. Which team you are supporting? Is it going to be Team Flash or is it going to be Team BRU?
Now we're just waiting for the game to start. Okay, I'm not sure if anybody noticed that, but yeah, we're just gonna let it pass.
Just gonna lull it over. But yeah, so far the games have been exciting. I kind of want to see how BRU attempts to adapt to the playstyle of Team Flash, or control them. Got to put them play on my tempo. That Riptide from yesterday.
Yeah. Again, it kind of just makes me feel like BRU again are very weak in the early game, and this is why we always see them kind of play very defensive. Yes, they are aggressive in early game against some teams, but against another top team, that Team Flash, they know they can see through the charade of BRU, just kind of like backing away because we like to play safe. They're backing away because they don't understand yet fully how to deal with super aggressive teams. And you saw that from game 1, making a big mistake, losing in a 3 versus 5, fighting without the Roxy, the killer that really slapped the face of BRU here.
Yeah.
And then the fight after that, XB perfectly dissected the members of BRU, allowing ADC's Fennec to just wreak havoc and reign supreme.
Absolutely. Now that I think about it, I realize I've been referencing the wrong movie. It's actually Whiplash, not Riptide. Now, coming back into this BRU, they're doing this rather slowly. It looks like they're cutting away from behind, and they're going for a very greedy invade here. Thanks for the leash, I guess, coming in from Team Flash. They are being very distracted from the wave, allowing Valheim to breathe a little bit more, but they're sacrificing the EXP for the side of Lindis. But at least, DeFoxen hits his level 2 instantaneously.
Oh, he steals it. They actually stopped them from stealing that jungle. Although Pro E should take quite a bit of damage, still though, it's all about who gets the last hit onto that minion. And DeFoxen, look at the damage from the Hayate, or rather the Valheim. This is what I'm talking about. The ability of Valheim to just throw his chakrams is on a whole different level, especially in the early game compared to this Hayate.
Yeah, his auto cancels are just really on point. He does not waste any time with them. He gets like 5 autos in so quick.
ADC is now level 4 with this Zill.
I mean, the Temporal Turbulence does come out.
Oh, they are.
Takes a little bit of damage. Oh, Nunu might be a little bit of trouble. A little bit more. He gets the knock-up instantaneously. But can he get that last auto? Yes, he does, but he will be trading his life. A 1-for-1 trade ADC for Nunu, but the fight continues. BRU's first one is going to lock down XB. He goes down straight away. The knock-up from his Lindis, ensuring his death.
Already losing 2. BRU here are not going to back away, not going to shy off from a big fight. Nunu there, he knew that he was just going to die, so maybe just get the knock-up already. Overfly gets it, and you don't ever want to get the Omen into that. Look at this point. They got the stun, but Pro E did not help at all to kind of finish off his opponent, and ADC was like left in a very awkward situation where he's trying to run away, and then first one just comes out of nowhere, gets the stack on that Temporal Turbulence, and immediately silences XB there.
Yeah. Ooh, good plays coming all around from these two top-tier competitors. I mean, BRU is not willing to back down. They want to, make a statement of their own. And now XB taking quite a bit of damage here, hops over the wall. Really nicely done. Makes sure he is pretty healthy to maintain his pressure in the lane.
XB now can finally use those dashes because he used it prematurely on that previous pickoff just to initiate onto Nunu, but now it's fine. They're not going to be able to catch him as easy as they thought they would be. Isolinda's is already level 4 while Pro E still 3, so the fight pressure is in favor of BRU for now. And they're actually slowing down quite a bit here, not really looking aggressive after those first 3 kills.
Yeah, because now it's about the neutral objectives here. They're trying to contest for it, they're trying to gain pressure in the lanes, and I think for a lot of people, they have to understand that, you know, lane pressure equates to allowing them to play these neutral objectives better. But it looks like the fight is actually happening against the top side. Can't really see what's going on. First one is taking quite a bit of damage here. ADC is going right in. Can he get the initial kill? Yes, he does. And now ADC goes down. They trade 1 for 1 again. Pro E's in trouble. XB pulls on out. They make it through with a good 1-in-1 trade. And I think, you know, if BRU were there a little bit earlier, they might have been able to pick up a couple more kills.
That though, but you saw how Defoxin was kind of focused much onto Ellie so that he didn't really help his teammate out. Granted though, the Ellie was pretty low and he had to burn his flicker, but aside from that, yeah, definitely if they set their sights more onto what's happening in the mid lane, could have been more kills for BRU, but of course it's all substantial right there. Nice wave clear, probably my favorite wave clear skill there from the Yana. Now XB, he just kept getting caught by first one who's already level 7 and is looking pretty dang strong with that Thoran.
Yeah, and now almost going in. Overfly is in trouble. He has to back away. This isn't a fight. He wants to take first one as well as Nunu coming in. The Moonfall is huge. ADC tries to dodge the ability with the Tempest. He pulls back out. Both teams somehow. Nobody wants to die just yet.
Man, you can just see how much power there is for this Omen. As long as he activates, I believe, his S2, he's able to absorb so much damage already. He's basically unkillable during that entire time, and even if he gets caught out there, if it's the Omen, it's fine. But now you can see Salindos is so low, finally get the catch on him. They almost get ADC in the process as well, but he's going to be fine. And with all of that, they're going to be able to trade kill and a tower for basically nothing up against BRU.
That's finally a profit situation coming in from Team Flash, and the pause has been called. Ooh, hopefully that wasn't some technical issue.
I mean, hopefully this is a short technical issue, if ever. But yeah, I mean, really good start for both of these teams. You could, like you said, they're really not forcing the kills here. Like, they're expertly fighting up against each other, and when it seems like it's not gonna be profitable for either of them, they just back away and then try to reset and then figure out what's going to happen next.
I mean, I would argue because Zill, he's like, I am willing to trade my life for yours. I will not let you play this game. I will trade 1 for 1.
Actually, that also is the case. He just keeps fighting right there. And you have to give it that ADC is just that good to understand, like, when he dives, yes, he's okay with dying, but you can see also how good he is at escaping after he comes out from that Tempest.
Yeah, he's just playing it right, man. This is the X factor we were talking about earlier. Like, they aren't afraid. They know how to play the game. They want to be able to force out mistakes from BRU, but this is, you know, science plus violence, man.
Science plus bias, I like that. But yeah, I definitely agree. Now all we have to do is just kind of wait for the game to resume. And again, this is kind of like matchup for the picks, really is there. And gotta say, still a good chunk of people, you know, supporting the Thai boys right here as we are getting a little bit late into the night. It's already like, I was looking at my clock, it's actually 7:30.
It just feels so late, but yes, looks like it's going to come back to us as they fix up their technical issues. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, because if that restarts the game, it's like, but so much has happened already.
Yeah, that's never really what you want to see. It's very frustrating as players when, you know, you go into a game and then somebody just remakes it. Like, what?
But why?
But why? Exactly, right? But I mean, I could get it, of course. There's some issues that can never really be fixed like that without resuming or restarting the game. But it really does, you know, hinder. Like, for example, Flash are doing so well at game 2, and then you restart it, coming into game 2 again, then BRU starts getting away with it because they basically lost momentum.
Yeah, and hopefully, you know, they can still keep the mentality strong coming into this, because we see, like, you know, after a lot of these pauses, we're not entirely sure what is the state of the player, or, you know, the state of what happened and what, you know, some of the after effects that happen in the game. And, you know, that kind of shifts perspective when you're looking at it, because you're questioning, all right, the pause is just now, what's going on in the game? Like, what's happening? Certain players are like, we kind of know the state of the game, but we're not entirely sure. It's been like a good 5 minutes, so it's like,
Yeah, but at least for now, what we do know about the state of the game here is that Team Flash are making a couple of mistakes that BRU are forcing them to try to make at. And then BRU are getting these trades purely with skill. Because you see that how aggressive Team Flash are going. If it was just any other team, they would get it without any trade-offs in the making. But you could see how quick BRU are able to do just that. Yes, granted that they got a couple of free objectives in the bottom lane, but BRU before that really were just pushing Flash off, or pushing Flash away rather.
Yeah, and I think right now no particular team has much control just yet. There isn't a very clear, like, somebody who, a clear team that is dictating the pace, because both are just kind of wrestling for control over that river line, and especially in the mid lane. Like, a lot of fights are occurring there because the mid lane is the pinnacle point for the entirety of the map. You break that tier 1, you have access to the jungle very easily, and slowly you can kind of spill that lead into the side lanes. And for now, I think both teams, they want to get that mid as soon as possible.
I definitely agree. It's going to be a pivotal point because, again, once you break that mid-tier 1, you basically open up their jungle pretty easy, and that allows you better access to the Dark Slayer and the Abyssal Dragon even more, because your opposing team cannot retreat anymore to the mid-tier 1 to, reset the fight. And this is something that we've seen more happen with BRU. But of course, again, it's just who breaks these first towers, well, first.
First towers first.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree. And when it comes to objective trade-offs, in the end game of things, it's whether or not your team composition actually allows you to take advantage of it. For an example, if you have like a leading Florentino and you break that top side and he gets that pressure, same thing with a Kilgroth, like then mid lane becomes less of a priority, your side lanes become more of a priority because he's going to get pressure, and then that's when you really just snap and go ham.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's all just going to be we're able to do this. Now we're just going to go back into the game. Yeah, it's still pretty balanced. We're only 5 minutes into it, so nothing to be feared here, guys. But check this out. What do we have? Fafnir's talent already finished for the Hayate, so he's looking pretty mighty fine. But he needs another item to make himself a little bit more, more crits.
Yeah, and right now he's sitting at 3.4k. They're going to start the Abyssal Dragon taken so quick. Red is just half a second late to see it go down. But on the other side of that, Valheim has some pretty expensive items to purchase as well with Cleave Sanctity already. Even though they're at 1-1, he is down by 500 gold. Ooh,
what a steal. Good timing from Nunu there.
Really nice timing. XP quite a bit of the game. Quite hurt there. Nature's Prison doesn't land exactly. Hopefully he gets the catch. Oh, Lombard gets a great ultimate there, but no follow-up for the rest of Team Flash. They disengage from this fight.
They had to expend like 3 ultimates though to try to catch onto XP, which really begged, or rather, which really allowed Pro E to just say like, okay, they don't have any really good ultimates anymore, so I can just use my Earth Splitter and then, let's see if we can follow anything up. If they did, that would have been great, but if not, still, it's fine. They're still going to go for it. Look at that double man knockup. He actually flickers forward to maximize the range, and they're heavily chasing down onto the one. They knock out onto the first one here. Isalindos doesn't have his Nature's Prison yet, so it's either they lose the Foxen or lose its top tier 1, and they choose to go for the latter.
Yeah, and now they're going to push in. They should be putting a lot of damage in. Do they
still chasing?
They're still going to... He's still alive. Wow, the pressure from Team Flash. They want to assert dominance.
I mean, that is the perfect sound, or perfect name word that you want to use here as of the moment. Now, XP did get caught with both the Son of the Crixie and the Nature's Prison, but still opening up the mid-tier 1, definitely a win here for Team Flash, and they're just kind of, starting to create the lead that they want to.
Hey, the Hive Chain is starting to pick up steam here because they are taking the Spirit Sentinel 2 tier 1s from the side of BRU. They have that lead. The question is, can they push it further? And the pause one more time. Technical issues.
Yeah, it's the bane of electronic sports, man.
Yep, agreed. But, what can you do? You want these players to be playing at their best.
Yeah, of course.
The worst thing to say is like, I lost the championship because of ping. Like, ooh, that's the one that's going to stick with you. Like, ooh, that's really going to sting.
The winners of the winners with the better ping. Better ping wins.
Ping to win. Ping to win.
I like that. I like that. But okay, back to the brass tacks at hands. It seems like again, Flash kind of immediately is pulling out, you know, another strategy from their playbook, and it's working pretty well here. They're just outmaneuvering and and forcing BRU to use their ultimates defensively, and then after burning those said ultimates, they force either a pick or a objective, which is working phenomenally well here at the very start.
Yeah, and I noticed that, you know, the moment Flash gets the initial like pick-off org, they look for the punish straight away. The first thing that comes to their mind is like, how do we punish this? How do we get some more? Can we greed out here? And, you know, they did. They pushed through. They realized, hey, we don't have to focus on the turret. It's going to go down to this ballista, and now we can push into, oh, they're taking the Might Golem. All right, you're not going to get it. And they start pushing on through. They chunk out that Valheim so much, and he ends up dying later on into the matchup, and they push and get to mid-tier 1 as well. Really good play overall, and I think if they keep that up, BRU is in a very tight spot, because that means it's kind of telling them, hey, any mistake you make is going to be detrimental.
The thing is, the longer this game progresses, the Valheim, yes, he can be a pretty scary late game ADC, but the thing is, he's not as he's not like a Violet that has a lot of mobility. He's not also like a Honest that has a lot of range. So up against the comp of Flash that has a Liliana and a Lumbar, if he gets knocked up or stunned, say goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough. Team Flash so far, man, these guys, they don't miss their abilities. Those flickers into Earth Splitters just really nail them on the head. Oh, it's frustrating. It's frustrating to watch if you are a BRU fan.
But yeah, for now, we're just going to see how BRU are going to be able to traverse around this. And I think we're just going to go for a quick break here, you know, just kind of figure out what's happening with the game, guys. And when we come back, it's already, of course, going to be the continuation of game number 2. So don't go anywhere. AIC Grand Finals will be right back. Like I said, we would fix the issue, guys, and we're back at it again here for the Game 2 of AIC 2019. Isalindo's coming into the side there, taking quite a bit of shuriken damage from Ellie, the true shinobi, you know, Datebayo and all that.
Yeah, and now BRU have to kind of recover from the damage taken. Ooh, he does not miss! Pro E does not miss these Earth Splitters. He keeps catching off even at the edge. Great judgment of distance.
And he forced the Isalindos to use the flicker. Okay, that was awkward because he already had he had no flicker, he had no way to escape, and he tried to use the ultimate in the center of the Darkslayer pit. That will cost him his life, that will cost him the Nunu's life, and Defoxen, he's way out into the open. He cannot escape, and this is what I'm talking about. There is no mobility whatsoever for this Valheim.
I think they just knew that this was in their favor. They saw Overfly down in the bot side, and it's like, even if it's a 4v5, this is so beneficial for us, and right now, ADC is absolutely insane. 6-2-1. He's been trading so much with Nunu that he just can't seem to get back into this game, and now Darkslayer is within their grasp.
Red is coming from the side there, but yeah, you see Lumber's like, he's the big bodyguard. He's the Sage Golem. He's just cosplaying a Sage Golem, but like...
He's an absolute dude. Pro E right now is just playing out of his mind. The same thing can be said for ADC. They are ridiculously good right now. They are playing at 110%. And I definitely thought that it would hurt ADC when he was, trading 1-for-1, and now Overfly, wait, hold on. Overfly is in trouble. Omen uses the ultimate onto Ellie here, but it's not going to be enough when there's so many members. Oh, wait, first one is trying to bail him. Oh, knockup! He does not miss once again. The Moonfall does come through. Now, Lindis is in trouble. He doesn't land in Nature's Prison. Ellie quickly dashing out of the way. The great sidestep. Right now, Team Flash is just all over BRU.
This is not the BRU that we are accustomed to seeing. You don't see them lining up to get knocked up by a lumbar with like an Earth Splitter, 4 members connecting, and Isalindos just dropping dead after that. That is not how BRU plays. And now they're feeling a little bit discombobulated, disconnected with each other. They're losing objectives, structures left and right here. Mid tier 2's been taken down, bottom tier 2's been taken down, and look at the gold deficit already. It's like
7K.
7K, thank you.
Yeah, and it looks like they just got hit in the back of the temple. They are trying to find their balance. They're trying to stop the bleeding, but Team Flash just wants to plunge the knife deeper into the wound.
And speaking of deeper into the wound, that's the mid tier 3 broken down for you. And they even have the Drake onto the top with a big wave. They have so much damage here, and they only need a couple of members again with the Earth Splitter. Bring me into your embracing arms. Yes, Master, he says. It's a Lindles. He almost got away, but the auto attack was here to play. And Nunu coming into the middle of the fight with the Moonfall is still not going to be enough. And that is Nexus exposed. Nexus taken away. Murad, first one, can only watch as his base crumbles right between his eyes, right before his eyes, and that is game 2 to Team Flash.
Good God, that was a clean game coming in from Team Flash. They were struggling for control and power in the early to mid stages of the game, but the moment the first mistake was made, Team Flash pounced right on top. We're not taking 50-50s anymore. We're taking 100-0s. Everything is ours, as a great dominating game from Team Flash with a strong finisher.
Strong finisher is an understatement there. They just got everything, and for some reason, Isalindos was always caught in a weird position. Like, there was no reason for him to use his Nature's Prison in the center of the pit of Darkslayer, and then, like, I don't know, he didn't know that he had Flicker or something, or maybe he was, like, saying that his dash would have been something, but yeah, he just paid with his life there.
Yeah, every single time in the ADC, I would have to say he really hard carried it with the help of Pro E by his back. Like, holy cow, I haven't seen ADC carry this hard in a while. But you I kind of understand BRU's position here, because Team Flash, they have a game plan in mind. Their micro decision making is really lightning fast. Like, they are all on the same page, and I think BRU are some of their teammates are feeling a little disconnected from what the team wants, because you can see that, Overfly and sometimes even first one are on the bottom side of the map trying to, catch up here. And here's where the mistake initially began. If I was Islindis, I can definitely understand that your objective was to deny, or at least buy some time with the Nature's Prison so they don't take the Darkslayer away, because the Darkslayer buff would be very detrimental at this point in time, because they were still bleeding and trying to recover. And then that's when Team Flash was like, you know what? We're already one step ahead. We're baiting out this Darkslayer fight. We know we're going to win this next team fight.
Look at how many they got with that knockup. Also, something I want to point out, whenever we see a lumbar, we're still like, it's because it's not Zenial or Baldu. But Pro E just showed us how a true lumbar makes it work. Like those Earth Splitters, man.
So good. Such big game.
Like, look at this. Just get that knockup. He actually also adds the flicker so that the Earth Splitter's next hitbox actually changes from what he lines it up. And that is like an extra layer to how he plays the lumbar, which is incredible.
Yeah, so far, very convincing game 2 here. I think they're slowly getting into the heads of BRU. You can feel them. They feel so pressured, when you're up against such, big, good players. You start to, your body naturally wants to, we don't want to make the play. We don't want to make a mistake, because every single time they make a mistake, Team Flash punished them so hard, and it's really starting to get to BRU.
Yeah, agreed. And it's really getting to BRU with the in the sense that our games are getting quicker and quicker. Like a while ago, I think it was around 30 minutes. Now it's 11:32. That's pretty fast, considering this is BRU we're talking about.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I
Yeah.
don't know. Something's happened to BRU, and I'm not liking it because Team Flash are looking so good for now. I think BRU, they just need to kind of recover from these, as the game accelerates. Team Flash gets more and more confident with their capabilities. Like, yeah, we're getting trades, but, our priority targets are still alive. Ellie is still doing a great job. Gao is still acquiring pressure. ADC, as long as, the game, everybody is on the same page, I feel like Team Flash are like 5 robots that they're somehow all connected psychologically somehow, because these guys all think the exact same way.
They finished AIC 2018 in second place. They're coming back in 2019 with a different kind of vigor, and this vigor is bringing them to the top. They still have not yet dropped the game here in the grand finals, and it's only 2 more. I mean, that sounds like it's an easy task, but against BRU it might be difficult, but now it's still a scary, scary thought. Anyways, this is the key player of the game. ADC 73% kill participation with a KDA of 8-2-3. A definite monster in his own right.
Hands down, solo carried. Well, I wouldn't say solo carried, but really carried the game with the help of Pro E.
Yeah.
Great plays all around. I can't understand how he wasn't punished a little bit more for, trading 1 for 1 there. A lot of the time in the mid lane, making Nunu slow down in terms of farm, but somehow he seems to accelerate and excel at these 50-50s that he ramped himself up to a point where he's like, hey, I am literally 2k ahead of everybody else in the game. Even your jungler who's been farming the entirety of the time. Like, he's trying to gank, he does get one kill. They're at 1-1, but he's still at least 1.5k ahead. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, definitely impressive. And be sure to look out for him even more as, this series unravels, guys. Anyways, I think we're going to take a quick breather here as, of course, we're just going to let this team see how they want to adjust, especially Buriram United Esports, who are definitely in the back end in this Grand Finals Best of 7. Anyways, AIC 2019 will be back. My name is Asarai. With me now is Gideon Q. So don't go anywhere. The Grand Finals has still yet to conclude. Alright guys, we're back here again at the AIC 2019. That's Arena of Valor International Championship 2019. My name is Azarai. With me now is Gideon Q. And we just witnessed Team Flash creating history. It's 2-0 and they are basically dealing the business.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Doing the business, you know.
I think they are dominating Game 1 and 2. I think they really convincing fashion. Game 1, okay, it looks like they were going strong. They made a mistake, but Game 2 in particular is where they really asserted themselves and say, hey, every mistake you make will be punished. I won't let you. It puts a mentality of fear into BRU. It's like makes you hesitant to go in and make the plays, and hopefully this short break can kind of help them recuperate themselves. Say, hey, we need to have confidence in our capabilities to really bring it all the way and bring this game against Team Flash.
I definitely agree with you. The question now is, can they really do that? We saw like Game 1, it was a little bit iffy. It was still back and forth. BRU were looking pretty strong. They made 2 big mistakes and then it was all over. So it ended like around 60 minutes, I believe, 17 minutes. But the second game, 11 minutes and 38 seconds, I believe, and that is incredibly fast.
So quick. But let's go into the game here. Let's look at the draft so far between BRU on the blue side and Team Flash on the red side. It's going to be the Crick 6, the Elsu for BRU, and Team Flash, it's going to be the Florentino as well as the Zip. First pick going over to BRU. And I mean, overall, the bans in itself tell you quite a bit. Like, priority picks so far, the Elsu, I don't think BRU or Team Flash want to have Elsu in play at all.
Yeah, at least for now. Elsu's kind of like that wild child. Both the Foxen and Ellie are so good at the Elsu. I think it just might shift the balance already. And I think it doesn't really match the tempo that Flash wants to do right now. It's to always fight. Elsu is okay in team fights, but I feel like there are some other picks that are more optimal than the Elsu in that regard.
Agreed. Now, Team Flash here, they take the Kilgroth super quickly. They don't want the Zaniel Kilgroth combination, but there's one more combination they have to be worried about, and that is the Cricknack as well. Cricknack with Zaniel. Great diving potential, high burst damage, can be so powerful for these bigger dives, but they lock in the Annette for themselves. At least they have a way to disengage from these fights. As long as Annette is on the ball and sees and has first rotation, she can protect a lot of the team members from these dives.
Definitely true. Now, Buriram, they still have a lot of options to use. Like you said, Cricknack is available for them. And even through the Annette, I feel like Cricknack is just quick enough on the trigger that you can just burst down anybody that you want to. But if they want a little bit more fighting prowess here, Overfly has already used the Roxy and the Omen, so maybe he can go for the Yenna as well, or something else. But I feel like Yenna isn't really a bad option, at least for the second rotation. But it seems like they're really pushing the limits of this pick. They can also even go for a strong laner right now into the mid. They've already got the Crixie and the Diaochan, but Ignis is also still up. But damn, out of nowhere, Xanis.
I think this is going to be a... they're going to redo the draft here. It looks like they are going to face some technical issues.
Okay, yeah.
Because they waited all the way to 0, so that's what I'm going to assume for now. Looks like there is going to come some confirmation first later on. But yeah, for the most part, let's just, see what they kind of want to build the composition just around Zaniel itself. Like, where do they go from there?
Well, at the very start, Zaniel's just an open-ended pick, so it doesn't really show as much. It's more of like just a super defensive pick. It's not gonna be the same, I think, with IGP with Dime using Zaniel and like the ADC role. I don't think it's gonna happen as well.
Yeah. I mean, because, Zaniel, where do you find him strongest? As, your support tanker roaming around the rest of the map? Or do you prefer him, like, as quick as possible, I need you to hit 4 so I can start making plays and being proactive across the rest of the board?
I think he just kind of does the same thing about that, just roams around the map at once. I mean, you don't have to immediately try to get him with level 4 because already his roaming potential without his ultimate is actually super strong already. So, even without that, I think it will work out. And that's a lot of people right around.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are facing some technical issues. Issues overall. You're not going to see the Tori. You're not going to see Xanis here. Valheim, a little bit more, but, we're just going to have to wait and see how this progresses.
Yeah, I still don't think Valheim will be something. Plus, I believe the Foxen used this on the previous game already. Yeah, he did. So
Yeah.
yeah, we won't see the Valheim this time.
Oh boy.
I mean, they can use the Lindis. That's something.
Yeah, I don't know, because when you lock in the Zaniel as your first pick, right, you want to combo it with something else. You don't want to have it as an open-ended question whereby it's like, hey, we have the Zaniel because Zaniel. Like that's not enough of a reason to. But yeah, looks like the technical issues have been kind of confirmed here. They're probably going to have to do the draft until that point of time.
Well, at least for now, we're just going to start to see and fix the situation, of course, to get you guys the best experience, and of course also for the players here, they can't really, they can't really be delayed at all, or rather disrupted when they try to go for the game already. So, guys, just gotta kind of stick here with us as we do figure out what is happening with that one. But for now, yeah, like you said, the Zenial pretty open-ended pick. It's really good. We also saw that, yeah, the Zenial is really strong. And if you want something good to supplement the dive with him, I am looking towards the Zephys, which we also saw, I believe, in the third place matchup between HKA and IGP. So it also works pretty well in that regard. But of course, it works well with everything. So we'll just have to see how it really just pans out.
Yeah, that's kind of the beauty of the Zaniel, where it's just like he supplements anybody who has like some strong engage, high mobility. It makes it forgiving to go for the bigger, bolder plays when somebody's got a global ultimate that has your back and consistently watching. Especially when you're on comps, it's like he doesn't even need to check. He doesn't even need to check the little scroll wheel on each of the heroes. Like, oh, which one of these are gonna be okay? It's just I need help. Okay, done. I'm there, boy.
Agreed. I mean, aside from that, we haven't really seen the Darcy ban in the second game. I mean, like, aside from the Zanials, Darcy's a pretty strong, aggressive pick. And if you think about it, Kilgroth and Annette don't really work up against the Darcy extremely well. Yeah, again, Kilgroth, he has the anti-CC thing with his ultimate though, but after that, even Annette, when he tries, like, you don't have to be in point-blank range as a Darcy to burst down a target. You just have to put them back onto the Dimensional Rift and you pop your skills. So the Annette can definitely be an easy pick-off for this Darcy here.
Yeah, I think overall, the Darcy is looking pretty good here, and I think it comes down to what teams prioritize over the others. Do they prioritize the counter picks? Do they want to have a particular comp in mind coming into the game? And I think that becomes a very scary aspect, especially considering BRU, they play pretty standard, and we've seen Team Flash, they have like such variance in their hero pool alone that they showed even yesterday, and even the days before, that they are a very, very impeccable team when it comes to like, hey, I'm gonna really pinch you, but are you really pinching Team Flash?
I don't think they can. Team Flash has a plethora of picks that they can just bring to the table and use as alternates to the ones that they want to use. So I don't think it's going to be the thing. The thing that they're going to be able to use up against Team Flash is BRU's ability to choke out opponents away from their objectives. But again, Team Flash aren't letting that happen. So BRU need to change the pace in order for them to even stand a chance right now against Team Flash.
Yeah, because Team Flash, again, just like their name, they just basically start fights in the Flash, making sure that you don't have enough time to really plan out your next moves. Like, we know for a fact BRU, they want to take one objective, pull back, take the next objective, and slowly, methodically dissect them one by one until you've got nothing left on the map to protect you. But now, Team Flash is putting up the playstyle where HKA failed to do in the previous match yesterday, where they were aggressive. They took 50-50s because they were confident, and it forced out, they took so many fights happening all across the map that each individual member, they couldn't play like a team. They were forced to make these micro decisions on their own.
Yeah, but the micro decisions really isn't there for Flash. Like, you're just using as a very cohesive unit that it's not shaking them up. Like, BRU's playstyle isn't like rattling Team Flash. They're like laser focused on what they need to do. They just look at one thing, they make it happen, and it works out for them.
Yeah. I mean, the preparation going in to have a team that, if you're committing to a fight, everybody commits to a fight. That's, that's a really good aspect of a team, a good trait, if I'd like to call it, because having a team who hesitates, if somebody hesitates, they're going to be doubting every single decision that the team makes, and that really makes the team environment very difficult when it comes down to like, what's the best macro play? Who made a mistake? How do we analyze it? How do we do that when we go back and do a VOD review? for the side of BRU, I think they've got an idea how to play the game, but now, certain weaknesses are starting to show. Their micro decisions aren't as refined as Team Flash because, as you can see, Team Flash all have the same idea of how to play the game. What's the priority? What's the objective? What's the goal that they're trying to achieve? And as long as all of those three things are aligned, Team Flash, yeah, your micro decision is correct. I can agree with it. We're committing to this.
Yeah, everything that they have to do is, again, either align with each other, or it's just that they've played with each other long enough that they understand that if this happens, we do this. If we make a mistake, this is what we're gonna try to employ. If we make this work, we just keep rolling at it. But BRU, you saw, for example, Isalindos, he wanted to stop the Darkslayer take, but he overextended. He didn't wait the proper timing with his teammates, and he was like 5 seconds too early. He got blown up. He got an ultimate out, yes, but everybody from Flash dodged it. They immediately collapsed onto Isalindos, and then like when his teammates came, they couldn't really do anything anymore.
Yeah, they didn't have that frontline tank anymore. Nobody to really soak up the damage and the choke points. And especially with such a powerful ultimate like the Nature's Prison, ooh, that was definitely a rough game. But hopefully, they see through the cracks, they see through the mistakes, align again those three aspects again for the side of BRU if they want to come back into this game. But for the most part, I don't think they can really control Team Flash. I think they might have to match them in their 50-50s at a certain point because, again, slow and controlled is always good if there aren't force. But I don't think Team Flash is scared to take these 50-50s.
Yeah.
Like, they are very ballsy with it, as you can see with ADC in that last game.
And this is just like, how Team Flash likes to play their game, fast and furious. Anyways, I think we're just going to take a quick breather here, guys, while we're fixing what's happening here. Hopefully when we come back, the draft is going to go underway. So don't you go anywhere. AIC is still underway for the grand finals. My name is Asteroid. This is Gideon Q. We'll be right back. Got him. Let's go back into Game 3, and let's see. It is the Lindis. It is the Yana. Yitna
already. And now Team Flash need to reply. Thanks, everybody, for being so patient with these technical issues. We want to give you the best experience for both players as well as the viewers, so you are getting some top-notch gameplay.
And, of course, thanks for being patient with us as well, as we are, just kind of enjoying shenanigans between the two of us. But of course, we are looking forward to see how BRU are going to be adapting to basically Team Flash at every corner, winning out the turns.
Yeah, and now, Yenna into the Kilgroth. It's going to be a skill matchup for Yenna. She has to harass him pre-4. However, I mean, Team Flash, they are denying picks from that Zaniel combo. The Kilgroth initially, and then followed up by the Krignac as well. I mean, BRU, they were willing to give it up the moment they locked in that Lindis. So we're just going to have to wait and see, because if Krignac gets ahead and puts Lindis out of the jungle, it's going to be so tough to play the game.
You can see Team Flash are actually banning a lot of tempo stopper picks. Zip, Florentino, and Marjo. These are a lot of picks that can really stop the push of Team Flash. It's not more of like they're pinpointing the weak picks of BRU or the strong picks of BRU. It's more of like Team Flash just has a set strategy in mind, and this is to just keep denying these tempo stoppers. And it just goes to show, the margin, the Zip already out there in the fight.
Yeah, and they also get rid of the Fennec, which I definitely don't agree there, because if you go with Lindis as well as the Fennec, that's just an overly, just too greedy of a composition already, because both are very, gold hungry, and they're super squishy, and they're just prime targets for, Krignac and Kilgroth to just get on top of. But looking on the side for BRU, it's going to be the Crixie as well as the Varus. I think the Varus is a really smart ban here, as well as the Crixie, but will Team Flash look to lock in their mid-mage? Unless they're going for the net mage. The net mid-mage.
Nuno did that yesterday. I don't ever want to see that again. It did not work. Don't ever do it, alright? It's not a thing.
We don't talk about that anymore.
We don't talk anymore about that anymore. Yeah.
So Ignis is going to be the next lock-in. I mean, definitely moving down the list. Great wave clear. They don't have access to their they don't have access to Liliana this time round. So sorry. Oh yeah, no, to the Liliana, and BRU don't have access to the Diao Chan. So again, they need something that really clears up the wave. Darcy is going to be a pretty good shout here. They're not gonna be able to pick it up later on, but BRU, what is gonna be their last pick here? I mean, they're hovering over the Darcy. They could change their mind at the last second.
Actually could be a really strong pick for them, especially now that we see an Annette and an Ignis there. Easy pickings for the Darcy if they can do something. So this Darcy, Raz does get locked in, is gonna be in jungle, and we did see a lot more cohesion when you have a Darcy in the jungle, because he can just roam around. Once he gets level 4, his ability to just lock you in is insane, and
it's gonna be Yipnith. It's gonna be Yipnith. We saw that in the previous bout. Yipnith just wants to hold the lane as long as possible until support kind of arrives and helps him out. But we're gonna have to see the lane assignments for later. For now, we can see the first one has access to Lindis. They might shuffle it around later on. So let's see the final pick from Team Flash. They're hovering over the Kefeni and they lock it in.
I mean, Kefeni is your sort of standard ADC up against a Yipneth who's going to be in the ADC role. Yeah, it is. It's going to be super difficult to burst down Yipneth, but at least when you have a Kefeni and an Annette, you can force the Yipneth out of his ultimate, and even if they try, even if he uses his ultimate in the center, right, Kefeni can go out of the range of that and still deal damage with her Fusillade.
Yeah, and I think what's really, really important is the zone control from both sides. Yipnith wants the zone control. Zaniel is going to protect everybody who looks to engage, and they can be very proactive, and they're hoping to get some picks with the Darcy. However, from the side of Team Flash, like, you have Kefeni, the ultimate is just such a wide area where it's like, oh, you want to engage? No problem.
Yeah, I got you.
I got you. Yeah, Kilgroth is going to get slowed down by, the Yipnith and the Zaniel, whoever they go for, but Krignac is going to be an option. Ignis is, you need to back away? No worries, I can follow up as well. So they have options on both sides. What it really comes down to is execution again. It's not a very clear-cut game as I would like it to be. It's really 50-50 on both sides on this one. I'm actually quite torn between both compositions.
We saw how disgusting IGP used the Yipneth Zaniel combo, and I feel like it could be the same thing here.
Really? Oof.
But here's the thing. I think Flash with their Kilgroth pick is gonna be different, because the Yipneth the Yipness Zenial had, I believe, also the Kilgroth in their team.
Yes.
And now that Flash also has a Kilgroth in their side with a Kriknak, the dynamic of the Yipness Zenial won't be as strong as it was in that particular game.
Agreed.
So, definitely agree with you. I'm torn here, but I'll slightly go to Flash because of the Kilgroth.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good point because yeah, Kilgroth is able to, later in the stage, mid-game especially, is where he starts really picking up steam, and Yenna is going to struggle to deal damage to him. I mean,
yeah,
she can sort of peel him away for the most part and kind of dash out of the fights to, make sure she doesn't die to him. But if Kilgroth gets too far ahead and pulls enough pressure, the Yipnith isn't going to matter too much.
Exactly. So, again, this is going to be interesting because BRU are playing a composition that embodies BRU, the slow, methodical process. And Team Flash, well, it's still Team Flash. It's the in-your-face that make you feel all disgrace.
Oh boy, this is going to be a tough one here. But hopefully, the breaks have given BRU a chance to recuperate themselves, get themselves into the right mentality before coming into this game, because Team Flash is a team that can bleed.
Batman said to Superman, "Do you bleed?" Now we'll see if BRU can come back from this.
What in the world? Okay, I thought there was more than I thought there was more people in the rush than I thought. So, whew, the dyslexia is getting worse this time. But yeah, Yenna goes back into the top side of the match as BRU slowly pushing up forward. Ignis a little out of position there, but it looks like they want to clear super fast and then look to potentially invade.
Overfly immediately getting pushed back. He knew that there was going to be somebody right there who was Pro E who's going to be able to get this. XP is like, he's roaming far and wide. Like, that is a weird position for the Ignis though. Ellie's going to be in a really tight spot, but he's going to be fine. Activates the haste and yeah, live to fight for another day, I say.
Yeah, I think that's really important. And unironically, she's getting attacked by two tanks. And in the early stages of the game, yes, they do deal a good amount of damage here. But I think more importantly, ADC needs to hit that level 4 as soon as possible because, first one is also going to be catching up. The question is, can they pull off these ganks? Look at the Kilgroth being super aggressive here. And Team Flash, they're supporting him by staying towards the top side, denying the space for BRU to help out the Yenna if they needed to. So for now, Kilgroth has some form of control.
Yeah, I mean, Kilgroth is going to be fine and dandy here. They're going to start to look to get a kill immediately on the Cylinders. You saw that, like, Gao was positioning to dive underneath that. He's not even level 4, and he's like, yeah, I'm ready for it. Now, gets a single man knock up here. Comes ADC and his Cylinders once again gets caught out. He just wanted to start a fight for his team, but they could not re-engage, and ADC was there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, ADC just with the drone drop can rotate so quickly. He's just minding his own business. I'm going to farm, quickly turns over, sees the position. Oh no, they're getting locked down right now. They need one more fireball, but they quickly flicker on out of there. Nunu is there to kind of hold the ground for now, but this is becoming a very sticky situation because BRU are losing a lot of pressure in the mid lane, and now they're losing their neutral objective. They still haven't hit their level 4s.
Just, I mean, bad to say the least. Nunu still hasn't had his combo here yet, but look at this. Overfly is pushing out Gao. Gao only has a select time for his ultimate before it comes out. Woof, he gets away from the slash there of Yenna. Now Nunu, oh, he got spotted out here. Salinas is onto the side. He got a 2-man knockup though, but
yeah, I don't think there's going to be much follow-up for now.
At least he did peel, that's the thing.
That's true, but Ellie's just going to help him completely disengage the fight because BRU was trying to cut him off. XP still in trouble. The backline is now going under attack. Pro E might be going down. He still pulls back. Overfly goes down. XP, 1 HP, goes, gets knocked out by the ultimate from the Yipnev. The fight continues. Ooh, that was some pretty good rotations coming in from BRU.
But if you think about it, that was a slow take onto XP.
Yes.
They put so much emphasis in trying to take him out that, yeah, they got him, but that was 4 people in the mid lane for BRU, and they gave enough time for Gao to get about 50% out of that tower. He got so much in terms of it, and you can still see that ADC is still kicking, getting kills left, right. He takes first one. That's pretty big.
Yeah, that is pretty big. And they even pop the Zaniel out to try and protect him. It's just not enough. ADC goes right on top of Nunu. He quickly gets on out of there. Ooh, the drone drop, the pressure coming in from ADC. He's trying to send a statement, a message. Hey, you're not even safe in your jungle.
Oh, he's gonna be able to get that river sprite. Not sure. Oh, okay, it was Overfly. He's in a 1 versus 1, but Lindis should be joining in onto the fray there. Gao still gotta be careful. Again, there's not really much the Killgrot can do at the very start, but every other teammate or every other member of FL is actually doing the same thing now. Gao activated his ultimate there. He's gonna be able to get a little bit more and actually save his tower.
Yeah, and I don't think there's going to be much rotations after he recalls. There's going to be quite a number of minions being pushed in. They have a wave, they have a Lindis on top of Vienna. They should be able to do something here, but the rest of Team Flash, the cavalry has arrived. They're going to look to try and protect this tier 1.
Yeah, and you already see that Lindis is out of there. He doesn't want to touch that hot potato at all. Overfly really using the power of the Yetta to just get these camps for her. Pro E's onto the side there. Gets spotted out, but immediately repositioned. Good knock up here, though. And this is going to allow Defoxin to actually use his ultimate, which he does, but not to full effect. Now, that is already Bullet Storm used by Defoxin. And now Abyssal Dragon is being started by BRU, but FL are here to fight.
Yeah, FL just holding on to the ground. It's looking like a 4v4. The fight actually starts off pretty strong, but both sides go right in. Defoxin is just holding his ground. I don't think he has his ultimate back up yet. Yeah, he kind of walks into the middle of it, tries to get along a good clap there, but again, too many ultimates are down. Not enough time to really capitalize on the fight.
That's so much damage, and they even spot the Fox in here. This is now the problem with the Lindis. You can go for team fights, but you can't go for engages and whatnot. Engage's Realm activated by Defoxin, but it's still not going to be enough. That Bullet Storm, I mean, it does damage, it keeps you alive, but underneath all that damage, all that burst, it don't even matter.
Yeah, and now Overfly is going to get some damage onto Gao. Gao doesn't actually have his ultimate. He might be in a little bit of trouble here with the follow-up from Nunu. They pick up that kill. Okay, they got something in return, but that's such a consolation prize to how Team Flash is playing right now, because ADC just leading the charge, making sure that, you know, first one is struggling to even play around bottom side for the most part.
Agreed. And it's looking much worse. Oh, can he save the tower? It's like a single hit, just a little bit of a brush, and that's going to be it. Even without a wave, I think somebody can just like walk up to it and just, you know, boop, just
breathe on it.
Yeah, breathe on it, and that's it.
Oh boy, this is becoming a pretty difficult game for BRU as long as Team Flash is in control over the jungle. As long as ADC makes sure that first one isn't able to scale too hard into the game. Oh no, Gao's in trouble. The rest of the team tries to break that tier 1. They do get it. That's going to be one turret, 1-for-1 for both BRU and Team Flash for towers.
Yeah, and since they actually went to that, well, AD lane, they're going to be able to, well, start it off and actually get that AD themselves, but this is a big fight. Overfly still has the advantage, and it's chasing hard onto ADC here. First one should be able to get the shutdown onto this Crickneck, and this is BRU personified. Gao joins in onto the fight, actually sticks them right into the center here, onto the side of that wall, and they can't really follow it up, but still they get ADC and get a shutdown. Yes, please. And it goes to the Lindis. Even more, yes, please.
Now it's going to be 2-for-1 trade. Oh, wait, hold on. The fight's actually going to continue. Overfly might be in a little bit of trouble as first one's now on top of Ellie. He's going to be going down. Pro E backing off. Gao trying to save the day, trying to trade 1-for-1 or something to save this entire fight, but they had to get disengaged. A good retreat from XB, allowing his team to get some breathing room, cutting off an entire choke point.
Now Team Flash is kind of overreaching a little bit there, thinking that they have enough damage to force out BRU, but BRU, this is what I'm talking about. The Darcy, once he gets the lockdown with his Dimensional Rift, he tends to be pretty dang scary, so to speak. And this is the point where Yenna is going to still be able to outduel almost anybody, including the Killgrot from Team Flash's, well, side.
And now Team Flash looking to try to be proactive once more. They're setting up the drone drop from ADC, goes down onto Lindis, but that's not exactly the primary target they want to. XB might be in a little bit of trouble. He gets yanked backwards and goes down straight away. The bullet storm is all done, but Pro E can't seem to get out as the Defoxin locks him up with a huge area of slow. He won't be able to get out. It's going to be 2-for-0 in favor of BRU.
They're getting controlled hard and quick here. They can't really do too much. Team Flash already starting the Dark Slayer as well, and I don't think Team Flash, or rather BRU is going to start the Dark Slayer. I don't think Team Flash can actually contest for it, and this is the BRU that stands the test of time, and this is the composition that we were talking about. Being able to control the team fight is where BRU excels at, and man, they are just shutting down Team Flash's advances at every single turn.
Yeah, I think after that big shutdown there, Lindis is now coming back and catching up, has already caught up to ADC, in a matter of fact. Question is, can they, you know, play around ADC as of yet? Because XP is going to be the primary target for a lot of these fights because he can disengage the fight. He goes down, the rest of the team have nowhere to run except for Pro E's ultimate.
XP doesn't have a good chunk of damage right now compared to like Nunu, who's already 2-0-1 with this Darcy. Is going to be incredibly strong. They're respecting it right now because there's so much dive now that BRU has the items. But of course, there's still the point that Kafeni is for Team Flash. They have a dedicated ADC which they can use, and they're trying to use it effectively as ADC is trying to find, well, some initiates right now. But oh, someone actually got caught with that? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, but they completely zoned them off from that tier 2. And
yeah.
Again, BRU is finding some form of control. They already have the Dark Slayer, and basically Team Flash are forced to start playing from behind, which seems a little uncharacteristic considering how strong they played in the first 2 games. And it looked like Game 3 was going to be the exact same thing, but now BRU have kind of turned the tables here. Thankfully, with Nudu as well as First One getting some primary picks off, the Team Flash shelf.
Now it's all up to Team Flash. Can they really find the targets here? Salindos, he was looking super shaky, but now he's like all fine in the neighborhood. He's like I'm just gonna dive right in, and I'm so tanky that nobody can actually burst me as of the moment. And my mistakes have turned into my strength, and it's looking mighty fine as well. Now Angelic Splendor will be activated there. No ultimates anymore for the Zenial, but you can see already so much control around the map for BRU.
Yeah, and now Flash looking for any bit of scraps that they can get, or any little cracks they can find in the BRU wall that they've set up quite well as they slowly begin to start choking out Team Flash just like a snake. It's going to be very difficult to get out of this constriction.
The method to the madness, dude. It works for BRU. They're able to put Team Flash into a weird cage as of the moment. And with all the towers almost out, yeah, even the Abyssal Dragon still gets taken there and overflies like right in the center. Gao has to back away. He has to respect that if he tries to overcommit, there is just so much damage that BRU can do that he will not be able to survive that.
Yeah, Team Flash on the other side of the map, and now BRU realizing, oh, the countdown for the next respawn of the Dark Slayer is coming back up. Let's maintain control over the mid side as well as the top side, as Yena has gotten a good push, and maybe we can do something here. Maybe even bait out a fight from Team Flash.
Salindos could actually just start dropping right there. Now, BRU have positioned themselves. They see that Gao is actually on the opposite side, and they can just start this off straight if they want to. Gao is going to start walking right back up. He did respect the wave right there, but look at the damage on this Dark Slayer. I don't think they can get it.
Yeah, and I think they're calling it off. They just need to slow them down so they don't allow Kilgroth any kind of exit points. Oh, Pro E, he might be in trouble. He has to pull backwards. He has to be so careful now. And I think, yep, there it is. Gao was bought enough space and time to break that bottom tier 2. Now he has to deal with Nudu here. He could go on top of him, but he's trying to outplay this for now, waiting for the abilities to be used. He quickly pops the ultimate. He's getting a lot of damage in, hops away, rotates around, and now Defoxin is caught out. Zaniel comes in with an Angelic Splendor, but it's not going to be enough as Ellie is still, even though she's low, survives that fight.
They basically negated that Dark Slayer take. They still do take Gao down, which is a 1-for-1 trade, but at least he does take down the bottom tier 2. Now that Nudu joins him into the fight, FL are in a really bad spot. Overfly is here. This is going to look very difficult as ADC is being chased by the Yena. Run, ADC, run, as they can't really do too much against the power of the Yena. But you can see already how Team Flash are trying to bypass BRU, but BRU still have a demanding, controlling lead in this third game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. I would have thought that the lead would be a little bit wider, especially considering you have 2 extra turrets for the side of Buriram United, as well as the 7 kills. But, you know, Team Flash have been farming very, very efficiently, and they made sure that, you know, the goal differential doesn't get too far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, look at that, 7-7 with only like a 4,000 gold lead, and we're pretty much into the late game already, 14 minutes in, and you can see that FL is just kind of keeping BRU at bay, and more so than not, we saw like 2 Darkslayer takes yes for BRU, but the first Drake was the most effective, and the second one really was just kind of wasted, I would say, for BRU. It didn't really do anything at all. Maybe just join in the fight, but it didn't take any towers down.
Yeah, and now, again, Team Flash playing from behind. They're not being too active across the map like they were in the mid to early stages of the game where they had the lead. Now BRU are getting back into their comfort zone. They're slowing down the game. They're looking for mistakes. And Team Flash, they don't have any real way of getting into this fight without getting absolutely destroyed by both First One and Nunu.
So it's more of like whoever makes the mistake first, but BRU can take a mistake and actually turn it around. But Team Flash don't have that same luxury. Now Gao and Ellie working really easily onto the Fox, and he still doesn't have his, or actually still has his ultimate, but has to back all the way onto the other side. ADC does revive. Overfly is right on its tracks, but they dive right in. They baited Overfly. This is working well. Nature's Realm activated by Defoxa, but it's only gonna prolong his life just a little bit, and he had to back away from that one. And from 0 to 100, Team Flash with the Kafeni coming right back up.
Ooh, boy, what a game this is starting to really turn into. BRU getting right on top of Gao. Gao's taking some damage, but he has to pop that ultimate real soon just to get out of it and also deal a lot of damage. He's going in pretty hard, but mid lane on the other side, Dickinson has to turn this around, but now is Lindis comes down a little too late. He still dies at the end of the day. It's going to be a 3-0 trade in favor of Team Flash.
I actually thought that was going to be like a kill there, because I thought there was like somebody that the Foxen actually bursted down, but it's not. Enraged Abyssal Dragon is taken. There's the Darkslayer. This is again mistake after mistake for BRU. They're not making the proper decisions to keep their lead ahead, or to keep themselves ahead with that lead.
And this is what Team Flash is really good at, these cross map plays, and they're forcing BRU to make these micro decisions, which ends up is going to be the weak point for them, as Team Flash are just making sure that they are not really focusing on the whole on the game as a whole.
And I mean, yeah, it's kind of a repeat here, a little bit of a deja vu. Still though, the lead is actually neck and neck, but with the Darkslayer buff and the Enraged Abyssal Dragon, FL does have definitely that firepower that they need to, and they're saving this Drake, I think, for the next push. But you can already see, you know, that kind of twinge of mistake from BRU. It's kind of showing that they're a little bit behind in understanding how team fights work, and FL are so good at baiting them in, but maybe this could be the difference right now here in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're trying to, you know, keep control, go back to that wave management, making sure that they get some good synchronization with the Drake when it starts pushing in. They want to take their time with it. They want to be able to pull the map apart and force BRU into the exact same position as they were before, where they can't really make these, you know, well thought out logical decisions. But let's see. I mean, Team Flash, they're playing pretty well from behind.
They are. They just waited for the Kafeni to start getting her items, and she's able to just kind of shred. She's very glass cannon if you think about it, but the protect that the net gives is enough for her to make everything work. And the Foxen, yeah, that's the problem right now. His Nature's Realm, what the heck is happening? Look at where Gao is. He's basically gatekeeping right in front of the stage. He's not allowing them to go over the wall, and that is a big slap to the face. What in God's name just happened there? Overfly is trying to run away, but Gao is hot on his tracks. But, I mean, he can try to run all the way he wants, but look at what's happening in the base already. Yeah. That is the Foxen, the last man standing, and he's going to be the Alamo, and they have, they have the Drake. That's the Nexus exposed, and Game 3 should go to Flash.
Wow, Team Flash, even from behind, they wait for the mistake, they punish the mistake, and they take the game off a single mistake from BRU. Wow, I definitely thought BRU was in control over that game, but you know, one bad fight really turned into something else.
I mean, it mutated. Like, yeah, I get it. Team Flash has a Kafeni. They can just wait this game out. the Kafeni was more of like a exit strategy for them. Her damage in the late game was very substantial. It could really help them out. But you saw how well they baited BRU in the fights. And let's see how it happened here in the Hanas. BRU were doing so well in the mid game, but it just, I don't know what happened. It just spiraled out of control.
Yeah, I mean, they got a little too cocky there because now that once they hit their, item spikes for the side of BRU, then it became a fight like, oh, these guys are actually a lot harder to kill now when Zaniel has a couple of items, and on top of the fact that the power spikes were hit on both Nunu as well as first one, they really turned it around in these upcoming, especially in these upcoming fights. Like, they really chased them all the way to the end, and that's when, ADC as well as Gao made a couple of mistakes where, previously Gao didn't have his ultimate, and now when he tries to clean this up, it's not going to be as effective as they wanted it to be.
I just wanted to say here, Overfly was doing so well up until to the point that he overcommitted to trying to get ADC. He was so confident that his Yena would be durable enough to win or to survive in that trade. And I guess in a certain way it would have been, but they were up to the point where it was already late game and Team Flash had a good chunk of damage. This was just BRU wiping the floor with Flash, which was incredible, but up until the point that they tried to get the tier 3s, they never really got to that point. The Foxen is right here, and yeah, look at that, they just got bursted down. Ellie, he had the revitalize, and check this out, and then Gao just goes into the wall and his body blocks. Like, who does that?
This is just so nasty. Hits him over the wall. Just well played to Team Flash there. Wow, that was a game. That was definitely a game, and that's got to be really devastating for BRU because when they finally felt like they had some form of control over the game, just something like this happens, and it's like, that's so soul crushing.
Yeah, I think it's the perfect word to describe it. Soul crushing.
Because, like, imagine this. You come off of game 2. Like, I'm trying to put myself in the position of a player, and it's really a struggle. Game 1. All right, you know what? Their picks were kind of weird. We didn't exactly play too well. That's fine. Moving on to game 2, where it's like, oh, okay, let's try and show them a dominant performance. Let's keep control over the game. They lost control over a couple of 50-50s. They made a couple of mistakes, and every single time they made a mistake, they got punished really, really hard. And now, in game 3, where it almost felt like they had some form of control, to look to turn this game around when you have such great scaling like Nunu, as well as first one on the Lindis with the Darcy, like it looks like it's going great, and then it snaps and it doesn't.
I think the thing about that is that the Foxen and Lindis focus too much on protecting each other.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to protect the other teammates there, which was first one and Nunu. They really just allowed them to do their thing, which worked at this beginning. But as the game progressed, the faster the ADC becomes, the more tanky Gao becomes, the more damage Ellie does. So like, there was a certain window of opportunity, and BRU definitely had it in the bag. But once that opportunity passed, once again, the power spikes for these carries of Flash started to unravel. That is when we saw BRU start to also kind of, fall from grace.
Yeah, and man, there must be so much pressure on BRU as of right now. Team Flash in a comfortable position. They are at match point. This could potentially be the last game, but let's have a look at the key player of this game. It's got to be Ellie, man. Like, towards the later stages of the game, he was the saving grace, that win condition at the very end.
He was untouchable.
He was difficult to knock down, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the protect from the net, as well as I think they didn't really thought that the Kafeni would be much of an issue. They look at the other like ADC on the Crickneck, the XP on the Ignis, and I think it's the better decision. But in the end, it was just Ellie consistently farming, and then he just brought it back in terms of damage.
Look at him. He's just focused on the game. He's just like, yeah, I don't need to worry about this. We need to move on to the next team. Let's focus on the goals here, boys. Congratulate me when I'm the champion, not the key player.
One more game, and that could be it.
Boy, I don't know. I'm feeling very empathetic for BRU because they're in a very tight position, and I think the pressure is starting to get to them, and it must be really frustrating because Team Flash are making mistakes. It's not like they are perfect. Yes, they are aggressive. They are making the decisions quicker, and because of that, it's putting Buram United in this position where they have to be able to predict what's the next move while also having to watch the rest of the map and make their own decisions about whether or not these fights are worth it, because now they cannot just play defensively. They have to be aggressive if they want to match with Team Flash right now.
I mean, they are being aggressive, but I think this is more of like there are certain areas where BRU are unlucky with their tunnel vision. Like, you can tunnel vision and still make yourself relevant, right? And still win the game or win the fight, or win the team fights rather. But there is a certain time where like Overfly tunnel visions a little bit, and he costed it for his entire team. There was a part there where the Foxen was like in a really awkward situation where he tried to escape, but yeah, the Yipnet isn't really known for his escape tools. He has one dash, and that's about it, right? And then again, another oversight. And I don't know, these small incremental mistakes turn into big chunking, heaping gaps of areas where Flash can just rip it open and get that W. Flash, on the other hand, yeah, you're right. They're not perfect. They're also making these mistakes, but I think the composition, or at least how BRU play around it, don't really make those small mistakes into big advantages for themselves.
Yeah, I think at this point, I think, you know, if you are BRU, you gotta start disrespecting them at this point, because Team Flash, they need to punish them a little bit harder, because a lot of the time their focus is on the objective. That it's like, okay, how are we going to look to punish? We need to take a neutral objective, when instead they could, you know, get a couple of kills, get ahead into the game, and then force out the objective fights later on. There are other ways to actually go around rather than the linear path that they've been following so far. And I don't know, it might start to hurt them that they're following the book a little too much.
I mean, books can only take you so far. You know, you have to experience it yourself. I don't know, just a little bit of philosophy. But definitely true. You can see that there's a certain pattern to how BRU always approach the fights, and they're trying to be a bit more creative with the Yipnest Yezeniel combo, but it's not the most effective, because again, they need that oomph in the late game. Lindis is okay in the late game, I would say, but they needed something a little bit more firepower, and I think this is why FL also banned out that Fennec, because that could have been like something that, you know, oh yeah, Fennec and Lindis, like you said, they need a little bit more gold, but you saw that BRU, they actually like to also play in the late game, but come late game, they only did really rely on the Lindis, and yeah, her firepower is not really that good.
Yeah, really struggling, especially when she can't really get those fights.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Her positioning is fine, but really Team Flash is just making sure that, yeah, you're gonna have to pull further and further back every single time, and you know, the Annette, all on top of everything, is just making sure like, hey, we're gonna disengage you from these awkward situations from our team, pull it through. Kilgroth is just running down with Cricknack, and then you're like, okay, which do I have to deal with first? I have to prioritize someone. I can only hit one person at a time.
Yeah, and again, this is the thing that I was kind of fearing, is that when you have that Kilgroth, he can just like bypass all of the crowd controls, all of that AoE, and I think we're almost about to go for the draft here. Actually, I thought we were about to go for the draft. I was a little bit excited. So we're going to take a quick breather here, guys, because I think, yeah, even BRU definitely needs a break from that one and try to kind of understand again what they need to do. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back for Game 4 here for AIC 2019. This could be the final game, guys. It's a scary thought to think about that, but yeah. We're just gonna show you guys the draft, and let's see if Flash can finish it off, become the champions that they were denied from 2018. Coming into this one, 2019, they are looking to be the unstoppable, the dominating, the gods of AOV.
Yeah, and they are hungry for it. You can see in their gameplay, you can see it in their style. They will look and hound every mistake you made. BRU have a mountain to climb if they want to try and go for the reverse sweep here. Crixix as well as Elsu is going to be the bans. They lock in first pick Varus, a very open-ended hero here. We're not too sure how they're going to turn this around in for their comp. Team Flash, on the other hand, Florentino, Zip, regular bans. They're keeping it real with Omen as their first lock-in. What are they going to follow it up with? And it looks like it's going to be Darcy in the jungle.
Oh, that is already a heavy hitter. Again, Gao on an Omen. Buram is going to be like shaking in their boots here, but they're gonna challenge it a little bit. They got the Cricknack and the Tel'Anis.
Yeah. Ooh, they don't have the combo components anymore. The Zenial was picked in the previous game by Buram United, and it didn't work out too well for them at the very end. But now Rook gonna be the next pick for Team Flash. They are confident. They are so fast with their picks. The Annette is gonna be the next ban, and Buram United have to make some decisions here.
Huh. Annette already removed. Zenial also removed. So you won't be seeing like the Omen Zenial combo. That's also super strong because Omen's already difficult to kill. You add that to the Zenial, he's gonna be nigh unstoppable as of that particular moment. Now we are seeing that Teamy is being hovered over as with the ban hammer.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just looking for no safety for the Tel'Anis whatsoever.
No, looks like they're kind of hovering over a lot of things. There's a number of supports they could decide to get rid of. It's what options do they want to deny, and it looks like they want to get rid of the Alice. That Hissy Fit can be such a powerful spell against Darcy. The silence just not allowing him to use any of his abilities. It's just a little too powerful, but more importantly, they want to be able to lock in a support for themselves because they do get first pick in the second part of the pick ban phase.
And yeah, Team Flash, knowing that they have the first pick, I actually was thinking that Teamy could work pretty well with Team Flash because being a bro could be used as a safety tool, but if you look at the composition of Team Flash, they can use this as a kind of aggressive tool where if Omen gets to being a bro, he dies, he basically comes back to life, and then he's another Omen. That's gonna be you have to kill him twice. So
oh boy,
that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, exactly. And BRU, they banned out the Baldoom. So again, they were trying to lock off, force out a support pick from the Team Flash. However, they're going to be able to lock in a support pick for themselves. But they're going to have some seriously strong scaling in with the Tel'Anis as well as the Kilgroth and the Saphira. If they lock them in this time around, which I think that kind of rounds out the comp pretty well. So Varus is going to be their support. Their support sort of tank in the support tank position.
There it is.
Sorry, in the DS lane. In the DS lane for Kilgroth. That's the one I was thinking of.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, we've seen this with Team Flash. So if Buram want to try to play for the late game, right? Like you said it already, there's a lot of scaling with the Tel'Anis, there's a lot of scaling with the Kilgroth. This composition of Team Flash right now is built to kill for the early game.
Yeah, and it's pretty scary. Level 4 is going to be an interesting sight to see because Cricknack, yes, he is powerful, and Varus is able to kind of hold her on her own. They have to kind of survive the onslaught because Darcy is going to be looking for picks, and if he lands it, Slims is basically going to have a free javelin to the face to set up the kill for the rest of his team.
Yeah, it's an easy transition, and Slims really does, I believe, scale early faster than Tel'Anis can, so his damage output definitely spikes after 1 to 2 items, where Tel'Anis needs 3 to 4 to make her really relevant. And that's the scary thing about a Slims here. Not really my most favorite ADC, but again, he does have his uses, and I believe in this scenario, especially with Teamy that can slow you down, I believe with his Pooty Poots, it makes it easier for you to connect your spears. So in like a 2v2 scenario or even a 2v1, the Slims teamy connection does have a really strong kill potential as well.
Yeah, and I think, you know, BRU, they're going for something super safe, especially with Saphira. Like, that ultimate is going to be important to kind of protect themselves from that early aggression. If it does happen, at least Saphira is going to be like, don't worry, I got you. I can heal you back up to protect you and allow you to kind of pull backwards and stop these faster rotations and these bigger engages coming in from Team Flash.
Yeah, definitely agreed. And now, with the sets being, or with the teams locking in their picks, it's only a matter of time. Is it going to be Team Flash finishing this series 4-0 here in the Grand Finals, or will BRU rise?
It's going to be a tough game ahead for BRU, because if they can take this game, at least it's going to give them some confidence to turn it on to Team Flash's heads. But Team Flash, on the other hand, they are so hungry for this. They've been playing exceptionally well. They're not going to let this go as easily as you think.
Yeah, so the thing about the Saphira is you can just try to get like anti-heal items, and then that's how you kind of just
deal with her overall.
Yeah, exactly.
But, you know, I mean, the same can be said for Team E. You just have to kill them again. Pro Tips 101. But I think it's still going to be a difficult bout overall. And Saphira, she's not going to, you know, scale super nicely into the later stages of the game, but at least she has the potential to kind of slow down rotations and kind of, you know, relieve pressure off of the team when needed.
I don't know, man. We'll just have to see how it kind of just pans out. Well, Nunu actually able to connect onto 3 members. That's not a bad thing.
And the game has already begun, both sides looking for any sort of advantage. And I think, you know, that Kilgroth needs to pull a lot of pressure for the team if BRU wants to stand a chance in this game. It's like ADC going to be taking out that Sage Golem first, hitting that level 2 very quickly. But, I mean, up on the top side, Gao doing some damage into Overfly here. He doesn't win this. Overfly needs to wait until he has a couple more items and hit level 4 before he does stand a chance. Gao, ooh, great trade so far.
And Tilanas is actually pushing out Ellie here, though. It still is, of course, outrageous, the Slims. Pro E is there, actually gets the stun on the Cylinders, gets pulled back in from Gao there, and the skirmish does begin. Gao backs away for the moment. Doesn't want to, of course, keep his wave in the top lane exposed for too long, but that was an immediate startup. He had to use his flicker there from Pro E, but still, that wasn't too bad if you look at it.
Yeah. And now both sides, they're giving a lot of respect to each other. No early invades, no shenanigans like that. They're just looking for trades, looking for good ways to kind of hit back your opponent. And, you know, Defoxen is just using his rage advantage to get some good trades in against the Slims, but he has to be so careful because he doesn't have a support backing you up. All he has is Cricknack looking and getting ready for the drone drop at any point in time. Gao is putting some damage into Nunu here, whereas ADC is already level 4. He could have pulled him back here. They're out of position now, and Overfly is trying to make something happen, but Gao is running around, kiting it as much as he can. ADC slowly peeling backwards here, but he might be in a lot of trouble. This might be first blood right here, right now, for the Saphira, who catches him with the extra range from her abilities. Overfly makes it out just fine.
Water wall there on Cylinders is so big in that range. And yeah, definitely First Blood is a much needed boost here, especially against the Rourke, who really wants to kind of get the items early on. And that's a definitely good start here for BRU.
Yeah, and you know, that's a change of pace. It's something different. Small changes lead up to bigger things, and now Pro E takes a little bit of damage, which is going to be okay. DeFox takes quite quite a big chunk of his life, putting him at 50%. And now, I don't think they're going to force out dives just yet from the side of Team Flash. They are looking to make sure everybody hits level 4 first before they start roaming around and going for these bigger picks.
Yeah, they need their ultimates first before they can make anything really happen for the moment. But this is the start that BRU definitely needs for them. And you can see already at Overfly joining in onto that fight, that extra assist that he had, he's really getting in terms of the golden level, so to speak. Still, Gao, though, is able to, of course, bully him just a smidge. But now First One joining in onto the bottom lane. Pro E does have his being a bro, so he should be fine. But look at that dodge on the ultimate. Pro E, though, they pop him. Yeah, Bring a Bro brings him back to life, and none the wiser. Lots of ultimate activated here though from BRU, and they're looking to charge right at this, but they need the help of Pro E to catch somebody off guard.
Yeah, you can see how the team just rotates down to the bottom side of the map, and both Gao and Overfly still 1v1ing every single time. Gao already popping out the ultimate, and Overfly same exact thing. However, Cricknet has much faster rotations with the drone drop. He realizes that they are missing, and Team Flash warns him. It's like, you gotta back off now.
Yeah, and that will actually result into the Abyssal Dragon being taken by Team Flash here. Gao, on the other hand, he's actually fine for the moment. And where is, like, so the thing is, when you're in a Cricknet, you really have to find these kills, or else you kind of immediately fall behind. So you need to keep getting those kills up. You need to dive right in, or else you're not going to be able to make anything happen. Oh, that auto tech!
Ah! He's alive! Oh, 1 HP. Oh my goodness, that was terrifying. You can literally see the projectiles following him there. But BRU finally take the tier 1. A very good start for them. This might be the turnaround that they need against Team Flash.
Gao is a pretty durable guy, especially with that S2. Getting himself so much damage reduction. Overfly playing a bit too ballsy here, but he does have the ultimate to be able to escape if ever they do decide to fall into him. That is the the true counter to the ultimate of Gao. Oh, you did see the grapple comes out from Pro E. That could have been a nice initiate, but it's in terms of range not too lengthy, so to speak.
Yeah, and Team Flash, they know that they even though they have a composition that could have been abused early, first one can get really far ahead if they make the mistake, and now Saphira trying to zone them off with her abilities, making sure that their range, they're keeping them at a distance, and now the rotations have been called for the side of Team Flash. They're trying to pull it over. Defixon is in a little bit of trouble, pulls back, and Pro E, he has to back away.
And that's happening. Gao's proxying the lane here. Well, of course, Overfly's not going to be really hindered by that because, he is a kill gross, but first one is in the middle of the fight. He got pulled back right in, and he's not going to be safe for long. Got exposed, and he got caught out aggro styles.
Oh, unfortunately, a slight mistake there, and now the Fox is under fire here. Pro E, little bit of HP left. They might consider going for the dive, but they know that the rest of the team is kind of backing him up here, so they have to just peel away. No point risking it. Oh, XP is actually caught out, forcing out the flicker. She flickers forward, and Defixon might actually get the kill, but he quickly goes invulnerable. Doesn't get hit by Ellie as well as ADC is in trouble. He goes down. ADC's life is going to be a valuable trade, as well as 2 chunked out heroes. That is going to net them a turret.
Oh my goodness. Nunu was almost able to stop the port back of XB. Gao did actually just go around the area there to try to help out his team, but he got into the face of Overfly. And look at Overfly already. He is so strong right now. He's looking mighty fine with his items.
Exactly, and now Gao is going to be the target here. He's getting chunked out, but they're not going to commit too far. They're under the tower, but they break it really quickly to make sure they don't extend this fight for too long.
They're really controlling this game, I gotta say, and they're accelerating their late game, so to speak. The only one right now who is falling behind in BRU is probably first one's Cricknet, but that's okay because Cricknet can follow up with his team. Even though he doesn't assassinate anybody, if he can deal enough damage, then Defoxin and Overfly can finish the business.
Yeah, now the Abyssal Dragon has been taken. Another neutral objectives, 3 turrets to nothing, and 1 Abyssal Dragon. It's looking pretty good, man.
Yeah, this could be the rise of the comebacks for BRU. They're able to get the objectives that they need, and they're looking pretty strong. You can already see that the rotations for BRU are saying that we want to get the big objectives. And speaking of big objectives, Darkslayer out in the open, let's get it.
Yeah, and I don't think Team Flash realizes they're pulling through to kind of check it, but is it too late here? They walk right up. This might be it. Could this be a steal?
Oh, so close though. Now they're going to be in the middle of this fight. XB's going to be into the front line. Eyes of Darcy, you can see so many really low members. ADC finally goes in, but they lose 2 of their members, and it seems like they bit off a bit more than they can chew. ADC with the Rourke is not having any fun whatsoever. He's already had 3 deaths. XB has to escape there, and Ellie is hella freakishly low. Overfly into the top side. He has to go back. XB is here to push him away but that is damage dealt by BRU.
Oh my goodness, BRU, they still are, and they want to accelerate this game really, really quick. They are breaking down the turns, still one by one. They are playing back to their style. This is the BRU that we were talking about. Like, we wanted to see them play their style, play on their tempo, and now that they've got the lead that they deserve, 5K ahead of Team Flash. Team Flash is much further behind than in Game 3.
Pro E. He does get away from that. You see the damage already, like just a couple of hits from the Varese, and he's already down to get executed, but he's got to be careful in that regard. Look at that stun, big range for the Safera. That is so difficult to just try to traverse against. Pro E's gonna be in the middle of that, had to flicker away, doesn't have his Bring a Bro anymore, and they lose the bottom tier 3, even though FL or Flash was trying to contest.
Yeah, and now another high ground turret is in danger. Gao is in trouble here. Overfly just doesn't care. He'll absorb all the damage, is still tanking it out, and now they're looking to break that Nexus. This could be the turn that they needed, the momentum shift. They were all talking about Saphir just healing them over and over again. Nobody's taking enough damage, and finally BRU take the win. They now get a breath of fresh air. This could be their second win.
And yeah, this could be the second win indeed. And look at that, the fans erupt. They're like, don't falter. BRU, we have you, you have us. And they just come back. This is not the BRU that we know. This is a BRU personified right now in this grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, again, they have, they kept the mentality up. They kept on pressing forward. They finally have the win. Now it's 3-1. The reverse sweep, if anything, if they believe in their confidence, they might be able to pull this off against Team Flash.
And that's a Farah pick for Celindos. He has made so many mistakes in those 3 games, but now with the Sephara, he redeems himself. He just denies everything with that water wall, just stunning people, zoning them out, have to respect him. And look at that. It just forces everybody to just back off, and that is such the perfect pick for BRU there.
Yeah, they can, with the Saphira, they can control large areas at a time. Like a lot of choke points, like especially pathways in the jungle become obsolete. Like you have to kind of like kite around it, and it's difficult. As long as she positions herself well. But yeah, towards the end here, the game really ramped up fast.
Celindos was weird in that regard. He chased hard onto Saphira, but she had so much heal. What he could have just done is just push back and join his teammates, and he could have actually killed the 2 members there of BRU that would hella freakishly low, but he wasn't. They kind of miss the mark there, and now BRU are pushing it back. They didn't even need a minion wave here. They just had to break down with their team, and like you said, yes, Saphira was just healing her teammates straight up. And look at that. The Thai crowd, home court advantage for BRU. Their support is real.
Yeah, you can already see the signs for their favorite players, Buriram United. Again, it's going to be a slow comeback. It'll take some time, and we're just going to have to see whether, Team Flash, do they have anything up their sleeves to actually take it away? Because again, every single game is going to matter from here on out. They are on match point. They just need one more game for the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, one slip up, and that's going to be it. Speaking of like games here, look at how quick BRU actually finished this series. Like from what we saw, Team Flash had like an 11:38 game. This is a 9:41 game for BRU. A quick, decisive blow to finish this game off definitely is in the sights of BRU. They can actually do it, so why don't you do it more and more,
Yeah, I definitely think they have to adapt their playstyle to make sure they can match Team Flash's aggression, and they knew for a fact that, if they don't end the game sometime soon, Team Flash will scale very, very well. They have the likes of ADC on the rook, they have Darcy as well as Ellie, who needed a couple more items, especially the 4th and 5th one, just to secure themselves a very confident lead, because their composition fighting on 5 can be tough to deal with, because then their frontliners like the Varus is going to be less and less effective the longer the game goes.
Yeah, agreed. Well, we'll just have to see how BRU pull more out of their bag of tricks, so to speak. Because now again, one slip up and that's it. Like no more next game, no more nothing. It's already match point, like we said. So it's going to be very close, and we'll see what happens. We're waiting for the key player of the game, but who do you think was the key player of the game there? I feel...
Definitely I mean, Safira did a lot of work.
Yeah, I
there,
would say it was
yeah.
Salindos with that Safari. He really redeemed himself.
For sure, for sure. After all the mistakes that were made previously, I think this was a good game to help, but he still has a long way to go to really, truly set himself apart from the rest of them. It's tough to say because everyone played a pretty critical role, but here we go. This is going to be the key player of the game. It's going to be Nunu on that Varus. And yeah, 90% of kill participation. He was making sure he was getting some great stuns off, and whenever they needed to re-engage, he was the first one. All right, I'm going in.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I don't know, he was just able to follow up really quickly to the Safara, so it really did help the case of Buriram to secure the kills. Even if Safara can zone them out or keep them locked in for a certain period of time, Nunu was there to lock them even further, and definitely somebody to watch out here. But of course, still, the pressure is on for BRU.
Yeah, they've got a long way to go. Oh, with the fans behind them, hopefully, you know, that's going to power them up to take their second win and really, really push it all the way to the very end.
Yeah, all right, guys, so we're just going to take a quick breather here, and when we come back, it's going to be game number 5. So don't go anywhere. AIC 2019 continues for the grand finals as me, Asarai, and Gideon Q give you all that action. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Guys, to the AIC 2019. Here with me now is Gideon Keel, and of course I'm Asarai. And again, match point already, but it seems like BRU are not yet ready to give up.
Yeah, they're breathing it in. They took that meditation, you know, they took the Padawan way, felt the force within to get their second win. And I think, you know, after they thought about it, it's like, yes, they analyzed the game. This is going well for them. They need a plan of action if they want to bring it to a 3-2. But hopefully, Team Flash doesn't crumble under the pressure of that one game. Hopefully, this isn't going to be the one that got away.
The one that got away because it's so close, yet so far, BRU are starting to pick up some steam. But of course, we're getting deeper and deeper into the series, and that just means that, you know, the more that the picks get stretched up, and we see already that Kilgroth has been used by both of these teams, meaning that, you know, that
the free wins are out of the off the table.
To be fair, though, it feels like when you have a Kilgroth, you basically have a free win because all you have to do is put him to a point where he can tank, he can deal damage, and then you can just, like, you know, sit back, relax, and enjoy the Kilgroth. Exactly.
Yeah, but now that that's off the table, I kind of feel like this is where BRU really need to, you know, look at their picks very carefully here, because we know for a fact that Team Flash has a number of picks to choose, and that kind of makes them difficult to deal with in terms of the pick ban phase, especially. And you know, the longer these games go, the more it feels and more likely that Team Flash is going to win, based off of their previous performances and what they can actually throw on the table. I think now it's crunch time. If BRU is holding something in their back pocket, they got to start throwing it out now.
And BRU hasn't really used. I'm looking at this. They haven't really used a good chunk of their 80 picks just yet. So those is actually what they can use. For DS lane, though, that's a different story. Yeah, that's very, very different. Like, they used Roxy. They've, I believe, also used the Yetta, the Omen. So there's a lot of options that they have removed from the board. But still, there's still a lot of picks that they can still also, you know, utilize coming into game number 5. But again, it's going to be very iffy right now that they don't have the Yen anymore, the Omen. So it's really going to push up to the limit. But of course, we did saw an Errol be used. And in the jungle as well, we saw like IGP used a Enzo, which was pretty interesting.
Exactly. And I think, I don't know about these two teams, whether or not they're going to pick up the weirder, I wouldn't even say weirder, I just think, you know, the more different sort of jungles and also DS laners, but I don't think that's like the way to go. I feel like, you know, they got to start putting a huge lockdown on these supports. Like Varus, I feel like is super flexible, and luckily they won the game that they had the Varus in for the side of BRU, but that still means that Thane is still on the table.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, and he's already super powerful. Annette as well. Krizix, I think, has already been picked from. I can't remember exactly. We'll see later.
Yeah.
We'll see later on during the pick ban.
Ziv should be available as well. I don't think he's gonna get banned anymore in 5-6-7 because there's more important picks. Like along these lines, you want to remove damage dealers. Elsu hasn't been picked up in this entire game because he's been banned all throughout. So definitely some really nice damage picks that can still be brought to the table here as we are setting up for game number 5.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, the list pushes on. Everything from the top priority just cuts down, and you know, gen blocks slowly stack up until someone crumbles under the pressure. But for the most part, I think we have to kind of really think about it, you know, in the overall sense here. When is it time to bring out, you know, bring out the Violet? When is it time? Because Telenos not on the table. Violet is still up. Fennec, for BRU, Fennec is still up, if I'm correct. They have a number of options to go around on the marksmen. Do they want to force out? Team Flash's Caffeine? But let's go straight into the draft and find out.
Bertino banned out, and there it is. Your question, man. The Fennec out of here.
Yep, and yes, BRU has actually used the Krizix before, so they're going to ban it out to deny Team Flash those options. Fennec as well as Florentino, they're not letting it go through, but it's going to be a first pick Elsu for the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, man. The Elsu, such a strong pick right now, especially now that BRU has also expended a lot of their pick heroes. So Elsu should be slightly more safe here, especially now that the Kriknak and the Murad is out. It's going to be more difficult to pin down at this Elsu. Maybe the Killen, actually no, never mind. I'm seeing right now the Killen was picked in the first game by BRU. But yeah, you know what I'm saying. They need something to pick at this Elsu.
Yeah, and now Ignis going to be the lock-in for the side of BRU. I think Team Flash still has a number of options for their mid pick here. Second pick coming in from BRU. What are they going to do? What do they want to have open? Do they want to flex up? Do they want to actually have a flex pick here? No, they want to immediately show the Brahilda straight away.
Are they really gonna lock this in? Like, I mean, it does, in a sense, give big range to Buriram's that will challenge the Elsu there. And of course, when there's gonna be a lot of dives and whatnot, Brahilda is weak to that. But as they are going in dive, as they are at the edge of her range, that's when she can deal pretty good damage. And Ignis should be able to kite well enough for this Brahilda. So it is a nice synergy pick that BRU are implementing as of the moment. But Team Flash, they also have a good chunk of ideas to be able to win this out. They have a Baldum, for goodness sake, and Pro E uses that also pretty well.
Yeah.
So they can bring this out right now, secure the really strong support pick, and then, you know, force BRU to kind of like, whoa, what are we supposed to do? And deal with this, but it seems like they want even more damage with the Lindis and the Varese.
Yeah, I'm okay with this. I'm really okay with this. The Varese is very flexible. It kind of keeps the open-ended question on BRU's mind when they go into the second phase. They lock in Lindis as well as the Varese. BRU, on the other hand, do they want to pick up the support now?
I mean, they might.
Because we know in the second part of the Pigman phase, Team Flash consistently have been getting rid of the supports, and BRU same thing. They're making sure like, hey, we don't have access to supports, you don't have access to the supports. We don't mind that, and they are gonna lock in the Alice straight away.
Okay.
What does that mean for the bans then?
Well, again, we saw a lot of like really strong bans. Yeah, that is the crush, right?
I think definitely respect. They have done their homework, especially from yesterday when they when Team Flash whipped out the crush themselves. Pretty impressive pick so far. I mean, I don't think it's bad overall. I was kind of hoping that
it'll pass through the ban hammer, yeah.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it's going to get hit by it. The Irie is going to be next for the side of Team Flash, and oh, wow, the Choknar as well for BRU.
Haven't really seen the Chognar much before from Team Flash, but I think it's just more of like the ability of Chognar to match up against the Alice is something that, well, Flash have yet to really do. And okay, Zill, this is a lot of just like premeditated bans onto the jungle role, and Zill and Irie, again, Irie not really as favorite, I don't know, by the community, but she's seen a lot of success, especially if you want to kind of follow up with her Chakram to be able to get a stun. It works pretty well, and I feel like, again, they're just really respecting that fact, and because the Murad, Zill, and Krignek are really out, Buriram will be forced to maybe use someone along the lines of a Rourke in their jungle, and Superman at least will help solidify their front line first. And what is this?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the
Yeah.
Superman pick. They kind of want to keep their jungle a little bit open-ended because they still have options. They have things like Nakroth if they really wanted to have someone who's really mobile and kind of dashes around the map.
True.
Team Flash, on the other hand, they need to round out their comp right now. You can already see, this is going to be a tough game up ahead. I'm liking BRU's composition so far, and I think arguably, as of right now, their picks are looking better. So Team Flash got to round it up, making sure that they're looking good. Thane is being hovered over as well as everything else, but I think if Thane in this particular matchup, is it better than the Ormar? It's hard to say. I think both are situational.
Yeah, I agree. Situational, because if you actually pick Thane and you have a Tulin needs time to charge his ultimate, right? And if Thane pushes like the opponent's back, then that makes it harder for Tulin to actually get a cast time. But compared to like the Ormar, who can keep them locked in, stick to a target, I think it works well, better than the Thane can do.
Yeah, and a win rate of 56.5% overall. Doesn't really get banned. It doesn't usually get picked, but when it does, you've got some pretty good odds there. If you're gonna, want to take into account the stats.
Yeah, and I think they're just also premeditating that if it's gonna be a Rourke who doesn't have much mobility, Ormar is going to be able to lock him down better than a Thane can. Or at least stick to him better than a Thane can.
Oh no. Are they actually going to go for the Morin this time round? Yes, they are. They wanted the, you know, a really, I wouldn't say, you know, safest, a utility sort of AD here that has a lot of power inbuilt into him, because when he drops down that ultimate, anything that kind of gets knocked back into it is going to get stunned, and there is quite a bit of setup here from everybody else. If the hissy fit does land, Superman can actually push them back into it, and I don't know, it's a combination that I would like to see pulled off, but we're just going to have to wait and see. Morin's going to be going into the jungle. He will be able to set up some great ganks once he hits 4.
So here's the thing. Morin is a pretty strong ADC, but he's only a strong ADC the longer he stays in the fight, because he has the stacking passive that the longer you stay in the fight, the more damage, the more resistances he can actually take, or he can actually build up. So that means that if there is a good enough lockdown for Team Flash, which I don't think they really have, this Morin is actually a super intelligent pick from BRU.
Yeah, and I think they have to play, you know, the small micro games where, you know, he needs to keep stacking his he needs to have that passive stacks on him at all times to be super effective. And that's why if he's in the jungle, if he's going to respond to something, he better be having those stacks up before he goes into lane. Then he's going to have the highest amount of damage output. But this could potentially be the final game for Team Flash, as BRU are slowly picking up their second win. They've got the breath in them. They want to see this through, and they want to reverse sweep and take this championship for under the rug from Team Flash.
Well, if anybody can do it, BRU are the team that can. Home court advantage. They're playing in their own country. They didn't have to fly out to be here, but still, of course, they're the team that still have to prove themselves, coming from such a weird start to 2019. I mean, they've been denied so many tournaments already, but this is already the grand finals. AIC, the biggest AOV tournament in the during the year this year, and they only have to win 3 more games, and they have it.
Yeah. Oh boy. This is, I'm getting nervous for them as they're going into this game. Like this must be a different experience, you know, trying to go for the reverse sweep after such strong performances from Team Flash. But they know they can't bleed. They've gotten that first game, and that's all they need to know, that Team Flash isn't indestructible.
Awaken your ambition. Here it is, game number 5. What's gonna happen? 3-1. Buriram are on the brink of destruction. Can they bring it back?
All right, looks like Varus has been assigned to the DS lane. ADC Lindis in the jungle with Ellie on the Elsu down on the bottom side of the map. This is going to be a high pressure situation, but the wave clears have begun, and both teams need to take their time. Superman going to be in that DS lane. He's going to have some great clear, not really going to interact too much here, but for the most part, Pro E walking up unafraid. He wants to get some good trades and zone them out of the wave.
They're really doing a good job at keeping Morin from being harassed here by Flash, and that is a very scary thing, because Morin doesn't really do much in the early game, so you really have to just give him a little bit of free time to kind of just, you know, absorb a little bit more XP for here and now.
Yeah.
Now, Team Flash, they should be able to actually have a better fight comp because of this Ormar, and it seems like they're rotating immediately to the bottom. They know BRU are going to be doing that, and they could easily go for a stun connection here, and look at that. They forced the flicker out of Ellie. What an aggressive turnaround here from Nunu.
Yeah, they blow. They make him force out the flicker, and now he needs to just sit in the wave. They're not going to dive him just yet. They're not it's not a confident and secure thing for them to do, and it puts them at a lot of risk. But for the most part, we did see that ADC was able to get one camp up onto first one up on the top side before clearing her own jungle. So therefore, she will have to just a slight, you know, it's a micro thing, but it will add up later on if this is going to be the case.
Flicker for flicker right there. You're seeing the Ormars be super aggressive. Gal, though, oh, the damage onto Isolindils. He actually pins him right back up. but because there's so many members of BRU in the area, he can't really fully commit to the fight. They have to back away a little bit there, but 4 members congregated onto the riverside, and they have to at least respect that. But immediately, look, they're chasing down onto the Brunhilde, and maybe even, yeah, start on the Dragon.
Yep, and now, you know, Team Flash, they're making sure they're super efficient with their movements across the map. Can Nunu go for the steal? No, they don't. They don't even get remotely close to that one. A very fast Abyssal Dragon for the side of Team Flash.
ADC is using his range as the Lindis to just poke at the members here of BRU. And this should be a slow enough game if you think about it. We're just going to be seeing a little bit of pokes here and there. Double ADC comp means that we're not going to be seeing too many members go down, but as I say, look at the harass onto XP, the range of Nunu, as well as the Alice really pushing this Tulin to the brink. Oh my goodness! Oh! They waited for the port of Nunu, and Alice, or rather Isalindos, did not expect that to happen. The snipe down I'm talking about with the Tulin, kaboom!
So nicely
dynamite,
done.
yeah.
So nicely done. They timed it well. They made sure the mechanics were on point, and just in case anything else, they played it to their strength. And now, with that kill, they're trying to look for any kind of punish that they can, but they go back because no objectives really are in position to be taken over just yet, and the waves aren't in their favor either. They're going to continue trying to keep control, and luckily Morin had cleared up all his camps, so not a huge punish. They're just going to deny some EXP.
Yeah, I mean, still though, you can see like Flash are coordinated as of the moment. They're really waiting. Ellie right there, he could have actually hit first one, but Morin was a bit too quick for him to handle, and he has to just go back to his lane as that wave will be come crashing into the bottom tier 1.
Yeah, they have to somehow find some sort of lead for the side of Team Flash if they want to get ahead, especially considering, like, looking at the compositions for both sides. I mean, they both scale relatively well, but the amount of DPS coming out of BRU is actually pretty insane here. Oh, they want to try and make something happen. They're zoning them out with a Hissy Fit as well. They're not going to be able to go for any engage for the side of Team Flash, and I think, you know, BRU are getting a whiff of what's going on here.
I mean, they can, but Team Flash are just sticking to the other side of the mid side, the brush as well, just to kind of make it so that BRU will be hesitant in overcommitting to these fights. But it is kind of working well, but they do exchange a little bit. Alice got the steal on the Spirit Sentinel.
That's pretty good.
Let's get the level up as well.
Oh, wait. Superman coming into the backside, forcing out Pro E to use his ultimate there. That was a very close clip. They nearly got pushed back into Team BRU.
Stuff. Anything that happened, Pro E can just, you know, sacrifice himself, use that spin to win to, well, with a walking tall to, well, force BRU to focus on him or else. But at least for now, oh, the snipe. Thought I was going to connect onto the boxer there.
Yeah, they have to kind of hold their ground, forcing. Ooh, boy. XP, you know, baiting out a lot of the spells. Luckily, he does have him. He's able to kind of blink out of the way. Pro E being the living ward, getting information, and BRU, it really are just making sure that they are matching the rotations from Team Flash. Now they're going to be sitting on this Abyssal Dragon. Superman's a little bit late to this. They should have this Abyssal Dragon under control for the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, with the help of the Lindis, I don't think they're going to be, or BRU aren't going to be able to steal that without first one just, you know, contesting it straight back up. But of course, Superman, he's going to be able to clear out the wave there quickly. Gao might not be able to reach it in time. No, never mind. Still going to be fine. And Pro E into the front line, here into the bottom lane, as now they're really trying to work this up. Double ADC are pushing. It should be a breakdown, but the Superman is super near, and Team Flash has to respect that.
Yeah, they definitely do, but they're so close to taking out this bottom tier 1. They just keep up the pressure every single time. Rotate, clear the wave, rotate, clear the wave. With the superior wave clear coming in from Varus. Now ADC has to peel away. He doesn't want to get caught out just yet. If not, all this was for naught. Pro E goes in under the turret. They bring the tier 1. Defoxen is in trouble. He goes down, and now the rest of the team can't actually deal with Pro E. He walks away scot-free, no punish whatsoever.
Information's being fed to Team Flash that Superman is already there. Tulin spotting him out, and they back away. But yeah, you're right. Ormar coming in right there with the spin to win. Really the damage output and the sticking power showing its worth for the moment for Team Flash. And they get themselves a second kill, and like you said, bottom tier 1 as an additive.
Yeah, and now Team Flash, they're playing a much slower, methodical game here. They're trying to steal as much of the jungle as possible because they know that Morin really needs a lot of gold to make him effective into this game. Now Darkslayer is back up. They have a slight 1k lead ahead of them against Burim United. Can they use it? Can they use it effectively to really, force out a fight during Darkslayer's neutral objective?
I'm not sure. I don't think they can. They still have to respect that Superman is there. You know, there's just so much CC with the Alice combo that it's going to be very difficult. But here's something I know, that if any of the members misplace or just are caught scratching themselves, you can see, yeah, this is what I'm looking at. The lockdown and the burst is just insanely strong from this Ormar Tully connection, and it's going to show its worth. They're pushing them back here, but there's still not anybody who's actually going to be able to lock them down, and Nunu still goes down to ADC there as the Lindis pins him down, and this is not looking good.
Yeah, they're going to suffocate them. They're going to get the Might Golem as well as mid-tier 1 ADC comes to kind of join the front. Summer needs to press on, push this wave, but again, that Ballista isn't going to help out.
Superman was just there to push, but when push comes to shove, they got shoved out of their mid-tier 1, especially without the help of Nunu. And now 8 minutes into the game, that Darkslayer is ripe for the taking. They got every authority to get it.
Yeah, and now they're on both sides. They're trying to be super efficient. They get the Darkslayer, and now the snowball is running. We saw this the last time in Game 1. A small lead and a single mistake turned into something so detrimental for Burim. Hopefully they don't make the same mistakes again. Can Burim come up with a good defense to deal with them?
They have a good defensive lineup, so to speak, but now we're not really seeing the Moren really show its worth just yet. It's kind of like the same thing that we saw before with the Kafeni when Flash was having a little bit of difficulty with Burim. I believe that was Game 2. They have to just wait a little bit before this Moran comes online. But I mean, is Flash really going to allow that to happen? You can see that they're just super aggressive around this map.
Yeah, and you know that ADC on that Lindis, he's already ahead in that goal. 1.4k ahead of the Morin. He's already got the second item. The Cleaver Sanctity is going to really help out with the crit. Summer gets that mini stun. Gao goes for a particular engage, forcing out quite a number of ultimates just now. But Gao, I don't think he's gonna be able to hold on a little bit longer. He needs to get his passive off before Morin gets another double crit with his passive. He goes down with an assist from the rest of his team. But again, they push down another tier 2. They're rotating towards the top side, looking to make sure they don't take anything else. That Darkslayer buff on top of the Drake has helped them accumulate a 4k goal lead against BRU.
Yeah, even though BRU are getting these like sort of kills and whatnot, Flash are whittling down. They're just kind of shaving off the heads of those attackers. Easy look at that. That is ADC personified. His Lindis is already super strong, and the Foxen on this Brunhilde has yet to show his value, and he's getting caught up straight from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, they now have the 3 items for both Morin as well as the Lindis, but right now Lindis is just showing so much XP going in and out, harassing them. Superman pushing them back into the wall. XP is now in trouble as they get caught out, as Nunu is using his zone control as much as he can, but it's not going to be enough, and FL looking to take this away. First one's in trouble. The tier 3 goes down. The high ground is gone. ADC walks away 2 for 2 so far, but I think we all know that Team Flash definitely won the objective trades.
I mean, Superman, or rather, Summer had the right mentality there to use the Superman to actually catch it, because FL Flash was being a bit too greedy with their positioning. The big problem with that was they only got the Tulin down, and ADC was still alive and kicking, and he was kicking hard. You saw how much damage he did. Isolindus got wiped off the face of the earth in the blink of an eye, and then he just got caught. This Lindis is on a different war. Look at how aggressive ADC is. He's in the front, and he is like shoots out a couple of arrows, and that's about it for the squishy members of BRU.
He is literally 2K ahead of this Morin, and Morin is just trying to catch up. I mean, oh wait, no, is Lindis going down? Yes, he does, as Lindis himself cuts him so easily after his power spike of the Omni. That is so much damage packed into one jungler.
He spreads the Alice all across the floor like butter on bread, and now Darkslayer is here. Not anymore, and that is going to be the second for the game. Are they going to immediately summon the Drake because, well, Selenis is not yet up here. Yeah, they're going to be maybe pushing with this in the top while the mid is being pressured with the super minions, and this is looking mighty bad for BRU.
Yeah, and Varus, you can see she's already rotating towards the top side of the map. They kind of want this to go through. They're slow pushing it. Gao needs to clear this wave quick so they can synchronize it together. They might be able to make something happen. The rest of the team is just so split up. Can they actually hold on? They need to keep on the harass. They're going to break this Drake with no problem whatsoever as FL rotate across the map. Can they catch them off in their rotational path? This might be a little bit of trouble here.
Might be a bit of trouble, but actually BRU are doing a fantastic job at pushing this back. But the Drake has done its worth. It's taking such a bit of damage. Brunhilde activates her range there. It does prove to be a little bit painful for Pro E and XB. But, I mean, Flash are going to be patient. They know that they have all the time in the world to just keep the pressure rolling against BRU because they have the late game presence of ADC and Ellie.
I don't know if they have... I don't think they have all game though, because Burim is slowly getting close to that 40k mark, and when you get to that 40k mark, you know that your carries are pretty much set to go with full core items to back them up. The question is, will they make that mistake? Will they make a mistake before that point of time?
That's the question. That's the question, definitely. But you can see right now, Flash are slowly playing this by the book. You don't see this too often from them, but they actually just do. Ellie got away from that one, but it's a little bit too close for comfort. He could actually got him collapsed by BRU if it was a bit too over-eager, overzealous in that particular angle. Now Darkslayer should be up in about a minute or so, and that's really going to help out, well, Team Flash here, because they need just one more Drake before they can break this top tier 3. And this is the play, this is the style of how BRU does it, where they just keep waiting for the Darkslayer, and now Flash are doing the same thing.
Yep, they are suffocating BRU, but BRU isn't too far behind. They just need a good fight. Superman needs to just get a great catch onto XB or maybe even ADC. If ADC goes down even once, it could be detrimental to the team. Summer is getting mini stun time and time again, but he can disengage with the help of his team.
25 seconds on that Darkslayer. I'm not sure if Buriram will try to contest for this, or they're just going to leave it and then try to fight on their base, because I think that's the safer decision to go for. But if they can catch off, guard Team Flash, that Team Flash might think that they're not going to try to contest for it. This could be good, but they're actually pushing into the mid. This could be a big fight here.
This is going to be a fight. This is definitely a fight. Gao right on top of everybody else. He's in trouble. The rest of the team is looping around. Look at where Lindis is positioned. Brunhilde doesn't have the ultimate. They're calling off the fight. Big ultimates have been used, and now this is going to be a really interesting position because now Ellie is caught a little out of the way. They don't have a proper front line. They don't have their firing line, and BRU is very close together. Clumped up together in range. Abyssal Dragon has been taken away. On the top side, being solo, ADC is trying to break this Darkslayer before the rest of BRU catches adrift.
Ooh, does get blocked. Tillin's ultimate does need to get kind of stopped in its tracks. They see it, they're kind of faltering. Elsu is into the bottom lane. Pro E right here into the front. Gotta get caught, even though to the walking tall still cannot do it. He gets destroyed. Two of them actually do. They're chasing hard onto Gao. Here comes Ellen to the front line. It's not going to matter against a Tillin, or rather the Morin. And Summer gets caught. Oh no! Underneath the Superman. And it seems like they overcommitted to the fight. 30 seconds left onto the clock. And BRU are walking big into the mid lane. Can they really this up? This could be big. Gao pushes in onto the first one, but if they can at least break it down, no, ADC got destroyed. Still though, he does have the revival. It still should be fine, but they're walking into the Nexus. Can they really get it? They don't have a minion wave anymore, but they're still dealing damage. Elsu sniped it out. They're pushing it back. Ellie's still here. Selenis is still here. And ADC, both ADCs of Team Flash is still alive, but they brought it back. They broke the tier 3, but with 30 seconds left onto the clock, they can get the Darkslayer and maybe even go for the win here. Chases it down. ADC knows he wants some blood. He is hard at the back of Isalindos here. And no, there's a big wave. Clear it out right now. They're everywhere. Oh my god, 20 seconds before first one comes back into base.
Ignis is coming back up. They should be able to clear this. They have first priority on this Darkslayer. They have to get rid of it right now and deny it for BRU, if anything else. My god. Ellie with the snipes. He shot through 4 people to pick off Nunu. So well done.
That was close, too close for comfort. But they at least retaliate, breaking the top tier 3 and getting the Darkslayer.
Oh, this game is giving me anxiety, dude. This game is giving me some severe anxiety. I don't know who's gonna win this time round, but that Darkslayer buff better be used efficiently. They can't waste another one because BRU have scaled so well. Both Brunhilde as well as Morin, full build.
Yeah, that Brunhilde is just exploding with her range, activating the bombardment on her ultimate. It's it's a sight to see. This is the late game Brunhilde that we don't really see too often, but it works well enough. Now, yeah, there it is, the Drake hitting it. Brunhilde should be somewhere here to kind of stop it.
Oh, yeah.
But the damage, look, that Drake is pretty tanky though.
So much! A full build Brunhilde just takes out that Drake like it was nothing. But they need to find the catch somehow. Both sides refusing to give up at this point of time. As Team Flash Gao now in the middle of the fight, they turn it around. Elsu gets a great catch into the front line. They go straight into the back. Gao is still alive. Gummin is in the back. Someone is trying to make it all happen. He goes down. Superman is down. And Team Flash, this might be the fight that they've been waiting for. They've get 3. Now they're going to look for the end. The Vixen is the last one standing. He goes down. And now the Nexus is exposed. The minions are walking through. And here you have it. You have your champions. It's going to be Team Flash, your champions for AIC 2019.
You can just see how excited they are. They're just frantically just jumping up and down. Holy crap, we did it. And Team Flash are your champions. I want to see a replay of that final fight. That was, they did not wait for the Foxen's Brunhilde to have his ultimate back up, because they know that when that is up, they can't be outranged. Even the Elsu can't do much against that.
Wow.
Knowing this, they zone it out. And Gao, he was in a really weird spot, right? But when his teammates joined in onto the fight, Gao broke away and zoned out the Brunhilde. So the Foxen could not really make it in that first bout. And it turned into a 4v5 super quick.
This is a day to remember in history as they are going to lift up the trophy. Look at these hard-working members of Team Flash. They deserve it. Here they are, your champions. Hard work does pay off. Let them have it. Let them bask in this beautiful glory.
And you can see just a little bit of tears in the eyes of Team Flash there. Definitely well-deserved. Yeah, it's like, at least look at them. 200,000 USD in the bag, but more importantly than that, finally getting the trophy that was denied last year. Now, finally in their hands.
True champions. They work so hard for this. God, the joy they must be feeling up on that stage, lifting up that championship trophy. AIC champions. God, they are considered now. It's without a doubt, they are the best in the world.
Yeah, the best of the best. And BRU made it difficult though. Granted that we do have a 4-1 standing, but those couple of games were they put BRU to the test, and BRU said right back at you.
Yeah, this was a really hard struggle here, and honestly, this was just a great moment. And I think, BRU, they did a good job. They've got a little bit to learn, but next year I think they're going to be coming back even harder than ever, because Team Flash, wow, right now they deserve it.
All right, any final remarks, before we end the stream, because that's about it. Like, we are just like, Flash won.
Yep. I mean, I've got no
the
more
journey's
remarks.
over. Yeah. Okay.
I've got no more remarks. All I have to say is congratulations, Team Flash, and you know what? Good luck next time, BRU, because you guys really, you've got a lot of potential.
Yeah. All right, guys, and that is it. Wow, we finished AIC 2019 group stage, playoffs, grand finals. It was all there in front of you. Team Flash climbing their way. They didn't have any difficulties in the group stage. They didn't even have any difficulties in the playoffs, I would say. They were just pretty dominant. A couple of losses here and there, but still throughout a very dominant performance, and they show it here in the grand finals. Our champions for AIC 2019. Again, for the last time, this has been brought to you by Tencent Games, Garena, CJE&M, OGN, True Online, and True Icon Hall. I'm Asarai, and for the final time again, joining me here is Gideon Q. We are your shoutcasters. We have been your shoutcasters. Hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll see you on the next tournament. Goodbye, guys. Enjoy.